Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our second series here of the evening. Now we've got, again, the Seoul Dynasty getting ready to go up against the Guangzhou Charge. Guangzhou certainly have their work cut out for them given the form that Dynasty have shown in their last few matches. But at the same time, we actually saw a very close game played there just yesterday by the hands of the Guangzhou Charge. So maybe they can make it happen again. We'll just have to wait and see.
They got... It was like the third reverse sweep we've had so far in the league this season. Two of them were the Glads losses now. Guangzhou as well getting reverse swept. Shanghai keeping their pearls clutched nice and firm. And for Guangzhou Charge, Develop popped off, especially on those first two maps. Then he kind of tapered out. Choice of one wasn't carrying as hard either. It felt like Guangzhou Charge had so many opportunities to still keep things in line. But maybe, I don't know if it's the inexperience of some of the players, if it's just the lack of cohesion. Guangzhou Charge trying to make a dive back in the final week of the qualifiers here before the tournament phase actually kicks off, and they're trying very hard, and that would have been a dynamite win. Can you imagine if Guangzhou beat Shanghai? That would have completely turned the standings up on its head. But
oh, absolutely. I mean, it would have been wild. I mean, very much like when we, had the near victory for the Dynasty versus the Valiant. It was one of those other things where it would have just been basically earth-shattering. The amount of effects of that would have on the overall standings and the understanding the power rankings of these teams. Dynasty, though, have since shown that they absolutely can be the top dog after they very handedly won their last two matches. We'll see, though, if they can do it again. Can they maintain the form? It's really been on the back of, it's been a shared effort, honestly.
Right.
It's not been on anyone in particular's back. Oh. Smurf looking incredible in their last matchup.
Look at Creative's back. Yeah, well, look at his back. I mean, I think it is on the back of Creative's back. He's always the one getting the massages.
They're getting them ready to carry.
Break. Exactly. And you know what? It takes some strong back muscles, get those delts going to land those 6 sleep darts, which I think Creative has been one of the more consistent players, super high value. I mean, he somehow just always gets the right sleep on the exact right target at the right times as well. It really is, in my opinion, between Seoul and Hangzhou as the #1 team in APAC right now. They're in that kind of #1, #2 hovering, right? Both have just been absolutely sick. And yesterday, Seoul's 3-0 sweep over Philly kind of, for me, cemented their domination of this region, while Shanghai is still just kind of on the comeback. They struggle versus Guangzhou. So Shanghai are definitely not top dogs. Could be Seoul, though. If they sweep again, which I think should be the expectation, but don't sleep on the Charge. They had a good game versus Shanghai. Who knows?
Well, we will see. It's been a while since, of course, these guys have squared off against each other. Week 12 last year. And it was a close game. 3-2 on that scoreline. Charge looking a little bit weaker coming into this season, but rallying it back here. In that match just yesterday, we'll see if they can make it to that Game 5 scoreline yet again. No, I said that for Fusion versus Chengdu. We got pretty darn close, but no cigar. We'll see if the Charge can get it done, though.
And scorelines as well here. Seoul Dynasty sit 3-1 with the best map differential. Guangzhou are sitting at number 6, 6 out of 7 here, 1 and 3 at -5, and Seoul's at +5. So we're looking at direct opposites as far as team results have gone. Opening composition, Smurf coming through on the Winston. Love that for this type of map. Krong, well, he is the off-tank player, so it's going to be Zarya for him to start things out with.
Push away from the high ground. Smurf was trying to dive up, but they wanted to just TP across, get on top of the Winston. Not able to do so. Now is pretty much without a target. Just sat here looking for something to do. Point going to be unlocking. Right now seems like Charge very much in a nice position to get this initial lockdown, but Smurf is forward contesting it. TP into the back. You can see the outline there. On a choice A1, he tries to get on top of some of these supports. Heal comes in. Creative throws down the bio grenade. Keeping it topped up. they look to recontest this and try to wrest control away from the Guangzhou Charge. So far, no kills being found by either side.
The cap is mostly there for Guangzhou right there. 3 quarters done. Seoul Dynasty here finding it somewhat difficult to stay on. Here's a dive we've been waiting for. That's the power of the Seoul Dynasty. Smurf in the back line. Prophet, not sure if he was there, but it doesn't matter. Far away is the first kill.
Yep, they find that pick, and that might just be enough here for them to flip this. And now with Choice A1 going down, that's 2 members eliminated on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Unless they can make a bit of a miraculous turnaround here, should be seeing this conceded over to the Dynasty after not much time in control. We'll go ahead, play forward, keep it contested, try to accrue as much as they possibly can, but the flip comes in just before they hit 20%.
Vindame got really active on the kill feed yesterday versus Fusion. He's doing that straight away on Oasis City Center here. Seoul Dynasty playing that neutral situation super patient. And again, they're a dive team. They're not a brawl team. They're not running the Zarya just yet. They need to be looking for dive targets so that Smurf and Prophet can get on those together. I mean, we saw clips of their game yesterday of how much together this duo of the Smurf and Prophet really fit to nail these targets and give you these player advantages. They're nearly on 5 ultimates, by the way, so Charge need to do some catch-up.
Prophet getting tagged low, still holds on to the recall. So he's not under enough pressure to force out that major cooldown, so waits for it. Now wraps around the back, he's looking far away yet again, but has been spotted. Dive in, Fitz there with attack visor, finds 2, the sleep comes in, but it's already way too late. Farway cannot hit him fast enough. Strong cleaned up, Choice A1, the only one left alive, just hiding around the corner. Fitz moving forward, going on the hunt for him, but haven't spotted him, but now he will make his presence known. Does manage to find one, and then will make his exit.
Developed also popped the visor there, but, you know, Creative had a nano. Farway didn't end up getting that nano over. Unique no sound barrier to try and counter it. Vindame would have been able to drop his as well. So the fact that Seoul kind of get away with just only a nano visor combo while still getting another ultimate out of Guangzhou is massive for the economy. A 1-player advantage now means Guangzhou cannot engage. They're going to have to wait for Choice at 1. They want to grab, but again, this is going to be a matchup where grabs will be hard to find. It will probably have to end up being Seoul and Smurf, and Smurf has a primal, so there's really nothing that Charge have that can work over the Seoul Dynasty unless Choi develops somebody can land on a player that should probably be dying.
Okay, well, Prophet.
Maybe this is it.
Find the connection there. Okay, the sleep comes in, but now the grab thrown down as well. Catches Smurf, and they will just devastate those 2 members at the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Setting themselves up nicely here for the flip. Creative as well, going to fall. Developers tracking him down off that high ground. The flip comes in, now in control for the Guangzhou Charge. See how long they can hold it right now. Still waiting on that Death Blossom to become available, but they find a nice stagger onto Fitz at the end.
I think, yeah, Fitz is looking for an angle that he can play through when the team comes back. I think the reason why, and I'll give Smurf the benefit of the doubt, because he could have stopped himself from dying there. He didn't pop Primal because Prophet is dead and they want to come back with more ultimates. So they're happy to give Guangzhou some cap. They know they're on 97 themselves as Seoul. So at this point, hold on to the Primal, come back and use it for another situation. As Guangzhou Charge do equalize on ultimates, so this is a lot more playable from Charge now.
Bionade flips on the 2. Prophet still plays through that, finds the kill on the far way. Sound barrier perfectly timed as the Death Blossom gets dropped in. Fitz, however, still going to die. There'll be a trade out on the Soldier 76s, though. Still a trade up for the side of the Dynasty as it's now a 3-for-1. Jumping forward, they're looking for Unique. They take him low, they force him out of position, and now he needs to be the one to try to touch. He's going to be slept. He will manage to make this contest. Mayhem quickly cleans up the kill, and now they look for Trong. Pinned into the corner. The body block from Smurf is absolutely massive. That forces the nano out from far away, trying to keep Trong alive and in the fight. Medium energy here for now, looking for a target, trying to make his exit, but Prophet will give his life for the Pulse Bomb kill. It's the elimination in the end as they look to clean up the rest of the members here on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Choice A1 taken out of the fight. Mayhem going aggressive, lunging around the corners, looking for a target. Won't find one, but the Seoul Dynasty will find a round victory here on City Center, 165% to start it off.
And Fitz really, I think, had a pretty monstrous game there as well, because what you have is Smurf and Prophet kind of taking so much of the attention away from the Guangzhou Charge. I think a lot of Fitz kind of had a free game where I don't think he was really pressured that much, except for the one time, you know, he does die when he's looking for an angle and hiding and trying to lurk, right? But Prophet even getting himself killed via the Pulse Bomb ends up being pretty worth, because getting rid of Krong, especially on a Pulse Bomb, which should be rare. You're playing Tracer to Zarya, which I spent some time during our last matchup talking about how that is a difficult thing to do. The fact that he still finds this and, oh, okay, he recalls into it. I think Krong probably didn't do that on purpose. Krong looked like he was just moving If Krong actually knew where Prophet's recall location was, that would have been way too 9 here, but I'll call that one an accidental kill bit. A 1-for-1. Smurf comes out on a Ryan for this map.
He does change it up a bit. We've seen Smurf feeling a lot more comfortable as of late with some of these tank change-ups. A little bit rough at the beginning, but now he's definitely been able to steady out a bit more. Minor skirmishing so far, finding too many connections as developed, trying to find some heads to put some arrows through. Wall cutting off the vision there from far away, making sure that he can't push out any sleep darts, any heals to his teammates. They force the reposition. Now Prophet well out onto the flank. Wraps around that far left side, looks for a little bit more. Wall comes up, they look for the cutoff. Everybody just piling up over top of it as Smurf takes a little nap. Fitz will end up falling off screen. Choice A1 finding that elimination. Now look for a little bit more, but they still don't control the point. It's still being capped for the moment by the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Another wall goes up, Prophet forced to ice block. Self-protected as Smurf loses out on the shield, tries to make his exit.
Wow, Choi.
Sliver of HP remaining though, and will get cleaned up as Choice A1. Yeah, he's going absolutely nuclear, comes up with 3 kills.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the opening pick right to force the 5v4. Seoul Dynasty get no value off these May walls. The first wall that actually came up was pretty decent from Prophet, but you see the response from far away was, we're going to get the sleep onto Smurf. Saves the life of Krong, who I think actually got caught. Unique was fine because he could just go over that wall. Really, it was Krong that Smurf and Prophet were looking for. And Seoul Dynasty, they've given up the Ryan composition now. They've kind of said, okay, this is too hard to play. We're not shutting down Choi. Nano out from far away off the Krong now as they get Prophet down.
Yeah, Prophet is going to be eliminated. Krong building up, grab nearly online, has it available. Shouldn't need to use it in the fight, but he's going to do it all the same spot. Smurf by himself. The Nano comes out in response to the creative and try to keep him alive, and they successfully do so. In the meantime, cleanup kills come through onto the DPS members of the Guangzhou Charge. They lose out on both. Krong trying to play forward versus this high-energy Smurf. Just charging up around the corner, takes him low. Sound barrier going to be dropped in by Unique, shields up just about everybody. Answering barrier now here from Vindem. Prophet is eliminated first and foremost, so they do not have their Genji in the fight. He is not building up for a Dragon Blade, and that's already been moving very slowly. Still only at 30%. Attack flies are about to come up. The blade is there from Choice A1. It's on top of Fitz yet again. Finds that elimination. Jumps right in on top of Creative's head. Will slice Vindheim for a kill. Prophet on the return. Will find Choice A1, but it's a little too late here for Seoul Dynasty in the fight.
I mean, Seoul Dynasty trying their best to save members there. Bubble, the boot from Vindheim as well, and still Choice A1 converts on the secondary kill. He's actually going to go towards the Tracer now, which is really interesting because I think the Genji has been so good so far. Dragon Strike coming on through.
Grab from Smurf, didn't quite see where that one went, but Prophet dead to the Dragon Strike. Looks like he ends up coming up with 2 anyway. Fitz now popping the tack visor, getting melted down. It looks like this just might be 100-0 in response from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. 9% left to go. Smurf is swapping over to the ball.
Yep, it is legal, but I don't think it's very good. This is just going to be one of those moments where Smurf knows he's got a touch. He's not going to do another Doom. They've touched, so technically not C9, but they're not going to win.
Yeah, one after the other. They will manage to touch and they will go down. That is 100% now to 0 in return. What a round for the Guangzhou Charge. Absolutely putting their foot down.
But I got to say, Seoul coming through with a Rhine is just such a... I think it is totally valid on a map like University in this 3-round series for Oasis. Unfortunately, they couldn't find value on the ice walls. Prophet, initial wall, decent. Secondary wall, not great. While that's all happening, Choi Si-hwan dancing around the sides, jumping as Genji, looking for frags, gets one, converts further. Smurf is unable to get a brawl going against Krong at all. I mean, Seoul don't even fully, I think, invest into the brawl compositions because it's not like they're playing Lucio Bap or anything. So Seoul Dynasty swapping rather late on that Oasis, and Prophet never even got a blade, so... Choi and the rest of Guangzhou Charge just had that momentum going all the way from 0 to 100.
Well, here we go. Last round to determine who's going to be walking away victorious on Oasis. Just they want over to the Reaper. Prophet matching. Perfectly mirrored compositions from both of these two teams. Already, Guangzhou Charge forcing Seoul Dynasty back off the flank angle as Prophet is on a bit of a walkabout bout by himself. Gets up to the high ground, puts some pressure there on to develop. Forcing his position. Choice A1 in the meantime going to be taking a nap with Creative. Goes down. Krong finding the elimination. First cap comes in for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, snatching that up, and now Fitz finds develop. He may just be able to hold this for an extended period of time. Prophet being pooped away, but Fitz finds yet another kill, and it seems like things are looking good for Dynasty. sleep here on to Fitz, but no one really, I was going to say no one to capitalize. It's going to be unique. Never mind. The man is just putting up numbers. 2 kills for him. He's looking for a little bit more. It's the right-click boot back here onto Prophet, trying to keep Far Away alive, but as the rest of the Dynasty do collapse, Unique is just run out of options, has to watch his fellow support die.
It's Combat Lucio Day on Oasis, both Vindame and Unique, putting up some frags on the kill feed. Good opening camp from the Seoul Dynasty, and they hold it as well, despite the heroics of Unique. It was Fitz and Prophet to get those opening 3 kills. Prophet looking to challenge that high ground as well. No ultimates to play through, but Smurf is absolutely outpacing Krong by a mile.
That he is. 75 towards, compared to 43% right now here for Krong. Smurf to build this up rather rapidly, throws a bubble down on a Prophet, trying to get some energy, but so far he's been fairly starved of it. Bubble's now on cooldown. Choice A1 down to half HP. Has to make his exit. Will be able to do so safely. Attack visor as well. Slight outpacing here as Fitz gets his first develop. Not too far off. Now has it. There's going to be the nano. Invested. He pops it. He's looking for a target. He's going to find Vindame first and foremost. Now gets Prophet. The grab is there from Smurf, but with Prophet out of the fight, there's just not enough damage to try to turn this. Fitz now, though, does pop his own. The nano's going to be used on the Smurf to try to keep him alive. He finds an initial kill on the Choice A1. The Seoul Dynasty still hold the point. Creative, however, taken out. Now it's just all on Vindame to try to offer up some healing. The Smurf desperately needs some of it. 88 HP remaining as he goes up to the high ground to try to contest. He gets to 100 energy. Threatens the soldier but cannot get the kill. Looks like it's just a matter of time now as Prophet tries to extend this to 99. Won't be able to do so. The flip will come through, but Dynasty with a massive lead here on the point.
A great healing from the Guangzhou Charge as well. The sound barrier coming on in. Far Away going for a defensive bio nade, keeping everyone alive. Most importantly, develop so you can get those frags using that nano visor. Seoul Dynasty fits his own visor, not enough to respond. Smurf had a lot of energy. We were watching him at nearly 100, but lacking supports and lacking healing, there's only so much he can do. Choi, looking to farm up this Death Blossom. Death Blossom should be the next port of call, but Krong will do one of those grabs Fury did a little bit earlier. So 2 in the same day.
Little Nene maneuver right there. Sound barrier going to be dropped in by Vindame, and Prophet says, okay, it's go time. Only going to find one with the Death Blossom, but stands back up, 18 HP. Then he falls down to, gets the Wraith Walk off. Choi tries to answer, but it's way too overzealous. They are so disengaged to get some healing back through. And it finds absolutely nothing. Now the staggers are there, both supports eliminated. See Develop swapping over to the Tracer is going to have to be the one to touch. He does force out the overtime, but he ends up falling. Creative finding the kill. Now Krong dead. Unique is trying to get there, but just can't quite make it happen. And the Dynasty will respond in kind. A very dominant last round here on Garden to close out Oasis.
And that's that 94 lead that Seoul Dynasty had on that Gardens that they can really use through a charge. Have to win every single fight, hoping that after shutting down Prophet's Death Blossom, that Choi's own Death Blossom would be the answer. I don't know if I saw a bubble there or not, but Choi goes in. You said overzealous. I don't know if he had the right support. Maybe he was just overzealous. But in either case, doesn't find them the map win. And for the Guangzhou Charge, happy that they did pick up University, but I think Seoul Dynasty were maybe a little bit off meta, which sounds weird because, you know, Smurf is a main tank and Ryan should be good for him, but I just felt they didn't really play the full Ryan comp. Maybe they could have tried that. A little unsure there. Choice of 1 popped off on the Genji, and Guangzhou Charge got 1 out of 2 there, but won't get the map overall.
No, they will not. Well, there you go. A 1-0 start for the side of the Seoul Dynasty, who are trying to get another sweep. Clean 3-0 under their belts. This is the right foot forward for them. Guangzhou Charge, though, still looking fairly competitive, especially on that second round, but we'll see how they fare going into map number 2. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes. I did it. I finally made the mistake. There we go. I'm muted. Welcome back, everybody. We're just one map into this series between the Seoul Dynasty and the Guangzhou Charge, as Dynasty were able to take the lead on Oasis 1-0. That also makes Avril and I 1-1 on mic mistakes. But yeah, I'm excited to go into the second map, see how they pile it. And hey, look what I found during the break. I've got a gray button-up shirt, just like you. I'm going to throw it on, and now we look like twins.
Good, because we were supposed to be matching today. You didn't. You clearly didn't follow the memo. Now, if we only matched our lighting, we could really look like twins if we matched our lighting properly. This is our uniform for today before we go and fight whatever we fight in the Marvel universe. But in any case, that was a Doctor Strange and Wong reference for those that didn't get it. Circuit Royale is where we're headed. Obviously, no substitutions here because there's no other tank available for Seoul, and well, there is another tank available for Charge, but this is an off-tank map, so we're going to play more Zarya. Same as usual here. Don't expect too many different things in comps outside of Widowmakers. The Develop versus Fits will be the talking point as far as Widow battles will go. I'm pretty sure every team on this map is just running Widow now. You really can't not, as soon as one team does get a lot of value off of that one. And could be more Reaper play coming on through beyond that. Potential for Genji there as well. Prophet played a tiny bit of Genji. Prophet hasn't played that much Genji so far, I feel, compared to everyone else. He's played a lot of Tracer, though.
There he has. So they have pieced together for us here. As, yeah,
delicious.
I know Prophet, just keep teasing it. Not gonna happen. No one's gonna play the Sojourn. We only see it in overtime.
With leave. Only leave and only in overtime.
He's the only one.
He says he does it, by the way. He says he does it because it's OT and people might not notice that he swapped and he might be able to get sneaky with it. But I still don't buy that enough. No, that doesn't do it for me still.
I don't think that adds up, considering that every time we've seen him do it, he basically just has to rush the cart. So it's not like he's able to go on like any kind of flank mission or anything like that. He just
and it's not really faster than Tracer. It's not faster than Tracer. It doesn't have the survivability Tracer. I don't know. Really nice kind of bubble whip hookshot play by Develop there, but Fitch doesn't die. Nothing really happens. I think maybe Develop hits somebody. Develop's on 12 charges. He's definitely hitting something. Prophet's got to go for... Oh, they're playing double hit scan even. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so we've got double sniper with the Sigma here from Smurf. Try to cut off those sights from Develop.
This is like full poke. Yeah, there's a full poke composition, and it's even got to be pocketed. Pocketed Ash, I believe, is what that is.
Okay, well, Prophet finds one. Far away, taken down. Creative out of the fight, but Vinay quick on the res. Puts him right back into the mix, and Fitz will scope in. Takes the head off of Choi Se-Wan. Barrier removed for just a moment. Develop playing with long sight lines right up here through main, but the rest of the team is just dying, and he's got to hightail it the hell out of there.
That's why you got rubber shoulders, man. Creative. Get that damage on the back. Seoul Dynasty pushing on forward, not a lot of resistance from the charge. We'll be interested to see what Choi Se-Wan wants to do here. Is he going to stay on the Tracer? The problem I have with Tracer on a map like this is there's not that many great angles to play, especially on A. It's just one lane. There's nowhere to flank. You can't really get behind the team. Even Choi's positioning now, he's on like a dive angle, but no one can really dive with him. So yeah, it's going to be interesting for him. Smurf's just solo pushing, unimpeded.
Yep, smooth the cart forward. Krong finally swings out from indoors to contest him just a bit. Bubbles expiring as Fitz right up and closer with Unique, but Prophet comes to the rescue, spraying down unscoped. Is that elimination? Now they look to finish this first point with plenty of time remaining. Farway taken down. Smurf finds that elimination. High energy here for the side of Krong, but the Discord Orb is in. Creative's got the headshots, and you know what? It's not what we expected, but I am loving this from the Dynasty right now.
And we don't see a lot of Zen. Again, this is not on the Zen kick patch, you can see, because Zen doesn't have 225 HP. So this isn't even the super buff Zen. This is like standard Zen that usually otherwise wouldn't get gameplay. You'd probably even question why you'd play it. But credit to the Seoul coaching staff who've kind of formulated and created this composition. It is demolishing the Charge, because Charge, their team needs to kind of brawl with the Zarya to overrun this Sigma, but Seoul have just got everything under lock. They got all these angles to play through. You can't walk up. Choi needs to look for a boss bomb. Gets one. That's good, but it could get rezzed.
And it will. But hey, putting him back into the fight very quickly. Choi Se-Wan just kicking it behind on the stairway, trying to stay alive. And Vinay pulls out his pistol, and he's going to headshot kill Develop. The Battle Mercy getting into the action. Choice A1 tries to dive into the back, saw a low HP member there on the side of the
It's a
Dynasty,
wash.
but could not get the kill. And yeah, this is just a steamroll right now. They are crushing the Charge.
I mean, you could argue this is kind of like a low healing comp as well, but they're not even taking damage. Like Seoul, all they got to do, if Charge look like they want to get aggressive, Seoul back out a little bit, they outpoke Charge
test.
entirely. Trance is available now, so at best, Charge will force out this Trance with a grab.
Sun there on to Krong, does hold the grab. Medium energy thus far, the Trance already going to be used. Smurf not going to be able to get the kinetic. Will go ahead, try to keep himself alive now, but ends up getting
Trance too
melted
early.
down. Good anti out onto him. Forces the hand of the Dynasty, forces that kill to come through. The rest of the team now retreating back, Vinheim falling low, just trying to stay ever elusive, but can't quite escape here from Krong. Manages to push you forward, find that elimination. The support's now out of the fight. Dynasty gonna have to reset. That being said, Krong still taking a hell of a lot of damage. Prophet gets it.
Yeah, it took a while, but Prophet getting one on the way. I had a fun step before Prophet got that kill. My fun fact so far for this map was that Creative had more final blows, equal final blows compared to Prophet and Fitz together. So that's 6. Creative has still got 6 final blows. Prophet had 4, Fitz had 2. Now Prophet's got 5, so they combine now the Prophet's duo has more than Creative, but previously that Zen was fragging out of this world. As the composition does change slightly.
We saw the man getting his massage before the game started. He was ready to carry as the Owl swapped over onto the Ana, obviously. And Choice they wanted far away, both going to get picked. Nice little dink into the back of the head there onto Krong, just softening up the Zarya. Fitz going for the pop shot. Doesn't take much to kill Develop off. Gets it all the same. There's the cleanup and the cap on B. A little bit of time bought, but still going to be 3.5 minutes now for the final stretch for the Dynasty.
And you're probably wondering, okay, why did they change compositions here? It seemed like the poke comp was working outside of losing the fight because I guess the Trance was popped a little early compared to where the Grav was. They're actually gearing up for C. They don't want to be playing Sigma poke on towards a C push, so they change early that they're already on their preferable C composition while not even having Cat B yet because they're confident that they can come back Cat B using this comp and then just transfer and scale directly into C. And Prophet might even consider switching a little bit later on because now that Smurf's on Zarya, you do actually want a Reaper there as well. So the Bob will come out to play for the next fight, then ideally Prophet dies and goes to Reaper.
See if he does. But now just holding on, just moving up the
Or
cart.
even a Genji or a Hanzo.
I mean, he's like, yeah, I can just contest the high ground, sends the Bob in, there's the sleep. Far away dealing with that for now. See if Bob finds any value once he does wake up. He's going to turn his sights over to Unique, whose shield is rather low. A little bit of chip damage. Bob will make his grand exit. The cart, however, has gained so much space that has already moved up just in front of the point. Prophet receiving the bubble. That's going to cleanse off the ante. And you can see Dynasty disengaging for just a moment.
Seems like the Bob was enough. I mean, you put in a Bob that gets slept, but then Charge fall asleep at the wheel a little bit. Choi now going deep, slept immediately.
Oh boy. Great sleep there from Creative. Throws out an Ana onto Vinheim as well just to keep him alive. Choice they want has to make his exit. Effectively just not getting to play the game at all there for about 6 seconds. Bubble out from Smurf. He's waiting for that to expire. Now starts throwing in the right clicks. Nade comes down. They're trying to keep Smurf sustained.
Oh,
Seems like they're doing a good treat of it. Now he's going to throw the grab. Bubbles expiring here. Choice they want the first focus target. They will find the elimination. They're looking for a little bit more. Counter grab and a bit of a panic. Krong trying to keep them contained, trying to keep himself alive. Cannot do so. Is backed into a corner. That will be the extended wipe coming through. Far away, nothing that he can do. As has to let the cart roll in. And it's 1 minute and 38 seconds here as Seoul Dynasty complete Circuit Royale.
And Seoul just look indomitable. I mean, Seoul's performance, even with, the hiccup on University, still look like the cleanest team, the highest caliber team, certainly look better than Shanghai. They, I think they lost to, actually, Hangzhou in the early games that we had, but regardless of that, I mean, they're looking
Yeah, they did.
damn on fire. Creative in particular, holy cow, what is going on? Insane final blows on that Zen, comes back on an Ana, just starts destroying that sleep dart onto a Nano Choi, which would have been, that's the comeback for Guangzhou Charge. And I said earlier in the pre-show before we got into this, Creative somehow always lands the perfect sleep dart on the exact target that they need it on. Out of 5 targets, one of them is the highest priority, and Creative will always find that highest priority target somehow, some way. Then the pocket healing onto Smurf when he was in trouble. Smurf didn't go down, he was caught, Creative just keeps him up. Insane stuff.
Yeah, I mean, just pumping him with heals, and then the instant sleep as Choice One tries to come out. You see the Nano
Saves
there,
Vinheim.
just to make sure that Unique can't get the kill on the Vinheim. Beautifully done by Creative, who is maybe trying to put himself up there for a player of the match. And right now, you know what?
It's that
Creative,
shoulder massage.
I'm buying it.
Shoulder massage. If every player needs a 5-minute shoulder massage before we get on in, because it's making all the difference.
Yeah, time to hire some more. I don't know what the plural
masseuses.
masseuse would be. Masseuses.
Masseuses.
Masseuse.
Unleash the heat. Masseuse. Unleash the masseuse.
Yeah, big masseuse on the dynasty there. Now, on the attack, Guangzhou Charge. Let's see what they can get done. Choice A1. Not, not going to be feeling like going for a double sniper attack, just like we saw from the Dynasty. He goes to the skies with the Echo. Pocket is there from Unique. Go for the jump shot. He's looking for Fitz. He might have just spotted him there right as he hits the ground.
That would have been shot of the year if he lands that onto Prophet as he's falling down from the hook and Prophet's going up. We'll just play this one slowly. Again, no Sigma for Smurf. He's looking for a fight in the Zarya versus Zarya heads up. Main tank player on Zarya versus off tank player on Zarya. It's a good time, and Smurf has been. Well, he's actually quite low at the moment.
Yeah, does get beamed down there.
He's been dominating, but he's dead.
Making use of that kit. Now Farway as well, finding Prophet. Gets the shots through. Let's develop. We'll get another piece of the puzzle, and the cart now has a considerable amount of space opened up for it. Krong just going to be taking a little bit of a nap. Still is being brought forward. And that's already over halfway to point A here for the side of the Charge.
It's a good amount of progress off the back of Choice A1. To do something about this, they are kind of letting Choice A1 getting away with it when, Widowmaker's kind of there to keep them in check. Prophet also can. Well, he's probably going to have a harder time because he's not being pocketed. I think that's also going to make a difference. The Unique pocket versus Vindame on the Brig. There it is. Fitz will trying to finally take on Choice A1, but should get rezzed.
Didn't quite see where it happened. Looks like, yeah, they're not going to be able to get that res. The rest of the Dynasty just rushing forward to make sure that they cannot bring him back into the fight. So, time bought. There'll be 2 minutes remaining in the time bank here. Not too much further to go, though, for the side of the Guangzhou Charge to go ahead and get that 2.5-minute top-up on the time bank.
This, by the way, is the most important part for Vindame to find success, because this is where they can brawl, right? The reason why they're playing Brig Zarya is because they're more focused on the ground game, whereas Unique pocketing on the Mercy. It's more focused on allowing guys like Choice F1 and Develop to get the kills. Now it's 5v4.
Yep, really great capitalization there. Choice A1 putting himself in the perfect spot to take down Fitz after that initial bit of damage. Rushing up, Krong just zoning everybody back. There's the cap coming through. Time added to the time bank, and it's still 100 energy. Needs to be feared right now.
Smurf should die.
With the sliver of HP. I mean, where is he? They can't find him. The bubbles come back up, and he's narrowly surviving. Choice A1 really pursuing deep for it. We'll find that elimination. Let's see, they might get Prophet as well, and they do. This is huge value here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge.
This kind of stagger is exactly what they need, because they're behind on time. They got slowed down considerably on A, and this free push is perfect. I mean, those super late kill Smurf running away on 1 HP, and they do that because Creative and Vindame were the 2 players that actually got taken down by the Charge. So all these other guys taking poke on their way out, those exit frags can't get healed up, so perfect opportunity to extend their lead as far as kills go.
Good bubble out on the pitch will keep him alive. The Nano as well going to be invested onto the Widowmaker. Unideal
that
for
can't
sure
be
here
right.
for the side of the Dynasty, but that's a bit of a panic. Someone getting jumped on, they wanted to save him. Unfortunately, they committed a hell of a lot of resources to it. Prophet now dead to a poison trap. Grab will come through. Counter grab going to be lobbed in a little bit too deep there, and Fitz. They might not have the Nano now, but he's still managing to find some value. That's what a choice they want. Rally rolling the grab right here. Does contest the cart, though. Bionade slapped down. Counternade is in. Smurf goes out. Vindame will manage to survive. They're still going to try to contest this card right here. As Prophet goes in, gets the duplicate, says, yeah, you got rid of my Zarya. I will just become the Zarya. Builds up some energy, tries to get the grab online. Everybody's contained in that corner right now. If he could get it ready to go, it would be absolutely massive for him. He spots him. He's going to lob it in, pulls together, Develop, and far away. So far the kill's not being found yet, but as he goes back into his Echo form, will be able to have it. Now Krong, the last one standing, stands no chance. And as the bubble expires, the beam will finish him off.
Good decision making there by Prophet. He understands not going to beat Krong in the 1 versus 1, because even though you duplicated Zarya, your max HP is 300. Krong's max HP is like 475, so go for that backline. Huge grab. The backline tries to split. They both get caught anyway. You clean that one up, you do win that fight. But remember, Charge did all of this and got that distance 4v5, because somebody was solo pushing the payload the whole time. And Charge started a fight inside the casino of that C point 4v5 and nearly won it still.
Narrow margins there. Not too much further to go. Need to get this cap onto B pretty soon here if they want to have a greater time bank finish than the Seoul Dynasty. Granted, they still need to, of course, push through the final stretch of the point. So work is definitely cut out for them right now. This Prophet takes back to the skies. He'll apply some pressure here. Just hoping that somebody will kind of walk into one of these left clicks.
Nano nearly available for creative here, so that's something that they need to walk up forward with very quickly. Depending on Smurf's energy, it probably will go on him.
Solo grab on Smurf. The Nano comes out in response. Gets anti there for the moment, but then Prophet gets on top of him. Sicky bombs finish off Prong far away out of the fight. Just like that, we'll dip below a minute remaining as these members of the Guangzhou Charge need to exit or they need to die. Get that fast reset. See them buying some time here. Hunting choice they want down on the low ground.
And this, by the way, will be the biggest difference maker in terms of the slowdown, because in this exact same scenario, Seoul have already capped, they're already on C, already pushing through C, making massive distances. We're going to head into the OT for the Guangzhou Charge, and if they do cap, they can't match time anymore, because it's 1:38 for Seoul.
Yeah.
And Charge, they'll be lucky to finish the map with this kind of pacing. They've kind of lost all momentum. They were doing such a great job exiting A, going on B, but since Seoul kind of, you know, stabilized off the back of Prophet duplicating Azaria, it's been in Seoul's hands.
That very much has been, and they have the ult advantage quite massively here with Prophet nearly to that next duplicate. Far away, trying to build up the Nano. Otherwise, they're still a ways away from the Blade. Grab lobbed in, Smurf gets right in on top of them. Krong first to fall, Fitz finds the kill. Smurf back on his feet, looking for another target. Stabilizes, sees Unique, knows that he needs to go down. Is this tankiest one to try to contest the cart. And that will be the cleanup. Choice they want, just a little bit too late to arrive. He does have a blade. He's looking for some kills. The map is over. Seoul Dynasty will take Circuit Royale. A great start from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. They're on that attack, but unfortunately, like you said, the momentum, it really slipped out of their fingers. That hold from Prophet, getting the duplicate onto Krong, buying so much time with Azaria, it was a bit of an ankle breaker, it felt like, there for Charge. They weren't able to recover after that.
We've seen plenty of duplicates fumble as well. When you dupe somebody, you're instantly out of the duplicate. I mean, I think that's been the average dupe, but that dupe from Prophet was goddamn. I mean, that really was the difference maker, because Smurf died 4v5, or maybe even worse, can't remember who was alive. Seoul looking like they were probably going to lose the fight if Prophet missed dupes. And crazily enough, by the way, most of the Echo players I've seen have been duplicating non-tanks. They've been duplicating Arnes and all sorts of other plays, not the tank. Prophet's like, why would I do that? Of course I'm going to take the Zarya. Does and wins.
Well, big plays from Prophet, big plays from the entirety of the Dynasty there, but Charge down but not out. Still keeping things relatively competitive, just the stars haven't aligned yet for them. Need to maintain that momentum when they have it, and then maybe they'll be able to take us into a map win. King's Row is going to be coming up next as we get ready to head to Hybrid, so we'll see if they can get it done there and start to work towards a reverse sweep. Otherwise, the Dynasty are looking to string together back-to-back sweeps. Don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back, potentially going into our final map of this series. Seoul Dynasty currently leading 2-0. They get Circuit Royale, looking very one-sided. Charge, good start on their attack, but unfortunately they lose the momentum. It all falls flat, and they cannot get to point B. Now we turn our sights over to Kings Row to see if the Charge can stabilize. They've shown moments of brilliance here, Avril. They've shown they absolutely can be competitive, but it just hasn't really made it. They haven't been able to really keep doing it throughout an entire map to be able to get a win.
It's this whiplash from the Guangzhou Charge. I think yesterday's reverse sweep is similar, right? Where Charge looked great for 2 maps, and the next 3 maps it's falling apart. And here we're seeing it within the actual maps itself. We're specifically looking at that Circuit Royale. Yeah, Charge looked like a completely different team. It looked like Seoul and Charge just kind of swapped sides from it. We swapped the nameplates. Who's playing who here? Charge, Dynamite, destroying Seoul. And then one perfect dupe later, Seoul are back to themselves. Charge are back to their old selves as well. And we're back to where we started. So it is unfortunate to see the Charge here. Again, I don't think we really expected them to win today. Seoul is, to me, the best team. Maybe the second best team, depending on who's better between them and Hangzhou right now. Charge, They're struggling. They're making a bit of a comeback, but it's not enough to take down a juggernaut like Seoul right now. Can they make another reverse sweep? Can they make a reverse sweep happen? They got reverse swept, which is to say that they started up 2-0 and couldn't finish it up. So this time they don't even get to start up 2-0. It's that hard.
Yep, a very difficult spot to be in here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but again, if they can just keep it together for a map, they've shown that they absolutely can play at that level that is necessary to be able to deal with the Dynasty, be able to deal with Prophet and Fitz, take down Smurf in that front line. It's just, they often do it, and then one little thing goes south, and it all starts to really unravel from there. Let's see, though, moving back over to one of the most played, most standard maps in competitive Overwatch history. We'll see if they can get it done on Kings Row.
Ready.
Seoul Dynasty back on the Smurf, like. Winston, and the compositions are, I mean, the great thing about Smurf now, and this is what I think makes him one of the top tanks, is the flexibility coming on through. And now Seoul Dynasty are really, don't get baited by the Orisa, not happening. Seoul Dynasty are really now, I think, reaping the rewards of selecting the right solo tank, not having to rely on a second tank on the roster at all. You got your 2-time champion here. He knows what he's doing, and he can also play off tanks and the Doomfist. I mean, Smurf was on Sigma, for Christ's sakes, and doing well. He's been on the Doomfist. He's been on the Zarya.
There's been smatterings of that Sigma, but it's pretty few and far between when you do get to see that rush push coming through quickly around the corner.
There's only one map that gets played on, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, Prophet shifting over to the Genji. They were rushing into Hotel, got a sleep onto Krong, and then everybody made a swift exit. Prophet now thinking better of it. Looks like he's going to move off the Genji now over onto the Echo. Okay.
Well, they're doing a lot of bit of soul searching, I think, to find that right comp. Just a few more members. Okay, now it is going to be the Winston. He was thinking about the Zarya. And they just want to play dive. They're looking at the back line of Guangzhou thinking this is pretty diveable.
They also, want to be able to get in on top of Develop if necessary. Tracer, try to go ahead and scout out the position. See the ping coming down. Smurf, though, taking a hell of a lot of damage, and he's going to be dead in transit. Great shot from Develop. Good setup there from Choice A1 to really soften up the Winston. The elimination. And Prophet going to be forced to recall, and I think he thought that Develop pulled back into the hallway. He did not. He re-peeked. He gets that kill. It's now going to be taking a nap. Looks like he's safely inside the movie theater, but as I say that, Krong will get the elimination. So far, so good here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge.
And now they're pushing up as well. I mean, they're on the double decker here. They've pushed up to the theater even, and at this point, Seoul trying to break out of spawn first and foremost. Seoul need to be the team that kind of pull that trigger, but it's hard for them. Like, really, they need to dive onto Faraway, right? But he is being bodyguarded by Unique's Brig. They would also like Develop, but they have to kind of play around the hookshot timings. Smurf and Prophet as that diving duo has been the difference maker in the past, especially yesterday versus Fusion. They need to see that setup again now where Prophet can land on Smurf together for targets.
For now, it's going to be everybody piling in to the Graviton Surge. Choice A1 taking a nap there for just a moment, but does still get the sticky bomb through to Vindheim to find the elimination. point for now as Fitz is going on a big wrap around the back. Helix rockets, and the shot's not really connecting onto Develop. Only gets a little bit of chip damage there onto the Widowmaker. Wrap around into the bar. I mean, he is just going on a huge flank here, but he needs to find some value. You got Smurf occupying space, drawing attention at the front. Well, Fitz tries to offer up some damage from the back. Sends another Helix rocket, rotates back over towards the high ground. Does have that tac visor, and that's been enough of a pull for them to nearly get 2 ticks. The recontest will finally come in. Choice A1 now going to be nanoed up, gets in on top of Creative, beams him down to death. For a little bit more as Mayhem just plays around the bubble, trying to stay safe. The dupe comes through. He's looking now. Shifts over to the Tracer, trying to get in on top of this enemy Lucio. Recalls, keeps the dupe alive for a little bit longer, now has the pulse bump, but can he get a stick here in the last few seconds? Is the question. Moves up, searching for it, lobs it in, won't have the stick, won't get the damage, but still is going to be safe to retreat.
And where was Fitz? He actually had an insane angle. I thought Fitz was going to visor from the high ground. He must have been pushed out. No, he's actually gone all the way to the back again. Now the visor comes
still on very much in. Now the visor comes in. He's low HP, won't be able to escape, but it's already done enough. The rest of the team is piled forward through the archway. As Creative is left alone to get the cap, the team kill will come through. They'll add 2.5 minutes here to the time bank, but it's still a good amount of time bought from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Grong respawns just in time, so no split spawns to be found.
That's hilarious because I was saying the whole time, like, you know, Smurf and Prophet, they need to link up together, get these dives going, and Fitz is like, I'll do it. I'm on the back line, I'll dive with you, Smurf, and he's right there. Smurf got taken down in the early stages, so give Guangzhou Charge now the ability to play a lot closer. They want that really close hold on the archway, and they have the ultimates to do so. Now they're sort of expended most of their ultimates, minus a nano coming on up. Guangzhou's time is now to slow this payload even further and get that timing down. Like I said, they did a good job of that on A, they can do that again on B.
Yep, absolutely. This is one of the most impregnable positions in Overwatch, you know, to try to break through. It's, most people would say probably, you know, what, this and then Hangar on Gibraltar can be 2 of the toughest places to try to break through. So far, though, Dynasty are shoving the charge quite far back towards point B. Wrong going down. Gives them not a lot to stand behind. And this Prophet comes up with 2, looking for a little bit more. Just chipping away, looking for some damage, looking to build up for another dupe.
I think a lot of that charge forward pressure has to come from the grab, but Krong dies at 99, so just not quite there. Nano not quite there from far away either to make that save happen. If they get the grab, they play it based off the Bionade as well. That could be a really good team fight win from Guangzhou Charge, but now they can no longer hold close. They have to try and retake and come back in with this, but Smurf's already in the back line.
That he is, playing up above. Pretty darn close now to having that primal as well. So look to displace everybody off the cart should he need to, or survive if he gets solo grabbed by Krong. He's going to drop down, he's diving into the back lines, he's looking for develop, grabs the Mega Pack, receives a bubble. Be safe for now. Smurf now in a bit of an awkward spot, waits it out, goes low, pops the primal rage. Now looks for a little bit more, diving in, shoving everybody away. The sleep dart will finally connect. They get the kill, we'll have to just wait and see. They're looking for it. Yes, they will manage to finish him off, but the cart in the meantime got capped. So it's still down to shy of 3 minutes remaining for the Seoul Dynasty for the final stretch of the map. Charge do get a little bit of a forward position established.
It's a sad Graviton Surge is what that was from Krong. Perfectly played by Smurf. The fact that he baits the grab and it's like, what are you going to do with this? I have a primal, you just simply can't kill me. They chase him down and get him, but at what cost, right? Because the point was already capped off the back of some great movement from Smurf and great initiation from Smurf onto that backline, forcing the pressure to be on towards him and allowing that recap.
There's one looking for the assassination. They're on it. Fitz can't quite make it happen, and now he is angry. Pushing back forward here.
Rally canceled.
For another target. Quite a bit of damage going through. As the kills come flying. Choice they want dead on the back there. Prophet finding him. His spot far away. Fitz trying to get into a position to maybe get some shots across. Takes him low. Almost gets the finish. Looks like far away will manage to stay alive.
They don't build the rallies like they used to, Achilles. It used to give you armor. Now it's just that green health. Fitz will completely tear right through it. By Unique, charge down on their last leg, still got ultimates to play through. Soul though, similar ultimates, and I think the sound barrier, you're very good here to counter develop it. What are we going to do with these duplicates? We've already seen Prophet basically win a map off a duplicate. If he does that again, copies Krong's Zarya, could be dynamite.
Beam goes out, finds Prophet, gets the elimination, no dupe to be found. More time bought. A little bit pull away here from some of the members on the side of the Dynasty as Fitz just continues to hold the high ground. Now he's going to be taking a nap, but Fintame is here to body block. Sees the push up, gets the boom. Fitz still falling low, but still
great healing.
Will survive, at least for now. Good healing coming in. Prophet now goes for the duplicate. Finds Krong yet again. Now there's an extra Zarya in the fight. Nano goes out on the Fitz just to keep help keep him alive. Falls low, sound barrier, even committed here. All just to keep hitting Private Fitz alive. So far it's working a treat. Prophet running out of time, however, doesn't quite build up for the grab. Gets in the last few seconds of the duplicate, now loses out on it, but Choice One is instantly broken away from his.
Seoul Dynasty still have place to walk through. I don't know if they can cap yet because Vindame has to very quickly come back from... Well, he doesn't even really want to play the Lucio. He's got Moira and then Bat. And to really groove up with the Bat, Seoul have to wait. They can't push here, so they have to wait for Vindame. They lose all forward pressure. And we're running out of time now. Seoul's ability to cap is diminishing.
That it is. Vindame will be joining in now. Jumps up over the top, doesn't play the high ground, stays low, just starts pumping out heals. Seeing what he can get done. Smurf falling low, pops a bubble, grabs come out, trading. There's the immortality field. It keeps Smurf in the fight at least for a little bit longer. Kwong eventually does find that elimination after the Velp is able to clear the immortality field. Prophet getting unique. Krong now swapping over to the Doomfist, looking to join back in as we enter into overtime. Choice One with the sort of HP. Fitz finally gets him in the end. He looks rockets flying from both sides. Fitz has to reposition, pulls back away, breaks line of sight for just a moment. As Prophet receives the nano boost and looks for the elimination. He's got it. Krong melted down, and now it's all on Unique. Nanoed up the brig is here on the point, trying to play in, and oh man, what a shield bash. Takes himself back onto safe and solid ground, but still is met with death upon his return. Fitz will emote as they do manage to crash the cart here into the end of the map.
Amazing damage from Prophet. Taking down Krong in that way, giving them a tank advantage. And Smurf also comes back on the Doom. They just have to get past the Nano, right? You know, you would have loved it if the Nano went onto Krong instead of keeping him alive longer, but I just don't think that play was linked up. Maybe Krong died too early, Farway wasn't there, who knows, but for Charge, it looked like they could potentially hold on. Time was in their favor, respawn advantage was in their favor, but the damage wasn't there. Prophet did it all. Fitz was outputting it as well. And the Vindame Bat, I'm still 50-50 on that one, but yeah, I mean, I guess a lamp did keep Smurf alive just that much longer, didn't save his life at the end of the day. Hard to get value on a lamp these days when you have soldiers so deep in the meta that can pretty quickly kind of delete that immortality field, right? So yeah. It's not my favorite sort of pick from Vindame there. I think he could have come back on the Lucio, but Seoul Dynasty will get it across the line off the back of, I think, Prophet at the end of the day.
Well, they managed to make it work, but no time left in the bank. Guangzhou Charge. We'll see if they can get a finish on the map with, over a minute. Deny Seoul Dynasty from getting any extra innings. Otherwise, I mean, first and foremost, you got to take the step. Finish the map. Worry about that, then worry about how much time is left in it. If they can get there also in OT. Both teams will operate with a minute. Belt now. Opening with the Widowmaker, sends a couple shots over towards Smurf. Looks like he's thinking about sticking with the pick for a little bit longer. But isn't moving forward, so he's just looking for any kind of target that might show their face.
He's got a decent amount of range difference coming through via Fitz on the Soldier. Smurf probably could have played the Winston here. I mean, when you see the Tracer, you're really thinking it should be probably the Tracer Winston together, but no, it was Zarya instead. In some ways, it'll help Prophet, but because he has to play against Krong, it'll still be somewhat difficult. Neither team looking towards a Reaper. I think that could be a big difference maker, but Choi really trusting in his Echo today and Defiant wants to snipe.
That he does. Repositioning now, gets himself back up over here towards the theater. Still, though, Dynasty playing very well to just not give line of sight over to this Widowmaker whatsoever. See here, Prophet at 50%, building up towards that Pulse Bomb. Develop only at 36, and a lot of that at this point is going to be natural tick-up. Just from existing, just from being in the game on the way. I mean, he is deep in, and now he's going to be slept as he tries to go upstairs. Wow. Farway is ready for him. They get the catch, and that could be the go button here for the Charge to actually get their presence over onto the point. Start capping it up. Still going to be contested for now. Prophet taking the recall.
Charge got to go.
The shield bash there. They're diving forward. They're looking for the Tracer. Prophet taking a smattering of damage. And, oh man, actually gets chunked out even lower. Stays alive for now. The beam not going to find much. Smurf gets nanoed. That pushes him back up towards full. Now the grab is available. He's got a duck and dive around the phone box. Manages to get the catch on the Krong, and Fitz is there. Gets a couple of headshots through. Zarya's will be traded out. Develop finding that snipe, but Fitz gets rid of Choice A1. 2-for-1 special now here for the side of the Seoul Dynasty as Fitz is starting to take it over.
Fitz will get the kills at the end of the day, but that took so long. I mean, so long for the Charge to push on through. I mean, Vindame All right, well, there's his Reddit Lucio clip. I was going to say he's looking for that Reddit clip, you know, going straight into that theater, just diving with the backline. Who knows what he's actually doing? This time they'll actually find the kills. Prophet still has blinks, but gets destroyed by Develop. Can Charge make use of the 5v4 again? Last time they didn't even get a tick. That's so sad.
Okay, well now they've got the infrasight rolling, so they know everybody's position. Develop moves forward here in Hotel, and the Dynasty just waiting. So yeah, we've got to sack a good amount of this. So it looks like 2 ticks at least going to be given up. Vinheim dead yet again. That means the Dynasty win the fight, right? There's the pulse bomb. Prophet finding one. The grab goes through. Develops to have the easy headshot. Prophet trying to apply some pressure, but it comes in a little bit too late. Still gets dinged. Can't believe he actually hit that. Just wasn't a full charge shot, so can't get the elimination. Under a little bit of pressure, has to back away. Breaks line of sight from Fitz, but the cap comes through all the same. 3 minutes and 38 seconds now on the clock for the Guangzhou Charge, and they've got a good amount of ults getting ready to come up here to try to work with.
No idea how Vinheim got called that second time, but I don't know. I'll assume it was for poor reasons, but you have to get the detective to come out and kind of work that one out a little bit. But Seoul, in any regard, Develop still getting more kills, even pushing Prophet away. This guy's hitting some real shots now. Can he continue to find these shots, though? It's Prophet on a fresh ult charge. Seoul Dynasty, no position here. Charge just walking forward.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going right around the back, and there's a triple ante going through. Kwong slurping up the kills. 3 for him. Both supports plus the front line broken down. Fitz, he'll kill Develop back over by the cart, but it's not going to buy too much time.
Dude,
the cart is already so far beyond the archway.
This is Circuit Royale all over again. You know, Charge, they cap A after a little bit of back and forth, and now they're not quite spawn camping, but they're running into the choke point the Seoul Dynasty want to come out of. Solo pushing the payload. It literally is Circuit Royale again, but the problem is they still lost Circuit Royale because they didn't cap B. Can they get it done this time? Can they put up enough pressure? They have the ultimate. Prophet's not playing Echo. He can't dupe Zarya again.
No, he certainly cannot. Speaking of duplicates and duplicating Zarya's, Choice A1 copying Smurf, looking for some damage. So far, the bubble's coming in, deny a lot of it away, and they will manage to break it before they can try to get that grab online. Good amount of damage being pushed out by him. Far away, sitting well into the back. Living up to the name here. As he continues to take some shots. Prophet diving into the back lines, trying to deal with the enemy Ana, but yeah, the sleep instantly connects in onto the Tracer, and Faraway will get that kill. Smurf falling low. Was nanoed up to try to stay alive, still trying to kite back, still trying to stay in this fight. Now the sound barrier going to be used by Vinheim to try to maintain this cart control. It's 1.29 meters left to go here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, and Fitz finds an opening kill. Develop going to be taken down now. The attack visor is rolling, but the members are falling down around him. He's looking for a little bit more, but he's not going to be able to get it. He alone cannot contest this cart, so it will get pushed in. And now it's 3 minutes left for the final stretch here for the Guangzhou Charge. Again, if they can finish with more than a minute, they will stop the Dynasty from getting a second attempt in OT.
Faraway played that so well. He keeps Krong alive, puts the nano in, and then sleeps Prophet when Prophet tries to go from there. Solo kills Prophet, and by the way, I'm pretty sure Smurf wasted this grab. He did another nano grab. That could be 3 in a row now that we've seen from multiple different players. Well, he threw that one into the backline, but it did not connect. Prophet, on the other hand, will find that connection on that pulse bomb. Seoul Dynasty might be looking to recover this one properly.
Second time he's gotten a stick there onto Choice A1. Grab going to be thrown in by Krong on his dying breath. Ends up falling over. Vinheim going to be the only casualty so far for the side of the Dynasty, who now have cart control. The rest of the Charge forced back around the corner for now, so they wait for the Zarya to rejoin them.
My ultimate is almost ready.
They can breathe a sigh of relief that they get the grab out there.
Yeah, I mean, well, the grab is gone now, and I still look back at the grab from Smurf, thinking it could have gotten a lot of value, but bygones be bygones. B is out of the hands of Seoul now. C is still very much in contention. 3 ultimates, nearly 4 in line for the Charge. Not so many for Seoul. With Prophet down, that's probably going to be Seoul in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, bubble up from Smurf as he tries to survive. The nano boost has to be used onto the Zarya. Okay. He just pushes right into Develop, manages to find the elimination, just counteracting everything the Develop was trying to get done. Rally is rolling from Unique. Gets that green health out onto the rest of the members here, the Guangzhou Charge. Smurf just waiting as the sticky bombs go off. His own grab nearly online. Krong falling low, the right click lob in. Manages to get the ult online, and the rest of the team now need to make their exit. But Prophet is coming up with kills left, right, and center. Smurf will get the final one here. As Develop is going to try to exit, but he's back over onto the Widowmaker, so cannot. Now the hold is there. 1 minute and 12 seconds left at the side of the Guangzhou Charge, so they're not going to be able to deny those extra innings. Now it all comes back down to just finishing the map, having a closeout here on King's Row, being able to actually go into overtime.
And if they do, it'll be an OT versus OT here. So both teams will get 1 minute in that time back to play through, which is likely at this stage. Smurf just puts his body on the line and survives against a full nano visor. Develop sniping on the
ults to work
point.
with, though.
He's taken down.
Yeah, Develop picked off the rally rolling now for Vinham. They just take the fight straight over to the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Prophet still holding on to this pulse bomb. Choice A1 assassinates Creative in the back lines, but that's all he can get done. Fitz has the capitalization there at the end. Now it's 30 seconds left on the clock for the Guangzhou Charge.
So look like they're going to hold because they got 4 ultimates coming online. It's another nano soon. Could be a nano vice, could be anything. Prophet has been so good on these sticks over the course of the last 2 days. Grabs there, I mean, Charge, they need a miracle. Develop needs to hit a miracle shot here to give them another play advantage.
And he needs to do it right here, right now. And there's the start. Gets Prophet. Checks the corner. That's going to be that pulse bomb out of the fight. Fits here with attack visor, pulling back, breaking line of sight, making sure the Develop cannot do the same to him what he just did to Prophet. Prophet, however, will be respawning. Attack visor expires. Doesn't find too much value there overall for the side of the Dynasty, but there's still the potential for this big bang combination if Smurf can nail a grab. Get a couple targets, maybe break those bubbles quickly. They could still shut this down, but the Guangzhou Charge are looking to push in. Choice A1, gonna go for the dupe here onto Prophet, trying to build up the pulse bomb. Destroys the poison trap. In the meantime, grab has been used by Smurf. Don't see where it went. Already has expired. Now the answering grab comes in. They lock him in place. Develop gets a headshot. Prophet with the pulse bomb will get far away. But now Fitz gonna be taken down. Develop is coming up with kills. Choice A1 out of the dupe. The cart advancing forward. Someone's got to contest it. It's going to be Vinham. Prophet finds Unique. He finds Choice A1. Prophet is starting to dominate right now. In the clutch moment when they need him, he's answering the call. Krong pops the bubble. Smurf is returned on the Doomfist. Krong falls, and he was the only one contesting it. It's so darn close, but in the last few seconds, Prophet just goes absolutely off. Destroys the remaining members of the Charge. Denies them the finish. Denies them overtime. And that gets them the 3-0 victory in the series.
And like I said, you know, no longer just playoffs Prophet. Regular season Prophet now dominates as well. No more supports for the Guangzhou Charge. Krong trying to keep it alive, develop with the hero plays. I mean, look, I said Charge had no shot unless a miracle happened. It probably had to come through from developed headshots, and he got them. He got multiple of them, actually. And it looked possible. It turned from not quite possible or extremely unlikely into actually this could be real. This could actually be Guangzhou Charge making a solid push for the final cap, pushing us into a time bank. And we'll see what happens from there. But when your supports are gone, and by the way, you can't just rely on Develop to continue hitting those shots. To even hit the shots that he did so far was pretty darn good. If he continued hitting shots, I guess he'd just be the best Widowmaker in the world. So a little bit too hard for Krong to maintain control there. The rest of Dynasty, they have respawn advantages. Prophet is just a god on that last point, and Seoul will get the sweep.
Just, you know, they put the signal up in the sky, he answers, and he absolutely delivers. Prophet looking incredible. Though, despite his heroics there at the very end of the map, he's not our player of the match. There was somebody else who, of course, caught our eye a little bit earlier on, and that is Creative, who was just absolutely wonderful to watch on our second map of Circuit Royale. I mean, the whole way through, nailing sleep darts when he's on the Ana. He goes over to the Zenyatta on Circuit Royale for the longest stretch of time there on the attack, and the man was finding so much impact.
Yeah, like I said, he actually had an equal amount of final blows as both Prophet and Fitz, your 2 DPS players, and one of the best 2 DPS players combined at one point. Just, I mean, again, whatever massage technique you're doing, keep doing it. It's working. It's really making Creative just an insane player. Pocket healing, dynamite stuff, Seoul Dynasty in general. Have to say, to me, they're just looking like such a solid team, and so many good sleep darts. Just massive value. I think. I mean, he's
locked into a graph in that moment. He's stuck in a graph with like 4 other people, and he just 3 other people, and he just manages to get that sleep dart. He identifies like, oh yeah, he's over there. Boom, puts Choice A1 on the floor.
Yeah,
beautiful stuff.
And that, by the way, is huge because I was going to comment in that moment. Usually, when you get like a 3-4 man grab, there's not a lot of AoE damage except the sticky bombs. The sticky bombs is the real, I think. That's the real tool you have to put into the big grab to get those kills. And Creative, I didn't even notice Creative slipped him. I just saw that in the replay when he pointed out, but he, again, somehow finds the exact person he needs to sleep every single time. It's insane how he does this.
It was actually a little bit too late, because thinking back, I believe that Vinham did die to sticky bombs. post-sleep, so I think he actually managed to throw them first, but it's still just
did he?
incredible.
Well,
incredible target
you know what
selection
that
from
is?
Creative. A great reaction all the
Fitz,
same, so not to devalue it.
I saw Fitz diving into the clown car of that grab and just putting in that healing pad. Like, I'll help out, guys. We're in a grab. Like, we drop out the soldier healing pad. It'll help. It'll do something.
Man, but well, Dynasty, they do it again. They get another 3-0 sweep, very firmly asserting themselves and placing themselves at the top of the standings here in the APAC region. And right now, it looks like there are very few teams who can really contest against them. I mean, you talk about, okay, Hangzhou Spark were able to get the best of them in the first series, that they both played in this season, but that was also a very off-form looking Seoul Dynasty. If they clashed again today, who knows what would happen? I think it would still be damn close, but you might give the edge to the Dynasty because they look clean, they look clutch when they need their players to step up in these dire moments when they're about to not even lose a map, have to play overtime. They manage to make it happen. They get the clutches through. Gorgeous stuff from them, but we'll probably talk a little bit more about this in just a few minutes when myself and Avril return, so don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
With me on the desk are Scott Costa Kennedy once again, and Danny, how much coffee can a human being safely consume? Lim, what is the answer to that?
You could never have enough coffee.
That's coming from
You could
someone
never have
like
enough
5
caffeine.
shots of espresso in the morning.
Probably like 1,000 milligrams
think-
of caffeine is okay. Actually, no, don't.
PSA, don't listen to anything Danny says, okay?
Yeah, don't take medical advice from us. Also, we still have Jonathan Reinforce Larson, who's now back on the outside looking in. And I start to suspect that Jonathan and Scott are actually the same person, since we never got to see them in one
Yeah.
and the same place so far
They're
in
like
the
a tag
season.
team.
Yeah, I don't know
Hey,
what's
I'm
going
in
on
this
there.
side.
It's
Let's go.
It's kind of sus, not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, me and Johnny have decided that we can't be in the same room. There's just not enough space, so we're
Scott
just...
frightens
Alpha
me.
energy.
Yeah, exactly.
He scares me.
miss you.
Is that the problem? I can make that go away for you, Johnny.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Am I going away?
Whoa. How many credits do you need? How many credit credits do you need? Let me know.
All right, we discussed that in a little bit. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And now the Eastern region. That's right, they've been playing a bit of catch-up, so we did get to see some matches yesterday already, as well as, of course, overnight. So they played on Thursday, as well as this morning, and we want to take a look at how the region is playing out so far. First up, of course, this morning was the Chengdu versus Philly game. Now, Pandas versus the promise of clean, renewable energy. Scott, what are your thoughts on that one?
On that one specifically, on the clean renewable energy.
You can take either point.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's been a circus in the APAC region, that is no lie, and you know it's continuing to be that. We're seeing the Philadelphia Fusion fill us all up with hope, only to burn it all down the following weekend. And their woes continued. They lost 3-1 to the Chengdu Hunters. The Chengdu Hunters are a team that, when they look like they're playing the right compositions, they're doing the right things, it looks good. And that was this match. Jinmu came in to play with Daisy on the Xayah Reaper style. They made that look good. They showed the ability to have that versatility. And when Jinmu got onto that Genji as well, he was having that high impact. But for the Philadelphia Fusion, it feels like they've had this massive fall from grace. They looked unstoppable in their earlier matches, but now it feels like a lot of the things that they were getting away with, they're not getting away with as much anymore. MN3 had a great result, but Zest, with his aggressive style, got punished by the Chengdu Hunters more often than not. And I think that's going to be something that we're going to need to see different from the Philadelphia Fusion. Start to see different looks when they're not able to allow Zest to take over the game, because that's what he does best on this team, and that's why we've been so high on him as a player. But, you know, these are the moments he has. But when he gets caught out time and time again and it's costing them maps, because this should have been a 3-0. Chengdu Hunters should have taken this map, but the Philadelphia Fusion made a great run here on Midtown on their attack in overtime, and then Chengdu Hunters closed out eventually. So the Pandas looking good. I don't know where they stand. I don't know where anyone stands. Make it make sense. That's my motto for the APAC region right
It's
now.
a bit of a mystery kind of thing over there still. It's very confusing.
Did I curse the Philadelphia Fusion by saying that nothing could ever go wrong?
You cursed Johnny and the Philadelphia Fusion, actually, because if we throw that one back, you guys remember how he was like, we're all going to be sitting back in a truck just next week.
Yeah.
Also, Philadelphia Fusion is not going to drop anything. They're going to win it all. And here we are. Thank you.
Is that how it goes? All right.
Power is all I'm saying. Well, next up, we did have the Guangzhou Charge facing off against the Seoul Dynasty. And it feels like it's hard, as you said, to really get a read on that region. Danny, what do you make of those two teams?
I mean, this match went in favor for the Seoul Dynasty. Another great 3-0 for the Seoul Dynasty. They are looking fantastic. Nothing could go wrong for the Seoul Dynasty.
No, Danny, stop it. No,
No, but honestly, this is our I think third 3-0. They beat Chengdu Hunters. Philadelphia Fusion and the Guangzhou Charge today, all 3-0, so they're looking fantastic. Guangzhou Charge, on the other hand, I feel like they had some individual bright moments, but as a team, they had hard time closing out fights. I think they made individual players made some silly mistakes. I think it was on this map where Krong actually threw a graviton surge and then it just missed, and that led to their fall. Seoul Dynasty, though, again, looking really good. Smurf, I think, going into the season, as the newest addition of the Seoul Dynasty, people were, a little bit worried because he was a Seoul tank and he only plays main tank, or he used to. But after seeing this and after seeing their matches previous, his Zarya looks fantastic as well. So Smurf is one of those players that's really gifted. I'm really excited for Smurf. And Prophet, on Tracer, of course, being a great distraction and helping out getting those kills. I think Creative also had a really great match as an Ana, and also on Zen on Escort map as well. So Seoul Dynasty is looking really, really good.
You're just gassing up every single player they have now.
Yeah.
You need to do that. Like, I actually want to highlight Creative as well a little bit, because I feel like when we talk about the Seoul Dynasty, we talk about Smurf and Profits and those guys. But I think Creative is having a very good season so far. We know how impactful the Ana is in this meta right now, and we're seeing so much great play. But I don't think Creative gets the credit he really deserves, especially in these last few matches. So it's really cool to see him coming into his own. And when the Seoul Dynasty is playing like this, dare I say, they look unbeatable. They look to be the best team in the APAC region.
God, he said it.
There's no way it goes wrong from here. Yeah, there's no way it goes wrong from here.
Yeah, it's not. They're 4-1 right now. They're looking good. Nothing could go wrong.
Yeah.
This is the year for Seoul Dynasty.
Could go wrong.
I'm putting that red flag. I'm putting that flag right here, right now.
They're playing the Dragons on Sunday. Oh,
Season,
no.
like all of it, yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for continuing a curse. I don't know why you guys hate those teams so much.
I don't hate them. I genuinely believe all the teams that I supported, I genuinely believed in them. It just happened to be. I even believed in Johnny being back here too, but I mean, it just didn't work out.
It just, sometimes it just doesn't work out, and that's how it is. No, you're right.
Back in his little box.
It's sad. We miss you, Johnny. Now, we do have some games to talk about to cheer us up, though. The last, but certainly not the least one of the APAC region overnight was the Shanghai Dragons. They faced off against the LA Valiant, and a match you wouldn't have even wanted to tune in for, I think, last year, but it's a brand new year for the Valiant, so perhaps a Valiant effort will regain its original meaning. Really?
Saw that one coming.
That was a low-hanging fruit. Reinforce! Yeah, just but so I mean, they've been coming close to winning matches here. Reinforce. You gotta be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I think the Valiant is a good team. Like, honestly, I like the compositions they play. I think that individually they look pretty strong as well. Like, they have a good backline. Becky and Dia, they find value with their ultimates depending on if they're playing Reaper or Soldier. And Sashin is a Zarya player, right? So they fit right into this meta. And I think against all of these different teams in their matchups as of late, they have found really good ultimate value, and therefore they're consistent, right? If you're winning the fights when you have these Nonovisors, if you're winning fights when you Nono your Reaper, when you have Graviton Surges, like, that's enough to get a lot of team fight wins, and based on that you can win some maps. So overall, I think the Valiant is a good team that poses a threat to a lot of these different teams in the APAC region. They are perhaps a bit inconsistent, like the Shanghai Dragons in this matchup. Now, I'm going to oversimplify like a disgusting amount here, but I think when you look at teams like Philadelphia Fusion and Shanghai Dragons, they have been struggling when they're playing a lot of these Winston compositions, whether it's Belos Rayon, Philadelphia. They've won with Fury playing the Zarya on Midtown, of course, today, and Shanghai Dragons here, who were down 2-1 in maps when Fate was playing the Winston for them on maps like Route 66, whereas when the Void came in to New Queen Street and Ilios as well, you saw the Shanghai Dragons, they started to rally behind this Zarya gameplay, right? So I think some teams, they're still trying to work out how to play against some of these Zarya compositions, when to play Winston, when not to play Winston, and I think that's where you're seeing some inconsistent performances from the likes of Philadelphia, from the likes of Shanghai Dragons, and that's obviously not the whole story, right? Just like the decision between swapping between Zarya and Winston, but I think we can we see that message across the NA matches as well, with some teams going from Winston to Zarya. The meta is developing, and regardless whether you're an APAC or whether you're an NA team, I think you're seeing some of these teams figure out of course, you know, what compositions they want to play on what maps against what other teams.
Yeah, and just in time, because right now nothing is really set in stone yet for the playoff standings. We still have to see the rest of the Kickoff Clash qualifiers and how they play out for the remainder of the week. But here's a look at the standings in the Eastern region to get a rough idea of where our teams are currently at. What's the biggest surprise for you guys there?
Shanghai Dragons, 3-1 with a 0 map differential is like, they just can't keep getting away with it. That's 3 map 5s in a row that they've just managed to scoot by. And we didn't expect them to be this inconsistent and not as, they just haven't been as strong as we were expecting them. So Shanghai Dragons are the big standout for me in this.
Well, let's see if they can, you know, get it together just for you, Scott. Now, that's how things shaped up in the Eastern region. In the West, we've got a bit of a traffic jam in the middle. I will try to figure out who's in or out for the Kickoff Clash right after this break. Welcome back to the Watch From 3 show. It's that time where we have to decide which teams are going to make it to the Kickoff Clash or not. If their goals have been met or their dreams are, you know, crushed. If their hopes have come to fruition or their disappointments turned definite. That's the right word. Yeah, I mean, really what I'm trying to say is, are they in or out? Right. Simple as that. Are they in or out? And we're here to answer those questions, maybe, potentially, hopefully. Jonathan, Washington, they're always fun to talk about on this show. So let's talk about the Justice. Are they in or are they out?
I mean, put it in your words, maybe potentially they're in or out. But no, yeah. I mean, come on, they're in. Come on, they're 3-2.
No,
they got the Florida Mayhem coming up. They gotta be in, okay? They're a good team after all. They got talented players. I know that they disappointed against the Boston Uprising. People were frustrated. Costa just like cried tears like when he saw their performance against Boston Uprising, but it's fine. I mean, Mag, he didn't have the greatest of games. They still have 2 fantastic DPS players, Decay and Happy. The backline's been impressive all season so far, right? So I think they'll swap away from the Winston compositions. I think they'll implement some more Kali Zarya into this lineup, and I honestly think Kali Zarya is pretty good, right? So something to build upon. A bit disappointing as of late, but Washington Justice, they gotta be in. Come on.
No, Danny, stop. Danny, stop. Yeah, that's Kobe. They're technically gonna be in. No, they're technically going to be in for the kickoff clash, but are they really in? Or are they just like metaphorically in? Because they're gonna make it, yes, but they are not putting up the performances that we expected from this team. They looked so good in their earlier matches, but then somehow their inconsistency comes out of nowhere and they lose to the Boston Uprising, a team that has struggled to string together a performance themselves. I've been very publicly disappointed in this Washington Justice team. I've seen this script before in 2021. I'm not buying into it. The Justice are out, at least in my head. Yes, they're going to make the kickoff clash, but if they keep putting up performances like this against the Boston Uprising, they're going to get smanged when they get to the playoffs. They're going to get smanged at the kickoff clash playoffs because I think they need to find a way to be able to enable. I don't even know at this point. They need to find a way to enable their entire players, and if they just fall off the face of the earth, Decay holds a pulse bomb for Overwatch 3, it's just never going to work out. So I don't know. They've lost my faith.
What a disagreement. This is why I can't have those 2 analysts in the same room. We can't have to keep them separate so it doesn't escalate.
So
You want to take it outside, Costa?
Let me just see
not
Johnny
fair.
and Costa just going at each other.
Get a box, you two. Actually.
Get a box.
Danny.
Yes.
Danny.
Yeah.
I've read the script,
Uh-huh.
and it appears that you're journaling a tale on the Spitfire. Yeah, no, for shame. I'm actually so disappointed. So let's reaffirm that you have been on the Spitfire all year long, which is 4 weeks.
Yeah,
all
4 weeks.
year.
It's a very long time.
It does once again.
What did you
What?
do?
No,
Yeah,
nothing.
what was that cost about? Now I'm worried.
I just said, yeah.
All right,
Okay.
here goes.
Let's go!
Danny the Believer.
I'm sorry.
London's gonna pop off.
But I'm not gonna change.
London's gonna pop off. Sparker's gonna pop off. Hardy's gonna pop off. All right, let's go.
There it is.
Let's go. Also, because London had a really great showing on their last.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Vancouver
That
Yes,
too,
Titans.
yeah.
against
And also-
Vancouver Titans.
I do believe, like playing to your strength will go a long way. Hey, Hardy, if you want to play Ryan, just stick with it. Whatever you feel, comfortable with, just
Do whatever your heart
do it.
desires.
Yeah, and I really like that about London.
So much
I
opium.
think they look pretty good.
So much opium.
I know, like I can smell it from here, and we're sitting apart quite a while.
But Chaz,
Of course
the
you do.
Shaxx
You're a
thing-
London super fan.
No, not because I'm a super fan. Like custom points with Shaxx, and also they got Sparker for the flanks as well. I think they're good to go. Hardy,
That's we're having fun. We're having fun
Let's go.
over here.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
A lot of London picks, huh?
This is an intervention.
Watching this, first thing, I talked about London a lot, and it's mainly Hardy, Sparker, and Shaxx. But I do have to say, after their match against the Houston Outlaws, I'm still a fan. I like London, but I don't know if I could say I'm a super fan. Maybe if you guys beat Gladiators, I will definitely. I will definitely be the super fan, but they're two. Their next 2 matches, it's gonna be a tough one. I can't sugarcoat it. They're going up against the Gladiators and the Atlanta Reign, 2 of the best teams that we have in the West right now. It's gonna be a tough match. If they win it, yeah, they could get in, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
This just sounds like you're about to break up with them.
Yeah, as
Is that
much as
what's
I love
happening?
London, they're like one of those few teams that had definite color, right? If
Yeah.
you think of London, it's brawl. Like, they have a color, but that's not going to win you games. And then again, going back to what I was saying before, next 2 matches are going to be tough. It's simple as that. That's why I'm saying out for the kickoff clash. London out for the kickoff
So
clash.
it's not you, it's them.
It's them, not me. And I might have some, commitment issues. That's why I'm single, but
No.
TMI.
Gents, you hear that? Just some PSA right there. Now, okay, we hear some strong opinions on the Justice from both sides of our analysts. Of course, also some traitorous reasons concerning the London Spitfire. But the team I want to talk about here are the LA Gladiators. Now, they're going to make it, yes.
Yeah.
But again, are Are we really in on the Gladiators? Like, I'm in-ish, kind of, sort of, maybe.
Do you trust them?
I
That's the
do
thing.
not. That's my
the
problem. So, like, I can't even be excited for them to be in. Now, they're coming off of 2 back-to-back reverse sweeps, where they weren't the ones sweeping, right? They got swept.
Receiving it.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think that just makes it a little hard for me to really trust them. How are you guys feeling on them? Higher?
They're definitely in.
I trust them against
They're in, yeah,
everyone
but-
other than Dallas and San Francisco Shock. And maybe because they just got reversed, but they do have paths forward. They look like a good
Yeah.
team, and they look like they can fix their mistakes. But as you said, I don't trust them at all to be able to clutch the win, unfortunately.
We have a lot of trust issues on this desk this season so far. It's only been 4 weeks, and we're already all over the place with our feelings and thoughts. Now, you guys watching should definitely be in all over our Overwatch League pick'ems. That's right. Use your phones to access our mobile app, or use your browser to get in at pick'em.overwatchleague.com. So many options to partake. 2, actually, to win prizes, win tokens, win cash, if you pick the games right, of course. Now, we will be revealing our picks for today's games a little later, but first, we're going to break down our first match of the day, which will be fought out between the LA Gladiators and the London Spitfire right after this break.
I still love you, London.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Watchpoint pre-show. Our first match of the day features Danny's former favorite team, the London Spitfire, versus the Gladiators, who recently made some really unfortunate history. The Gladiators were the first team to get swept back-to-back in their matches in the Overwatch League, like in history. That apparently has never happened before, which is hard to believe, but here we are. Congratulations!
Yeah,
What an achievement.
Gladiators.
Now,
Was this the Gladiators dropping the ball, though, not being able to finish out, or did their opponents just really step it up? I think it was the latter. I think most recently they got swept by San Francisco Shock, as well as, of course, the Dallas Fuel. Those are two really, really good teams. And this is just my excuse to show you proper highlights.
Any excuse to show
Any show. It's like, yeah, any pre-show. If I don't get proper in at least once, I don't know, it was a bad day. But I mean, look at him. Like, he just got such good, crucial picks when it matters the most in all of those big fights they had towards the end. It was a very, very close game. And it was, amongst others, it was proper, really, really stepping it up. And there's only so much you can really do to actually stop that madness. Now, I don't think it's Gladiators' fault when they run into the potential alarm rookie of the year prospect improper, right? Right. I don't think you can blame them for those. So, yeah, I think they will do fine against the London Spitfire at least. Now, Reinforce Gladiators, they have to get back on track. We all expect them to be, I mean, a top-tier team, right? So, who is the player you've got your eyes on for this match, and why is it always a tank?
Big surprise. Big surprise. It's the Winston. You know it, Zoe. I gotta keep an eye on the Winston. But, you know, I do it for good reason against the London Spitfire. Just like when you go up against another Winston composition or go up against another Zarya composition. The playstyles differ, and especially so against the Brawl composition. You cannot dive headfirst in and just drop your bubble and hope for the best against Brawl compositions, because they have Maywalls, they have Reapers, they have Reinhardt Hammers. So as a Winston player or a Doomfist player, you really have to do your best to navigate around the map. You have to be very discreet with your leap and your bubble management. Stuff like that, to not necessarily always dive in or dive out, because that's going to allow the Brawl team to take so much space or punish you if you dive in, right? So I'm looking out for Reiner here. I think he's had a good start to the season so far, and you know, a really good Winston player overall. But we've seen other teams in the past, they've struggled against Brawl teams because they haven't been that clinical with their lead management, navigating high grounds, etc., to shave like 2 seconds of your leap cooldown before you drop into the Brawl team, etc. So I'm keeping my eye on Reiner, because I think Winston players and Doomfist, if he opts for it, that he has some impressed on, is going to be crucial against a Brawl team like London Spitfire, and I think a lot falls on Reiner to perform today.
Talking about that Brawl team, Danny, I think this is definitely going to be a clash of styles in this match. Which player are you hyping up? Is it a London player?
It is.
Is it
really?
Hardy?
It is Hardy. How'd you guys know? It's like you guys
crazy guess.
Yeah, no, I mean, hey, like I said, I still love Hardy. I still love London. London, don't hate me. Hardy, you know, I mean, we know that they're probably they've been using a little bit of dive as well, but they're mainly going to be sticking with that Brawl composition, like Jody said. And honestly, I would say that he's the best Reinhardt. You know, he's better than Piggy.
Here we are.
Houston admitted it, right? That's what I'm saying. But still, yeah. I mean, on record, he is the best Reinhardt. Great at taking space, landing those crucial shatters. And I think this matchup is going to be interesting because, like Johnny said, you know, not a lot of teams have gotten went up against the Brawl composition. So I am banking on Hardy landing some great shatters and getting those kills.
All right, nice try to get back into their good graces. I see what you're doing there, keeping your options open. That's always smart. Now, Costa, the tanks can't live if supports don't live, obviously. So now the big question is, can London supports live? Can London's Landon live?
Can London's Landon live?
Can he?
I don't know, and that's the problem for me. In their match against the Houston Outlaws, that was one of the biggest issues with their brawl against the dive of the Houston Outlaws. The Houston Outlaws just isolated Landon very heavily on that Baptiste, and the Immortality field is very good as a survival tool, but it only lasts so long. And what was happening is, you can see how much Landon is playing the Baptiste, and every time he was getting dove, he's dropping the Immortality field, and then he just eventually gets got done soon after that, sorry. But I want to see him make transitions if it's not working. If the dive is coming more aggressive and he's unable to do anything, I want to see him switch. You can see his Baptiste stats here. They're good. Wow. They do work. This is only out of 5 because you can tell. So take it with a grain of salt because he's played it the most out of everyone. But if it's not working, I want to see him go over to the Ana, even the Moira. Dare I say, go play the Moira if he's getting pressured too much. Just enable him to live, because put the hands of the game into Hardy, into the DPS lineup of the Spitfire, just by surviving for Landon, and then hope they can do the rest, because what they did against the Houston Outlaws did not work.
All right. Let London's London live.
Let London's London
Wait,
live.
that made sense. Yeah, it made sense.
Say that 5 times, fast.
And then he appears in my mirror. Is that what it was? I don't know. Well, anyway, I think we're about ready for this first match of the day to begin. So there's only one thing left to do, and that is, of course, looking at our picks. I personally don't expect a surprise here.
No.
You never
Alas,
know.
what do I know? You never know.
Danny?
You never know.
You never know. Okay, let's actually take a look at those picks so we can, get into a little fight, into an argument.
Sweep City!
Look at us.
Sweep!
And I mean, that could also just mean that we can all be wrong together. That middle match, though, NYXL and Toronto.
That's it, right?
That's the one, right?
Yeah.
Because New York Excelsior, I think, are being heavily... I'm not going to vouch for them being a great team, but they've played hard teams so far throughout the season. I could absolutely see them having some redemption, finding a composition that works for them. Maybe Myeongbong steps up on that main support a little. I can see them hitting another level. And Toronto Defiant, we know what's been going on behind the scenes. There's been some weird stuff with Muse and Finale. Is that going to affect them in the long term, or at least in the short term? And will they potentially start dropping maps and potentially the match?
Reinforce, how do you feel about that middle pick there? Are you super confident about Toronto taking it?
I'm pretty confident. I think they're going to lean on more Zarya gameplay, and I think overall that's a pretty solid option for them. New York Excelsior, they have Kellan as their sole tank if you don't want to sub in Vulcan, right? So I think Kellan, he likes the Winston stuff, and I don't think he's gonna cut it against Toronto and their Zarya comps.
Right on. Well, there's only one way to find out, and that's get those matches going. That's it for the Watch From pre-show. Thank you all so much for joining us. Now it's time to get some answers. Who will advance through to the Kickoff Clash qualifiers? We'll find out in just a little bit. The matches start right now.
London, Land, and Liz.
And the whole hog, a victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, nice to meet you here at the business end of our Kickoff Clash qualifiers. One more weekend of play to lock our teams in that are heading over to Texas to compete live, Matthew. A lot of stakes in these games coming up this weekend, and this first match isn't without them either.
Yeah.
The Los Angeles Gladiators may still be reeling after that reverse sweep by the Shock, but they've got to focus on getting to Texas now.
Yeah, I even wore my my party jumpsuit today for this first game. It's the El Clasico fit. As
I'm telling you, there's a hood with ears on it. I can just see it.
I almost want to buy a hood with ears on it that could go with
does
it.
the zipper have to be up there? Because it makes you look like Dracula in a bear suit a little bit, you know what I mean? Okay, all right. This is a good Christian show. Good on you, Matt.
Yep.
Go on in.
This is important. This is important for the Gladiators, yeah. The Gladiators have some clinching scenarios here, right, where they could find their way to Dallas in the Kickoff Clash. You see kind of the standings here. London directly behind them. I mean, this is a massive game for both teams. When you kind of look at it, obviously the Gladiators would be the favorites. With 2 games remaining for London here, they need to kind of find a win in one of them to have a chance, right? And you look, the Gladiators might be with the way the Gladiators have played recently, might be the easier of the options between them and Atlanta, because Atlanta, we've seen Atlanta play the Doomfist with Hawk, we've seen them play now, Gator Reinhardt style. They can kind of match the Spitfire in whatever they do. Maybe they're able to catch the Gladiators off guard a little bit.
I mean, let's be fair. The Gladiators' 2 losses came against first place San Francisco Shock and second place Dallas Fuel. So yes, they're at 2-2, but they've had one of the hardest schedules so far in this Kickoff Clash qualifiers. to date. And look, you're right. I think the Spitfire, it's on the table for them here, but here's the stakes. If the Gladiators win, Florida and Houston will qualify for the kickoff clash. But if the Gladiators win 3-0 or 3-1, they themselves are going to get in and qualify. So they have their own destiny in their hands here, but it needs to be squeaky clean, Matthew.
I mean, what? If they win then 3-0 or 3-1, right? They would qualify themselves, Florida, and
it would solve a lot of our loose ends.
Yeah, I was going to say you'd probably have like 5 teams then who would already be qualified for Dallas, with the 2 already qualified at the top of the standings in NA. So this match, barring the, with the Gladiators win, right, 3-0 or 3-1, tells us a lot about what that Dallas tournament's going to look like.
For the Gladiators here, Patapan and Kevster starting the roster. Patapan, I mean, maybe suffering some scrutiny from the pundits. Guy tweets like a JoJo character, so I guess I can't blame them. But he is back in here. And the Gladiators have plenty of options at that role at the very least. Shu and Funny Astro alongside Reiner. Let's have a look at the London Spitfire, the team that's been doing it their own way this season to some degree of success. We'll be seeing Sparker and Backbone start at DPS today.
I mean, they're winning the games they're supposed to win, right? When you took a look at their standings on the pre-show, they've beaten the teams that have losing records, and they lose to the teams that have winning records. Bad part for them is that coming into these final 2, both of them have winning records, so they're going to have to beat somebody. And I think they have a unique play style that definitely throws some of these other teams off.
One of the things we saw against the Houston Outlaws for the London Spitfire is that the fragility of their Baptiste-based compositions was exposed. The Outlaws found ways consistently to send Dante in to isolate Landon and pick him off. This was addressed in the pre-show as well on Watchpoint. The Spitfire's compositions aren't usually the most mobile, and they really want to play around the Reinhardt. That compactness, so to speak, is a weakness for them against compositions, that feature Doomfist, for example. Reiner, we've seen him play it, but more often than not, we see him switch to it late in the round where he needs a bit of extra mobility to get to a point faster.
Right.
He definitely overwhelmingly prefers that Winston play, and he looks incredible at that role.
He's looked good on every tank we've seen from him this far. New Queen Street will be the first map in the set, so we'll get push here at the start and the end. I would say this probably is pretty good for the Gladiators, right? Push seems to be a game type where if you can get that first fight win, it doesn't really kind of secure you the entire map, right? But it sets you up in a good position. We know the Gladiators can start to snowball this rather quickly, so the beginning of this map is going to be huge for London.
Curious to see what kind of position the London Spitfire choose to take if they're playing around that Reinhardt setup. Wow, it's quite some time since these two teams actually got to play each other.
Oh, wow, yeah.
My estimation is correct. The London Spitfire have changed somewhat since then. So is the game. Yeah, it's a bit of a different look. Shout out to Hardy, by the way. So right now, like pro players have access to like a scrim client, right? But when they don't scrim, they can queue up for quick play. But obviously, it's just the pros that have access to the client. So Hardy is constantly harassing the other
Hardy's rallying the troops
to queue up for quick play, because outside of scrims, he wants to. He just wants to play. The guy's seriously on the grind. And I think everyone's like, Hardy, shut up. We're doing something else right now. He's constantly tagging everyone.
He just wants to play some Reinhardt.
He's hungry, baby.
So Gladiators come out with that Doomfist composition right away. So they saw what it did last week against the London Spitfire. They were not able to adjust against it. So come out. Reiner's been pretty good on it thus far. Run here against London early.
Okay, so the Doomfist does come out here. It's definitely a concession against this Reinhardt. Reiner's having to take a bit of poke, but there's a limit. And that's it right there. Hardy finds it.
Yeah, that looked like the limit. So he went in, he went out, he died. It's the bot now.
We got to find the limits before we can break them, Matt.
Yeah, the bot will now be controlled by London. So, like I mentioned, I think this is huge. London being able to get a little bit of momentum here early on, make any sort of bot progress, right? You win this second fight, it gives you enough kind of progress with the bot that you can start to play a little bit more defensive and potentially even just win the round off of that.
Sparker existing in 5 FPS because his processing power is all being dedicated to the Soldier 76 AM. It was Backbone actually to decimate Reiner. I mean, we should talk about this, Matt. Playing Doomfist into the May, not an easy task.
No, and even with Kevster, right? Kevster got onto the bot trying to contest a little bit, had to run right away with the May, the 76, and then even some Reinhardt damage, right? As the Reinhardt can just play around the objective with the shield. Is London takes that second fight. So starting to mount an offensive here. They're going to have this Blizzard rather soon. And then the Amp Matrix, I don't even think it's the biggest thing that Baptiste is providing here. It's the Immortality Field. Is a nice pin there by Hottie, and then a finish from Backbone. But I think the Immortality Field is going to be huge. And you see it used right here to keep Backbone alive.
Vintage Chuddy into a lovely little Immortality Field play. It looks like the Gladiators, they actually look, Matt, like they're a little unsure about their win condition in this fight.
We've also heard teams just don't want to play against London in scrims if they're going to play this style because they don't really value the practice because nobody else is doing it, which for London, it then becomes a little bit of toss. Like, okay, if we see that like it's able to work against some Doomfist teams and we know how to work around it with like Winston-based comps, we can come into these games and catch people off. As Kevster takes a load of shots there, gets really low, as that's going to be some shots through the Amp Matrix.
Okay, his attack visor now from Patapon. Sparker doesn't opt to use the Amp Matrix for his own ultimate there. Kevster running low on block. He deflects a couple of those shots in Sparker's direction, but he was never really under any pressure. Kevster's brought down. In the meantime, Hardy gets another charge on the Doomfist. This is also something to point out. Doom is relatively immobile when using power block, and he gets completely unraveled if Reinhardt charges him, especially with that power steering installed in this game.
And like I mentioned, getting this point push this far here for London, it's massive, because even if the Gladiators get control of it and wipe London, you're still going to have another fight that happens at the middle of the map.
Touchdown. Nanoblade here into a sound barrier. He's able to get rid of the Immortality Field, but there's so many defensive elements at play here for the Spitfire. They do lose Sparker. Shu's able to chime in with a bit of damage from the periphery, but he needs to be careful. Hardy is hunting him and moving the bot at the same time. Again, Reiner able to find Admiral, but that would have been a dead Doomfist either way as Hardy lines up the charge with the Maywall.
Now, Funny Astro just gets on the bot here and just starts moving it the other way. He had about an even scenario in terms of players up for both teams, but just needs to buy his team more space, right? Does not want to allow them to push any further, so doesn't want to give up any more percentages. Look at this, the Gladiators, they've gotten 1 meter, man, about halfway through the game.
I don't want to overstate this. The Gladiators are in deep trouble. They've used every one of their ultimates that they built up in the first part of the round. We're about halfway in, and they really managed to get very little as a result. Sparker, Immortality Field deployed by Lander there. Going to be a Blighted Grenade thrown on top of him, but he's able to get back to the low ground. The rest of his teammates aren't so lucky, though. Patapan lays waste to the back line of the Spitfire. And the Gladiators, again, move into an aggressor's position.
Yes, they're going to have to... I mean, look at Hottie, though. Just kind of moving it
so
alone.
Smart.
Yeah, just moving it alone. He'll drop. But once that London's going to be able to take this fight again, it's going to happen back towards near middle of the map. Like, maybe the Gladiators get a little bit of progress here, but nothing to make London significantly worried. Yeah, you see where the bot is moving here currently. It's just going to hit mid-map now, and London's already back to take another fight.
Backbone, okay. He gets pressured on the flank, has to go for the ice block, and okay, this time, Reiner able to find elimination on Hardy. Much better start for the Gladiators here, and it may have something to do with where the Spitfire had to play from their map, filtering through that choke into the fight.
Yeah, and I also think losing Hottie early is pretty tough, as he has the Shatter. He's kind of like your battering ram, right? You just kind of send him in, do some big damn, as Sparker ends up taking out Kipster. Maybe you can actually make something out of this if you're London. You got to attack pretty quick, though. Yeah, you see Hottie gets right into it.
An almost perpetual state of blue steel there for Reiner. He realizes he can't do too much against right?
I don't know why. I thought it was quite funny that Hottie stood there motionless with his shield up and everybody just ran.
Not much phases him. I remember him getting a 5K on his own.
Yeah, that was sick, yeah.
He's still chewing gum, looking deadpan. He's been there before, Matthew. Here's that tactical visor from Patapan. It comes from the low ground here. Kind of hard to unseat the Spitfire from this, and the Spark is able to connect onto Kevster with that Helix rocket. Patapan realizes, hang on, there's not much to be done here. In fact, I'm going to turn tail and get out before I get crunched.
And it looked like it was a solo Shatter from Hottie onto Reiner, so just using the Shatter to get the Doom out of the way. Had the Meteor Strike at that time, so don't want to allow him to channel that, get up, get out, you know, maybe even just kind of just knock a lot of your players around within the team. Is, you know, Kevster's got this blade. You're going to have Sound Barrier on the other side. If you're... what? I mean, that Icicle is huge, and then Spark with the finish.
Unbelievably clean there. from Backbone. Sparker obviously chiming in with that elimination. Catch to the blade. He finds Landon. He gets through the Immortality Field. That's all he's going to get for now, though. Eventually, he'll be felled.
He gets through the Immortality Field and Sound Barrier. Sound Barrier was used there as well, as Reiner uses the Meteor Strike as like basically 1 HP just to get out. As Funny Astro has been such a nuisance when these fights are going on, just getting behind London and moving the bot closer back towards middle map.
The Gladiators have 1 minute and 15 seconds to come up with a way to break the Spitfire, and they need to do it against this this Blizzard and this Amp Matrix play. Reiner's taking a beating. I mean, what do? You turn around and see the Rein coming your way? Not a damn thing you can do about it. He does at least get the knockdown. There's a sleep that comes in onto Hardy, but all it ends up being is a trade with the Spitfire still ahead, and going 1-for-1 is not enough for the Gladiators here.
No, just this kind of middle map contest over and over again is not going to be enough for the Gladiators. And see, they lose 2 players there. His Kev string gets pretty low. He's trying to get on top to get some healing, get out of line of sight. But the Gladiators, Mitch, they've thrown like all these ultimates into this, and they've gotten just, 3 meters in their last, since their last best push attempt. It's really like absolutely nothing. As you keep playing this neutral fight here, they're going to have the Blizzard to toss into this. This is not a good spot for the Gladiators to be fighting from.
The Gladiators now need to string together multiple fight wins. With what? A nano boost and maybe a tactical visor built in this next engagement. And if it doesn't work, it'll be their last. Shu tries to get eyes on Reiner, keep him topped up as he tries to go in, and Kevster's found Backbone early. Line up the attack visor here. Shu and Patapan can combine for some results here, Matthew.
Yeah, and I'm surprised London gave up some of that initial positioning, as this will be attack visor here from Sparker. Patapan's going to use his as well.
No nano for Patapan here. He's going to go without it, trying to get as much damage as he can, but Sparker keeps him low. Landon's Immortality Field is removed, and now Patapan needs to go on a heroic flank. He has to come up with something here. The wall almost cuts off his route of a retreat. I mean, Backbone almost took him down with those icicles. Now we're in overtime. The Glads have a long way to go still, and that's not a good start to the fight. They've lost all their DPS, and the sound barrier comes too late in the day. Can they get it done with 2? The answer is a big fat no as the shatter comes down. And the London Spitfire outlasts the Gladiators here on this first round.
And London played great for 95% of that round. That end got a little scary for me. Seeing how they kind of played that position, they were backing up. You had a Blizzard to basically just kind of toss on the bot, move people out of the way, but they're able to pull it out at the end. This could be a very interesting series if the Gladiators are not able to counter this comp.
That map was all Backbone. 12 final blows for this. Stellar effort for the London Spitfire, and a great start here. They want to qualify for Texas. These are the first steps they need to be taking. See you soon. Good start for London Spitfire, Matthew. It's that patented Reinhardt composition that gives them the W in map number 1. Now, while our admins are finding some picnic baskets for you, what are your thoughts on what we saw from the Gladiators?
Why would I need a picnic basket?
I don't know, Yogi. Why do you?
I look like, did you see that Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey thing? I look like I'm auditioning for the new Winnie the Pooh.
Oh my god. Yeah, that sounds about right. Why do you think... Okay, here's a question for you. Is Doomfist really that disadvantaged against Reinhardt in that sort of scenario? Or is there some other reason that the Gladiators struggled so much to break through the Spitfire setup?
I think if the Doomfist can't like really disrupt what's going on in with like the Soldier 76 and the Batiste, right? You can like get on top of the Reinhardt or whatever, but you get booped, the Reinhardt swinging at you, and then you just take like we talk about like Batiste with the Immortality Field and Amatrix, but he also provides a decent amount of damage as well, right? From like a support role. So just it's that extra damage that makes it difficult. And all you have is the power block, where I think teams at this point have done a really nice job of like knowing how to avoid like just kind of like charging up that Doomfist punch and really making it a non-factor. So I think they're just making it really tough. It seems like also London, they probably know people are going to start doing this against them, right? So they probably just decided like how they're going to play against it after they lose against the Outlaws, where they're playing the Doomfist and running all over them. They probably went back and said, okay, teams are going to try and copy this. How do we want to play against it?
So it seems like they developed resilience not only against the Winston comps, but also the Doomfist-based ones. Like you said, some very teachable moments in that matchup against the Outlaws last week, where Landon was getting isolated much more. It seems like now Admiral really on top of him, playing around him, and obviously booping that Doomfist away whenever possible. This now begs the question: we're heading to Dorado for the next map, right?
Yeah.
Can you force Reinhardt through this as an attacking side?
They're gonna
against
I mean, well, actually,
yeah.
If I say yes or no, they're still probably going to do it. We have seen Hadi and London play some Winston, so maybe it's not out of the question we see some Winston. You see the subs here at the bottom. Shax is going to come in for Backbone. That tells me they're going to try play like Soldier Tracer, right? Bringing in Shax, as Shax is a fantastic Tracer player. And then we also have some subs here for the Gladiators. So Ons will be coming in, and then I believe we also have Skewed coming in the support role.
Yeah, how do you feel about Arns playing Widowmaker against a Reinhardt-based composition, if that's what we get? Widow against, like, Soldier Tracer?
I mean...
Does it evoke any feelings within you?
Not really. I also think, like, Arns could definitely just play the Soldier 76, right? And you have Kevster in to play the Genji. He can play Tracer as well, right? I think maybe kind of what you saw from Patafon at the beginning of the game wasn't really kind of what you wanted to see there in map number 1. In terms of the Soldier v Soldier battle, and you want to try Aunts. Even now, Dorado, I mean, maybe you can actually play some Widow, but against Reinhardt comps, it's kind of tough.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially with the proclivity of the Spitfire to try and play so grouped up much of the time. Again, it's just an exciting thing when you see Arns get substituted in, but the Soldier being able to flank and circumvent that barrier seems a little bit more favorable if you're the Los Angeles Gladiators. They'll be starting on the attacking side, so we'll talk about them in just a moment. I think the London Spitfires comp here will be telling, if they are obviously with a Reinhardt, you can't stage that high ground sort of dive defense that apparently the Philadelphia Fusion forgot how to play if you've watched them the last couple of nights, but that's another story. Okay, it is Winston here for the Spitfire.
Yeah, we've seen them play a little bit of this. You also have the Brig in the mix, right? Brig pretty good here on Dorado. Pretty good, I think, just in general. In the 5v5 build, right? We'll see what the Gladiators decide to do, because I feel like, for me, the Widow is so, especially down one map, it is kind of a bit of a gamble, right? Like you talked about, the Gladiators really need to sweep these next 3 maps to secure them a spot, and then also it would be, Florida Mayhem as well as, I believe, the Atlanta Reign, right, getting in, so.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot riding on the line for a lot of teams watching this. Is Ons with the teleporter up to the high ground. It's Skewed on his own there.
Up, boy!
There he goes. Okay.
See you later. Yeah, obviously, remember the knockback portion of Winston's jump is not something to be underestimated. And that's extremely high value elimination for Hardy, who now gets to remain up on this high ground here, and the Gladiators obviously aren't.
Yeah, Shoe dropped immediately. Shoe dropped immediately, and then you never got Ons up there. So you're never able to, kind of contest that for long. As Hadi gets low, but they're going to have Shax contest the payload here for a little bit. Now back up. How do they deal with this on Widowmaker, though?
Gonna have to find ways to pressure it, use high ground with that soldier to keep her low and get Hardy in her face, I dare say. Shax is called up here to try and pressure, and wow, nicely done. That's a 2-clipper.
And we know how good Shax's Tracer is. It's not going to be something easy to deal with and take out, as they know that Kepser is going back to the spawn. They know they have some players trapped underneath, but London going to play really disciplined, not chase. So this is a pretty good defense thus far.
Again, it's up to Arns to try and find some angles. That one there, obviously not bad, but you know, Admiral has that shield at the ready. Hardy, okay, in for a penny, in for a pound. Arns forced to drop off the high ground there, still needs to be cognizant of the eyes, watching him from that high ground, and Hardy gives him a bit of a taste from afar, who's more than happy to chill in his bubble.
It's also hard for Reiner to get in and make a play. I was like, does he know that's where London is? It's hard for Reiner to get in and make a play because he's diving in to an Ana, the Brigitte, in the Soldier 76.
Arns really throwing caution to the wind there, trying to make a close range play. It doesn't work out. Scoot now going to get the nano boost. Hardy in for the primal here. Probably looking to pressure down the back line. It's Shu that got his eye early on. Again, just general displacement will be nice, but they've lost their back line here. Hardy knows now maybe trying to find some eliminations to slow the Gladiators down is the order of the day, but he really lacks teammates and an escape route as well.
And I thought that was going to be one where London was going to be able to turn that a little bit, because Shu had actually slept Hardy when he had the nano boost on him, and then he gets woken up, I believe maybe by Skewed, but they just invest the nano onto the brig. Skewed able to stay alive, and look at this, the Gladiators, 4 ultimates coming into this next fight, should be able to start to mount some serious payload progress.
Arns ever vigilant of the persistent threat of Shax. He'll be revealed to him now with that infra sight, and Arns will just reposition. Again, knows he's in no immediate danger from the Tracer, so has some time to scope in and wait a little patiently here. But again, Admiral always has that shield up.
Headshot on a Hardy. Oh, that's going to be a blade from Kepser. All right, I was like, you got to see what's going to happen there. As just goes to swing in the doorway. Doesn't force out the rally, though.
Pulls out anything, really. That's incredible and devastating. Sparker was going to make the big play, and he gets taken down by Arns. Reiner now with a primal rage inside the courthouse here. Good spot to be. Landon going to get pressured down. Scoot as well can just fling the mace around, and there's really no way to Spitfire get out of this in one piece.
No, and the way they would have is try to push out with this tack visor. We can see from Ans's POV, the visor. I mean,
that is putrid.
Yeah.
That is absolutely
He's like
putrid.
barely on the screen.
Shax with a touch here. Arns in pole position. Very flicky style of aim from this gentleman. Landon goes down early. Hardy makes the jump onto the Widow. It's going to be a deft grapple. Oh my word! Admiral gets basted. And Arns steps up to the cart. That one gets home. It's 2 checkpoints here for the Gladiators.
And when he plays like this, there's nothing really the other team can do. I mean, there's not many Widowmakers in the league that can go like toe-to-toe with Arns, if any. And it just it forces London to change their entire game plan, because even if he's not getting these picks, right, he's just landing these headshots constantly on Hardy and making it difficult. Hardy's jumping into fights at like 50% HP. It's a huge win. Okay.
Dude, that's
interesting.
Yeah, perhaps I think he's trying to run towards Shu and get healed up, and the bubble makes that impossible. Nice sleep there from Shu, a little predictive as Hardy swung that corner. Not really able to do too much else here though. Kepser takes so much damage that even though they hit the bite grenade onto Hardy, he's going to have the primal if he needs to get out of jail free card here. Reiner will take the free ult charge by the looks of things. Maybe double down here. Bite grenade connects onto him and Kepser by the looks of things, and Admiral's able to finish the kill. It's traded. Sparker falls on that Soldier 76, but Hardy's looking to work some mischief in the back line of the Gladiators as well. Rock'em Sock'em Arena for the Winstons. As Hardy heads downstairs once more. Scoot's able to find a couple key kills here, and Reiner a little unsure where to put himself presently. And he respects Landon's sleep. Unfortunately, that's not enough to prevent it coming through.
Oh, and he's going to get Biotic Grenade. It almost makes it out, but not going to. Is nice Biotic Grenades from both Anas, right? I know Landon with 2 during that kind of whole sequence, and then Shu with 1, where And we were on board with Reiner at the beginning. If Shu was still a little bit closer and had like their 3 players up top, no Winston bubble, could have sealed the deal there, but wasn't in that position at the time. As maybe we see a Dragon Blade here from Kevser as there's no ultimates on the other side.
Arns was looking for Shax. He's a little bit too late. The timing didn't favor him. Grapples backwards.
Yeah, they actually play a little bit closer up than I think the Gladiators expected. They jump right on top of Shu, and they're going to rally and use the blade here.
Reiner's dead. 100% there. Can't do anything. Another biotic grenade to secure the elimination on the enemy Winston. And Spark has found Arns with that Helix rocket. The Gladiators are trying to inch this payload further, but it's pretty clear they're starting to run into a brick wall. There was a rally in that fight for naught.
They rally and bladed during that fight. So you rally, bladed, now you're going to have to switch off of the Widowmaker to Soldier. With 1:30 to go, you have no ultimates. The best spot you're in is like 50% to them. And you're walking into a London Spitfire team that is going to have 4 ultimates for this next fight with 1:20 on the clock. It's not looking great for the Gladiators.
Landing with the Nano with the ready here. Here's some commotion downstairs. It's Kevster and Shax trading pleasantries. 1:10 on the clock right now. And the Gladiators starting to get a little hungry for this one for sure. Hardy gets the Nano here, but Arns already taken down. And another bio nade from Landon secures yet another kill. The London Spitfire starting to gain some altitude here. Hardy playing fairly conservatively, not over chasing, as they know it's a tenuous hold at best.
And they win that just by investing the Nano. Hardy may have to primal here to save his life as Shu in a world.
Who's stuck in here with who again?
Yeah. So Hardy will be able to make it out. And you had to use the primal at the end there, which kind of stings, but you're going to have Pulse Bomb, you're going to have, you use a Pulse Bomb there, you're going to have Tac Visor here from the high ground, and you're also going to have Sound Barrier, which is like a huge ultimate to keep you alive to this next fight where London could hold the Gladiators from completing the map.
Los Angeles now have to come up with a way to break this hold from the Spitfire. Reiner has a peek out, doesn't like what he sees. Back to safety. Gladiators now jockeying for position as Spark. It takes a bolt from afar. Here's a Sound Barrier Tactical Visor combo, and Spark is trying to push up another huge binding grenade, this time onto the Spitfire though. Lennon and Admiral affected by that, but the Sound Barrier inoculated for a time at least. Sparker drops, sees someone on the carpet, knows there's more of a fight to be had here as Hardy gets rid of Skewed. It's a primal rage from Reiner, try and find the Soldier 76, but he holds up under the heat. Good pressure from Landon. Admiral shuts Kevster down as he tries to approach, and it's just Reiner now being corralled by the remainders of the Spitfire. The Gladiators' run ends here.
So good defense from London. No, their point A defense was pretty solid. Point B, that's where Ons took over, but that's a part of the map where you think the Widowmaker excels probably the most. With like some high ground control, but here at the end, London able to chain some ultimates together, able to win some key fights, prevent the Gladiators from completing the map. So London Spitfire come into this today, Mitch. They look locked in. They obviously the Gladiators know what's on the line for them and their chances to go to Dallas. London on the other side, they're like, hey, we're 2-2. We still have a chance as well, right? They win this game. I'd have to imagine they're in a pretty good spot, right? As they're right behind the Gladiators currently, and then would have a win over them. So London, they don't want to kind of just like roll over here and just let the Gladiators march on into the kickoff clash. They're putting up a really good fight. They want to go as well.
Hardy is accounting right now for 1/3 of his team's damage and almost half of their final blows. Absolutely staggering performance on the Winston so far. It all started obviously with the knockoff of Skewed, but throughout the entire round, Hardy looks like he has a really good grasp of how to pace the fights against the Gladiators and also how to position himself to, pressure Reiner as much as possible. He and Landon are combining for so many anti-Winston plays. Been really hard for Reiner to get a look in.
I have a question for you. What's your thoughts on the Widowmaker? More effective on offense or defense here for you?
Generally on offense because it's less predictable, I think, the angles that you sort of take. I think this is an exception just because that defensive Winston can access you pretty comfortably. But on attack, I always feel it's better. On defense, you're kind of hedged and your sightlines can get shut down by a dive.
I was going to say as well, when the Winston comes in with a Tracer, you don't have the Soldier 76 damage, like the consistent damage. when the players get in your face, right? Where I think that's something you probably worry about with the Widow on defense. With her offense, you can dictate the pace a little bit more, right?
Yeah, Arns definitely feels like he has to be more reactive here.
And it looks
Maybe
like
less freedom as well.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to set up some type of like collapse on Arns on the high ground, and you see how kind of passive he has to be. Is Kevster just takes out Shax. I believe Shax got like hit as well, but Kevster puts down a ton of the damage here.
I mean, that's a huge relief valve here. Kevster has to roll. Okay, another biotic grenade. That's scary stuff. Kevster can't get away from Hardy there. Reiner tries to bark. Force the Spitfire back for a time here, but Kevster is on a long walk, and Hardy's found Arns as well. We talk about the Widow getting shut down, not being able to play those angles, and I mean, that plays out exactly that way here. The Gladiators get kicked out of town.
And they didn't have a ton of damage with their dive, as opposed to London kind of playing a little bit more defensive. As Kevster now comes back on Tracer, and I like that setup better than the Genji. I think the Genji is great for the blade and whatnot, but I think if you're looking for that damage to finish players off and help Reiner out, the Tracer's the right call.
Arns has to come up with something here, Matthew, but his options are limited, and so is his lifespan. Shax descends upon him as soon as his feet touch the ground, and Hardy's Primal Rage is going to make life awful hard for the backline of the Gladiators. Spark is going to respond with a tactical visor. Now he sees the Winston bubble, but now it's broken. 60 HP in a dream left. Throws that biotic field down to stave off Kevster, but the Spitfire haven't broken through yet. Again, they send Hardy forward, this time with a nano boost to try and get rid of Reiner, get rid of the defenders, and Arns is caught once more by the Winston. Hardy will not be denied.
And the biggest thing is Shu here on this right-hand side. Like, it's great that they're getting the Widowmaker out of the equation. It looks like players got off the cart there for a second and gets through, but no, they let Shu just kind of poke out of that right doorway and just constantly keep everybody alive. That was what was able to have the Gladiators be able to keep this going for as long as it did. They're fortunate that people got off, because like you still haven't seen them be able to take advantage of Shu playing that close and having to play that close, thin line of sight. Nice
The response from skewed there. Cannot deny the Winston dive. Shax, no stun on that shield bash there, so we could have gotten away from that one. But Hardy's able to find skewed once more again. This Winston from the Spitfire is looking imperious. That's Arns finally chiming in. The Glads need more of that.
And this is the part of the map where the Widowmaker is more effective. Longer sight lines, lots of high ground. This is where you think if the Widowmaker was going to pay off, this would be it. London also doesn't really have like a Genji option, right? They don't have somebody like a Kevster, right, who can swap through everything. Backbone is the one we've seen play the Genji for London.
Arns has to play again from another awkward angle. Here's a sound barrier inside the courthouse. What's the verdict? Kevster guilty. Sparker removes him immediately, and Reiner has to abscond to the high ground for a top-up.
That's also like a... that's going to be a two-player biotic grenade from Shu. I'm not sure you're going to be able to get any kills out of it.
Oh, no.
Also a part of the map where, like, if you're the Gladiators, you do not want to fight in there. Like, what value is the Widowmaker providing if you're fighting inside of... if everybody is inside of the courthouse? Just kind of observing at range. Now, they're going to have a Primal here. Like, if they pop walls, let's say Bounce gets it, you'll have a Primal to just kind of knock him out of the way, get in his face. And then you're also going to have a Tac Visor with a Nano here. They throw everything at this. Pulse Bomb, Tac Visor, Nano.
Sparker wants to break through. Reiner's taking a licking on the card, even in Primal Rage form. He's felled by the Helix Rocket. Kevster desperately trying to blink onto the point, and Skewed's there, try and get some healing via proximity, but Arns can't do anything for the high ground. There's a bloody bubble in the way. The Widowmaker can take him down again. Arns is 4 final blows, 9 deaths. Hardy, on the other hand, 15 and 4.
It's feast or famine, like we were talking about pre-map with the Widowmaker. He's going to have to play the Soldier 76 now. So Widowmaker in that part of the map where it should have been the most effective was not. You're now going to kind of fall so far behind in terms of Tac Visor, right? It's going to be 50% already for Spark, and he just used one. This payload making really good progress. 3 minutes on the clock is a good amount of time as well. So London sets themselves up here to potentially go up 2-0.
Arns on the Soldier. Has to back up there. Got a fortune cookie midway through the fight. Here's the Primal Rage coming in from Hardy. The Spitfire want to double down and finish it now, Matt. They're committing. Hardy again going to try and contain the Gladiators on this high ground, but he's hit with a Biotic Grenade, and now he's going to have to jump away. If he survives, that would be unreal. He gets away. Skewed now again. Healing for the low ground play, but look at the card, Matt.
And look for Shaxx with this pulse bomb. If you can land a pulse bomb onto somebody like Shu, or maybe even Once, the last fight Shaxx landed it onto Shu, that could be the opener that they need to push this over the line.
Shaxx has to recall there. Kevster bears down upon him. And so we'll take 5 for the Spitfire. They still have 2 minutes to work with the Gladiators.
They build up Nano here. They have a Sound Barrier and Nano here coming in.
Oh! That's a 4-player Vital Grenade there. Huge from Shu. Is it going to be enough, though? The Sound Barrier was in play for Admiral, and Spark is going to find the Tac Visor elimination. There's no healers left for the Gladiators. Spark now looks to return and claim what is his. It's just Reiner that stands in their way. Almost primal rage from Reiner. Can he get there? Yes, he can buy just a little bit more time. He's already down to half health, but Arthur's going to chime in now with his own tactical visor. This could be the trick for the Gladiators, but the card is ever closer. We're under a meter left. Diving back in goes Reiner here as Spark needs to respect and space a little bit. A break now as Hardy's given a body grenade, and the Spitfire, 90 seconds, they need to go.
Yes, Hardy is going to have Primal here in a second. A Biotic Grenade on Hardy, and they're going to jump right over the top, try and finish him off. Not able to do so, going to get the Primal off.
Kevs has a pulse bomb. It's a big stick, and Lennon is felled. Now it's up to Admiral to try and keep the Spitfire alive, but he in turn is hit with a Biotic Grenade himself. Reiner backs away. Answer's going to get rid of Spark in here, and the Spitfire might have to pack it in for this fight. They just can't get there.
So a minute on the clock. Just probably going to have Pulse Bomb here coming up, as Shu will have Nano skewed with the rally. This Pulse Bomb from Shaxx has to be big, or can you force control over the high ground and maybe get Sparker in a position, pick up a kill on the high ground, then Tac Visor and seal the deal. This seemed to be your passive victory here for London.
2 Pulse Bomb kills this map so far for Shaxx. We'll need to add to that tally here to give the Spitfire the window they're looking for.
He knows where Shu is now. Kind of spots on that back staircase, so has a good idea of where Shu is if he wants to go make a play. They get Visor as well. They're going to play for the high ground.
Hardy has to play slow here, though. Hit with a body grenade. Tac Visor comes in from Spark, and no Nano to back it up here. Can he find Shu? He can! That is massive! That could be the door open now, but Reiner gets himself the Nano boost just as Shu went down. Keeps the Winston in the fight. Pulse Bomb thrown at the feet of Hardy. He's able to shrug it off for the most part. That's a recall there for Shaxx. Skewed now. Knows there's going to be a Primal Rage Winston from Reiner, but he slept. Huge play there from Lana before he goes down. He's able to give the Nano boost over towards his Winston as well, and Hardy's looking to try and find some damage with it. It's just skewed though. Now we're into overtime. Admiral has to touch, and Hardy's taken down. The Spitfire. It's a crash and burn on Dorado.
The Gladiators looked really much better there on defense towards the end. Once they got off of that Widowmaker, the Widowmaker did not work there on Dorado defense. But London, that is one where they kind of had the Gladiators on the ropes, Mitch. They gotta, if you want to make the kickoff clash and you want to go deep in some of these playoff scenarios and tournaments, those are the type of maps you gotta win. So that one I feel like they may have given away.
Unreal resilience there from the Los Angeles Gladiators. The Spitfire needs to push that frustration down and find themselves this next map on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. This one's turning out to be a little spicy. System is heating up with all new private leaderboards and bracket play. Be sure to get your predictions in for the upcoming Kickoff Clash for a chance to win cash prizes and our tokens. Now available on the Overwatch League mobile app. Private leaderboards? Hell yeah, I'm about that. My Discord people are trying to, you know, brag up on me with their nerdy predictions. Because that's all they do, just make preds and boast about them. Well, now you have a chance to do that with your friends too.
Everybody's a genius now, right? Everybody's
everyone's an Overwatch analyst. God help me.
They make some YouTube videos just circling stuff on the map. So we go into the third map in the series. I think, like, obviously the Gladiators win the map. You see here we have subs, everybody kind of going back to the starting lineups. I don't think either team's been, like, overly impressive. If anything, I'm more impressed with, like, London's performance currently. Because the Gladiators, you know, when you look at the roster and the talent on it, you expect them to be, maybe not, like, dominant like the Shock or the Fuel are currently, but you think they could be that, right? They could reach that level with the talent that they have. In which, if you're going to do that, you have to kind of go into each match, you know, day in, day out. It's kind of tough throughout the season, but you know, you have to, you don't want to say like destroy, but you kind of have to like roll over teams, you know, like Spitfire, where Spitfire putting up a great fight. They, you know, over the course of the first two maps, they've looked like the better team. And going into King's Row, this is a map that you can play exactly what London likes to play.
Yeah, I would say only the last 90 seconds of Dorado was where we saw the Gladiators start to show a little bit more of that mettle that they've demonstrated so far this season. And you did right. I mean, to be fair, Hardy is accounting for a disproportionately high number of final blows when he plays Winston. So, you know, as much as we talk up his Rhine, in the Winston Cops, he gets a heck of a lot of work done. I was really impressed to watch him throughout the round. Very aggressive, very well backed up by his Ana in Landon. So here, of course, a much more classical London Spitfire look here. And once again, Matt, it's going to be up to the Gladiators to figure out how they break this Reinhardt Baptiste comp. They didn't do it on map 1. They looked, frankly, awful against it.
And the May can be pretty oppressive at the choke as well. The Doomfist can get in, but it makes it very difficult for everybody else. Not have the mobility to just kind of jump over the wall there. So we'll see what the Gladiators decide to play. Do they play this Doomfist like map number 1? Do they maybe try and play some of the Winston comps? Also possibly, do we see them even try and pull out a Reinhardt of their own? As a few shots from Kepster going to go over to the Guinness.
Reinhardt doesn't mean what you think it means, Matt. It's Doomfist.
Yeah.
To the high ground now. So again, you've got position. You're trying to zero in on Landon's location. You know where he is. That's a very sad looking power block.
And just kind of look, you know, Ryder is looking up top and wondering, like, should I go up there? And knowing in the back of his mind, like, there's a May up there. There's the Immortality field. It's not a tick taken yet by the Gladiators. Just trying to poke and work their way up here towards this high ground.
Right. So that's the core issue for the Gladiators. I think illustrated for us in probably the clearest way possible so far. Even if you get him with Doomfist, Matt, what are you supposed to do against that Immortality field?
The Immortality field, the Batiste damage at that point, and also, like, Sparker just came around the corner fired a Helix Rocket. Like, he had taken so much damage just coming into that engagement that, like, you didn't even need the Soldier to be pumping in tons of damage to the Doomfist. So,
can I make an observation?
Sure.
One thing that we saw that Dante do more was not try and necessarily go for kills on the enemy Baptiste, but to displace him.
Right.
To get him away from his own Immortality field and set up the kill for his teammates. Maybe Reiner here, looking to do a similar thing, right? Need to really punish the positioning of this roster. Funny Astro there, goes too deep, and again, it's pretty hard to be the Speed Demon when you've got a May putting you on ice.
Although Doomfist is a tank, right, and plays a bit different than the DPS Doomfist, Dante still was a very good Doomfist player before he was a tank. So
absolutely,
kind of has a good idea of, you know, how to work Doomfist. Probably better than some of the tanks. I mean, definitely better than some of the tanks learning how to play Doomfist currently. You know, high ground still here for the London Spitfire. I think one thing you also saw Dante do a little bit differently was, like, not take these kind of, like, straightforward routes. There, that time Ryder gets right on top of land and finishes them off.
Yep. No one was home. They left the Baptiste on an island. There was no Lucio close by. Reiner is felled by Hardy's Fire Strike though. The Spitfire opt to give a little bit of ground here, being down 2 players.
Can they come back and try and fight this? So like, do they have they'll have like a speed boost and they'll get the Reinhardt in position. It'll be sound barrier for London, yeah.
Okay, I like the disengage here from the Gladiators though. Reiner almost knows that this is coming, so you wait out the sound barrier. You're well positioned to again get in the back line. Look at this pressure on Landon. Admiral needs to be there, but no one is there for the Baptiste at all. He has to immo himself, man, and Kevster blades him out.
Is that Blizzard going to be enough? Some players will point, how is Kevster still alive? I mean, that is just silly.
Oh my god, Reiner. Again, the radiating field from Seismic Slam, I don't think that Admiral's ready for that. He's not looking at the Doomfist. Reiner just chases in there and is like, I know I can get a kill here, and he can slow Backbone down from chasing Kevster. Great play from Reiner there, using just the crowd control element of his kit very effectively.
If you're London now, you gotta try and get back into this fight as soon as possible. You want to play at these chokes. That's where you're gonna get the most effect out of the May with the Reinhardt combination. Looks like they're gonna wrap a little bit here. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna wrap? Are they gonna go high ground? Like, no shot. They're gonna speed up behind them here and try and jump down.
Does this benefit you? You need to drop down and have good positioning when you drop down. So I like they're not going too fast here, right? Hardy drops down first, everyone behind him. They're going to force some action. That shield is a little low, so eventually it's going to be go try! Oh my god, Shu gets sucked in like a gigantic angry German Dyson. But it's going to be the Gladiators who respond in kind, and they get rid of Landon crucially here. Their immortality field already used up, and Hardy was away from his team, and this is what happens when you can cause displacement or get the Reinhardt away from the rest of their roster. You see what happens to the Spitfire there. The Glads have great sightlines.
It's like an odd position to fight from if you're London. You're kind of taking the offensive side of the map and allowing the Gladiators to kind of play from inside that library, like that shop over there on the side. They have a lot of areas they can play from, and just they burnt down that Hottie shield, and then he's just kind of standing in the choke and nothing to do.
Well, Homie charged away, didn't he? So, you know, obviously can't render much protection to the rest of his team there. Maybe a little over-aggressive, but he was trying to make something happen. Kevster may have bladed if he'd made that jump. Unclear, though. Reiner has to Meteor Strike out of trouble, but the Gladiators have a staging ground here, right? Shu's close to Nano, can build it off Reiner, and can send Kevster in with a blade here. Just a blade, no Nano right now, but Kevster's happy enough with that. Even with the Bardic Field in play, he's able to ruin Sparker, and he comes up on Landon like a storm cloud from behind. Clean as you like, the Gladiators get what they came for.
Yeah, I think Hottie may have tried to shatter Kevster there when he kind of turned and went for the blade, and obviously did not connect as Kevster being able to make a play with the blade, getting the Gladiators the second checkpoint. So 2 minutes, 30 seconds, decent amount of time to complete the map. So you do have some ultimates coming in here for London. So London going to push up, try and get a little bit more aggressive at this corner.
The natural high ground here is really important for Kevster and Reiner to make use of. Puts the Spitfire in a bit of an awkward position. They need to try and find a way to get value out of Blizzard, but will the Gladiators line up for them like that? Okay. Backbone, Blizzard goes down. That's going to be blown up by Shu instantly, and Kevster takes a big risk. He dives into the snowstorm, and he comes up with Hardy. Beautiful stuff. Reiner just, again, causing some spacing issues at the back. This will allow the Gladiators to get some progress, but losing the Doom might mean that, they might have to back up.
You rarely see a fight where the team that Blizzard loses 3 players basically immediately. As did not work out for London there, they'll be able to get back to the card. But not in a fantastic position, right? As Funny Astral have this beat, you can use the beat aggressively to engage and just run them down.
Yeah, and again, just Kevster pressure. He's just meleeing right now. Deflect some of that damage, try and get in between the enemy team and their Amp Matrix, and it works for a time, but eventually Sparker gets an amped Helix Rocket. Kevster, and Reiner is charged down by Hardy, so again the Spitfire can regroup here.
All right, so it's a big fight there for London. As that sound barrier engage, I thought that was going to be it. It gives you enough big overhealing to just in there make plays, but not able to make enough as the supports of London keeping themselves alive. Here's a blade, and that time the shatter connects.
Energy there from Hardy. He can't complete the charge though. He's taken down midway through.
What?
Owing to the bio grenade he's hit with. He can't make it.
Yeah, but what did Landon just? We got to get a look at Landon. I don't know if he was booped or whatnot, but yeah. Funny Astro questions it in the chat. On my screen, it looked like he had, used his exo boots and went up in the sky and then went down into the hole. So we'll have to take a look. It looked like he did it on his own accord as well. That there was nobody there to assist him with doing that. So we'll have to take a look at that, because that's your Batiste there at the end with an immortality field. Maybe that's a pretty big difference maker towards the end.
Yeah, right now it looks like he's just conferring with the rest of his teammates. Unclear. I mean, we try and use his facial expression to tell. Yeah. Sometimes you get like a very moth-esque expression, and you sort of can piece it together. But Landon doesn't reply in chat, nor does anyone from the Spitfire, so they are locked in.
Yeah, his team basically probably said, "Oh, did you do something?" He's like, "Oh no, I don't know what he's talking about."
Yeah, no replay viewer on this on the beta patch, so forget about it.
We caught him though. We caught him.
Forget about it.
We've seen it.
Okay. Well,
let's take a look.
Let's have a look. Yeah, sorry, Landon.
Well, okay, so this is Hardy's POV.
So Hardy.
So Landon's gonna be to your right here. He's like in the right on the corner. And yeah, you see him jump up there.
I see him. I think
he goes down. No, I don't think he got booped, because it looked like funny shows like by the payload.
Well, he was just engrossed in what was happening on the ground.
I would love to eventually see that from his POV, see if he was like booped or something. But we'll have London playing the Reinhardt on offense here. This is going to be hard.
Oh, you dirty! That is... Wow, he predicts Patapan strafing to the left. That's unreal.
I was going to say, it's going to be hard for them to take the high ground. And now, not as much. After you just ruin Patapan at the beginning, now you're going to lose Reinhardt. That's a huge opening there from Sparker.
I mean, that's an ankle snapper, for sure. The Gladiator, she's not even really Patapan's fault. I mean, of course you strafe in that direction, you're going to get pressured back into the corridor. Now, the Spitfire look very scary, because there's no harassment from the soldier from high ground. He has to take a low ground position. He's not very effective against Ryan from there, and that's annoying. Nice job. Shu now going to have to reposition to be able to have any impact in this fight. Mutual knockdown, but it's immediately going to be a nice spike to the frontal lobe for Ryder. He's able to survive for now. Backbone get taken down by Patapan. He's returning to the fight with a vengeance there, making up for lost time. And the Gladiators DPS reeve through the Spitfire.
And the thing that London misses is they do not have anybody who can go to the high ground and challenge like Shu if he's set up, or Patapan coming off the spawn. All they have is Backbone being able to put a May wall up there, but still, they can just reposition at that time. And
yeah, it's only temporary.
Yeah, just keep everybody healed up.
Right, not a bad start for the Glads despite a horror beginning.
I also do like the fact that you said it's not Patapan's fault that he was out in the open and died immediately.
You have to be out there to see the enemy to shoot them. I mean, you have to straight back. I mean, his opponent completely 10D underwater mahjonged him. I don't know what to say. Like, he knew where he was going to be standing.
Yeah, I guess you're just defending the DPS players everywhere. I get it. That's usually...
mate, it's out of character for me. No, I don't. I don't do that. I think you're all a pain in my neck.
I mean, I am a support player, so I feel the pain.
You are not. I don't think you've played Mercy ever.
I played some of the other ones. It's
what are they?
Nano Blade here.
Name the supports, Matt.
Ana. Zenyatta. Baptiste. This one's about the Ana. Nano. Oh, nice wall here. Blocking off the
I mean,
the
it means it's... You don't need it, I don't really think, right? You save it here.
Yeah, it's a Backbone's gonna get the immortality field there. That's huge, but you see Sparker use the visor, and he gets slept instantly there by Shu.
Admiral, I mean, my guy, he is up 2 stories, goes for the beat, but lands on the statue, and it works out. Provides it to the Spitfire. Landon's able to gun Reiner down. Bionic field used by Sparker, who has had Admiral's, Patapan's number rather, in a huge way in this match so far, and that's London picking up point A.
We knew Sparker was a very good player in last year, right? When we saw him, it's just the Spitfire just not very good. And now coming in, they add a few players, make some adjustments, and looking much better. As this will be a part of the map where I think London probably gets even better use out of the Reinhardt, right? In these like close quarters, like choke points, and the streets being able, especially with a shatter here, line up a few players.
Decent progress here for the Spitfire as they obviously start playing pretty far forward, and Let's see, Reinhardt here on the high ground is interesting, but it's really to deny Patapan good positioning.
Hardy plays.
Hardy has a shadow.
Wild positions on Reinhardt.
Oh yeah, he's a little unhinged. Oh my, okay. Gets Funny Astro immediately with the up-close crit. That's going to hurt in the morning. Len's Immortality Field is eventually removed, but in the meantime, Kevster plucked out of the mix, and it's a 3-player Gladiator squad here in full retreat.
Yeah, they know where Patty is. They know where Reiner is the Gladiators getting... Oh, I was going to say stuck in this alleyway, but it's going to be right with 2. Shoes keeping them alive.
Power block engaged. Misses the punch, but has the get out of jail free card. That is wrong. Landon trying to stay alive here. Going to be a nano boost over towards... Oh, rather no. No chance. Shu opts to hold on to it, in fact, as Reiner was topped up quite happily the whole time. I saw hard to get involved there, Matt. I thought, hang on, does this turn? Not to be the case.
I mean, Shu does a tremendous job backing into the subway, being able to keep Reiner alive through all of that. And that's enough to, end that fight as some heroics from Shu constantly here for the Gladiators. Right there, right? If those 2 players die and they take that, they probably take the second checkpoint. As the payload would have kept on moving all throughout that.
Patapan is calling. Care me, he says, as I go to the enemy backline. How does this go? Felix. Hardy here with the bio. Tack visor. Shu gets rid of the Reinhardt. And okay, Patapan takes the trade. Admiral steps up. Manning the helm. That's not going to be enough for the Spitfire. Just that 1 kill in the fight for them. They get wiped clean. And again, we're in a sub-90-second scenario where the Spitfire have to get a checkpoint. I'd be a little scared.
Oh, for sure. So what does London decide to do here? Looks like wrapping high ground, maybe? Trying to get some high ground control for your soldier. So you can maybe get a tack visor off. But there's a lot of areas you see here from this POV. But you can just line of sight this.
Is it a flank? No. So Sparker wants to retain the high ground if he can, but the Doomfist there is probably going to dissuade him. Okay, I think they spot the Ana there. Sparker says, I can burst them down. With the blade going to come in, this might force some positioning. Kester goes in, Immortality Field, but it's not going to be enough. Landon is taken down as Patapan helps his Genji out by removing the drone. Big play from Kester, who has 18 final blows right now.
Yeah, they are rolling right now. As London, they toss just about everything into that. They'll have a sound barrier coming up next. So you might need to use this to engage as Backbone over to Sombra now. So gonna play the Sombra, maybe try and get a hack, burn a player down real quick. Maybe it'll go on a Reiner.
Reiner's able to Meteor strike his way out. Here's a sound barrier for the Spitfire. Landon lost his immortality. Oh, the power block punch was big. It hit 3. Is the follow-up going to be there, though? Reiner is going to be taken down, but Patapan has an incredible vantage point here until his foes move forward. Translocator taken down, but Spark is at 4 HP, and Bioden still able to stay alive. Hardy somehow hits Kevster with a charge. That's unreal. And the Spitfire get that second checkpoint. It's a 90-second extension.
It is not pretty, though, as the Spitfire needed a lot to go right there towards the end. They had the sound barrier, which really is the overhealing that gets them over the line, as not a lot of time to take this final checkpoint. You're going to need probably a big shatter, Naya Matrix here, and then maybe on the off chance that Backbone is actually able to build up towards this EMP. Could be quite impactful, but really looking at these manual hacks, that could be the difference.
Yeah, Backbone staying invisible whilst doing this, so constantly a pain in Reiner's neck. Nice boops there from Admiral again. Reiner grounded. Backbone reveals himself, has to translocate away here. 42 seconds left. Here's that amplification matrix now. Admiral back to the high ground to reclaim it for the Spitfire. Funny Astro reluctant to give it up. Oh, the sleek dart on Backbone. The follow-up is good. No Sombra here for the London Spitfire. The lights are on. And the London Spitfire all trying to head home here.
Oh, Hardy's gonna get a shatter.
Gets caught by Hardy. I don't know how he got kept to there either. The shatter comes in for 2. Hardy might have turned this around. 17 seconds left and he's sat on the cart. Who will come and challenge him? That's the question. Is there time? Kevster might dash. He's able to get there in the nick of time. Jumping in is Reiner now. Comes in with a seismic slam, and Shu needs to get rid of this nano. He lets it go on Reiner. Got to knock Hardy away to the side, but Kevster's already fallen here. A sound barrier has to be used for the Gladiators, but the hack comes in. EMP from Backbone. Huge percent health damage. Spark is going to be knocked outside of his bionic field, and here comes a meteor strike from Reiner. He has to get back to the car. He's arrived. Big sound barrier from the Spitfire. They've had all the huge ultimates in this fight, but can they convert? Reiner wants to push Hardy back here. The card needs to be tended to, and the charge on Patapon is good. The Trace is down. Admiral knocked away for a brief moment, and hits a blade from Kester. Only good for one, though. Hardy running back to the car, but it's just a Reinhardt against the entirety of the Glads, and Astro's there for the boop. The Gladiators hold on, but only just.
Oh, is London mounted a comeback at the end there. Some big plays from Hardy between the pins and the shatters. It's still not enough, though, as the Gladiators hold on.
Well, this is sick, man. I mean, the Spitfire looked like they were down and out in that second phase of the map. They come up with the goods, a sneaky Sombra switch. They get an EMP even in that last fight. Seeing a bit of flexibility from London when they need it. This is starting to turn into an exciting match. And now the Spitfire need to fire back across the bow, a broadside, to take it to map 5. Stick around. Our 4th map is around the corner. Well, this match is now building to a fever pitch. It's 2-1 favoring the Los Angeles Gladiators after an explosive third map. Now, here's what's on the line. A victory in this next map for the Gladiators means not only do they qualify for Kickoff Clash, so do Houston and Florida right behind them.
Yes, which would be obviously huge for those two teams. If the Gladiators lose this map, but then I think win the series, I think they still qualify. I just don't think it actually advances those other two teams. So you do have Houston and Florida watching this game close.
Yeah, I think it's actually the other way around. I think any win gets Florida and Houston through.
Oh, yeah, that might be true. Yeah.
Have to win 3-0 or 3-1.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's sort of still uncertain here. So for them, this map means a heck of a lot. Going to a map 5 against the Spitfire is not going to do it for them. The pressure is on. Not only is it's not about winning the series, it's about winning the series right now.
Yes, no subs for either team going into the next map, which will be Control. I believe Oasis coming up. So I think one of the biggest battles for me coming into this next map is going to be Defiant against Sparker. I think Sparker has gotten the better.
He's getting gapped, man. Absolutely diffed.
I think Sparker's gotten the better today in terms of the soldier. I feel like he's looked really strong. I'm not going to scream and say he's been getting, what was it?
You pick one, gapped or diffed, mate.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I don't know if it's been that extreme, but I think that Sparker definitely has gotten the better today, though.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative, Matthew. You may be correct, though, and like Patapan, obviously, a few key moments for him, right? He goes on that flank, sort of behind the London Spitfire in that second phase of King's Road, looking to make a play. Definitely forces some action there. Only sort of trades on the tactical visor, but again, puts London in position where they have to look forwards and backwards at the same time. So keep an eye for him here on Oasis. Patapan also, struggled on New Queen Street, right, to have the impact that he was looking for there. So this is the roster, though. Both these teams with their starting rosters heading into this fourth map. And for the Gladiators, it's got to end here. If they want to go to Texas, they must win Oasis. They must end the series here.
Yes, we'll see what type of... there's a few points here that are pretty decent for the Reinhardt, right? So maybe the Reinhardt compositions make a difference. I also thought that London looked pretty decent playing the Winston-based stuff, right? I don't think they should be afraid to fall back to that if they need be.
It worked out for them, right? Dorado. Again, I felt like a lot of their power was concentrated around Hardy. And maybe less so their DPS, just the way that Hardy was able to punish Reiner multiple times when he queued up with that, with the honor of Landon, right?
Yeah, and seeing Backbone in leads me to believe that they're not going to try and play Winston-based stuff, that they're going to stick with this Reinhardt and May. We have seen Backbone play the Genji, but to mixed reviews, right? So I think if you were going to try and play something that had some Tracer in it or whatnot, you most certainly would have brought Shaxx in.
London Spitfire here have the option on some maps to really force that Reinhardt and have it be generally favored. City Center, though, it's a bit of a different situation. A lot of high ground access and a lot of ways to flank around a Reinhardt position. If the Spitfire go for that play, yeah, I mean, it would be a little risky to do so. So we get the London Spitfire on what I would say is their sort of secondary team comp. Probably not their preferred here, but they know at some point they have to play to the map, Matthew.
Yeah, exactly. As we'll see Backbone on Tracer potentially here, which it's a big, well, I assume, yeah, Kevster's going to play Tracer, so it's a pretty big matchup. Taking on that head-to-head against Kevster, even Shaxx, one of the better Tracers in the league, really like a Tracer specialist, still has a tough time with a player like Kevster.
Here we go. From the high ground first is London Spitfire. Kevster looking to try and pressure. Good bionic grenade connection from Shu, and mate, what an easy way to start off a fight. Love to see that. Yeah, this is going to be the Gladiators pretty comfortably set up here. Also want to point out that Patapan actually, this is one of our average as well in our little chat, outperformed Sparker across the board stat-wise on King's Row. So we sort of said, I was definitely a bit of hyperbole there saying there was a gap. There wasn't even one at all. So bear that in mind as Patapan looks to try and continue.
Why watch the games when we have stats?
You love stats, man.
Yep. So that'll be the Gladiators taking that first fight. Leave it at that instead.
I mean, there's not much to say, right? There's a body grenade and you kill both backliners. So, yeah, the Gladiators here want to try and continue to press the disadvantage, but they walk into Spitfire territory and Reiner gets decomposed. Yeah.
And it happened a few times when he was playing the Reinhardt, but we haven't seen it happen when kind of like playing in that, playing the Doomfist against the Reinhardt. We haven't seen that happen to Reiner when they're playing the Winston-based composition. So London being able to pick him off early, where the Gladiators maybe not even needed to be that aggressive, but with the Biotic Grenade, probably want to try and follow it up. You end up catching Reiner off guard and you're able to flip the point.
All right, so Gladiators here. Force-fed a little bit of humble pie. They do not have the high ground control here, of course, and you see Spark are looking to get a lot of value out of that. Now, both artists have Bio, rather Nano. Pulse Bomb avoided there for the time being, and both soldiers are close attack visor, so bear that in mind now. Spark is going to be the one that gets the Nano boost here from Landon in this fight to allow him to build that tack. And it's going to be Patapon that tries to let him go straight away. It's going to be a Nano tack from him as well. A lot of damage on the back line, and there it is, 4 kills from Patapon. Jaw hits the ground, even he can't believe it. He comes up with the ace, and look at the pressure come off his shoulders. He's feeling good.
Yeah, that's a huge tech visor. Nano with the tech visor. Everybody's just kind of playing on the point. Nobody able to shield right as Hottie is asleep on the other side of the map. Didn't invest sound barrier there, so comes up with a huge kills with the tech visor. It gets a 5K. So we'll see now. Gladiators playing a little bit more passive, right? Don't want to make that same mistake, going a little bit deep, get picked off early.
Okay. Boot back there by a
chunk of damage.
Yeah, ooh, another bio here as well. Spark needs to keep his head down for the time being. Hardy. This Primal is achieving what exactly? Pressure on Patapon, to be fair. But how he's out of Primal, oh dear, I don't think he was able to estimate sort of how deep he could go adequately. Patapon punishes and Sparker gets a little gift. Send back to spawn.
Hottie kind of does his job there in the sense that like he wants to occupy those players up on the high ground, and like his teammates need to pick up a kill and make a play somewhere else on the map, right? If he's, you know, occupying 2-3 players up there on the high ground, you have an advantage.
He's dodging the cars! Oh, hey, who needs Winston when you got family? That was unreal. Okay.
Not even
first round, Los Angeles Gladiators. Yeah. Okay, so
yeah.
I mean, okay, so I was a bit hard about the Winston play, right? I said, what's the purpose of him sort of being up here with the Primal Rage? And he's sort of occupying plays. He's not really displacing them from that high ground. But you'd prefer to sort of point the finger at the rest of the Spitfire there and not being able to generate any more action behind that.
I mean, yeah, you're in what? Like, let's say he's occupying 2 players up on the high ground. You're in a scenario where it's like a 4-on-3, right? And, you know, there's like the soldier and like an on up there on the high ground, so it's like a large source of their healing and a large source of their damage. Like, you should be able to find somebody you can kind of get low, try and finish off, right? You have a biotic grenade, you have some other things to use there, so you don't exactly, like, it's not really Hottie's job to get up there Primal, pick up a kill with that, right? And like open the whole thing up himself. Like, there needs to be some, some more help from some of the DPS.
Well, some help has arrived in the form of a map that caters a lot more to the Reinhardt strategy. Hardy, able to make the switch. Kempster maybe overestimating just how much damage he was, underestimating rather, how much damage he was about to take. He's going to be topped up all the same. Needs a fire strike on the way down though, getting a little crispy around the edges, but still drops down, gets that mini health pack, and he was there to catch Backbone when he fell.
But still, it's going to be a biotic grenade. Immortality field, keeping them alive for a little bit, but not long enough. I was going to say, maybe you can keep Sparker alive and then make a play for the point, but Reinhardt comes starting to fall apart here a little bit. It's just Admiral and Hottie. Hottie, I think, makes it out. So
I love how Hardy just gets thrust into the camera, you know, from like a bunch of CC. It could be like the Doomfist or the Lucio. He just emerges. Oh, that's a large man in armor just appearing here, not being able to do too much as he's displaced. Charge, love to see it. Okay, here's Reiner, goes in there, walled off. Sheepishly backs up, slowed down, power block now. Big bio, Backbone and Landon get absolutely doused.
So you kind of think back to Overwatch 1, right? You play a composition like this, you have like a Zarya bubble, you have like a Diva to eat some of these biotic grenades. Nothing though now is that'll be Reiner getting taken down, and he jumps in right away, just gets blown up.
At all costs, you want to avoid the mutual knockdown there if you're the one that's diving Really tough result there for Reiner as he gets punished. Landon's down though here. Funny Astro was able to find that kill and evade Sparker somehow. Continuing to frustrate the soldier. Funny Astro, you're unreal. He eventually gets taken down by that Helix rocket and Hardy's able to find Kempster, but the Glads still have control of the point here. Wall up, try and catch Patapon. He's going to dodge and duck away, but Admiral chases him down. Reiner wanting to stall for as long as he can, pops out a Meteor, back to spawn. That fight kicks off with like 33-ish%, and you get it all the way up the Gladiators to 62. They're still in a fantastic spot. London needs to control his high ground, needs to make good use out of the Soldier 76. Punish these players as they come up. Do not allow Ketzer and Reiner to just jump in, live forever, become nuisances for the team. Kempster emerges from somewhere behind. He's going to get a sound barrier there, so he can't be punished by the London Spitfires. Patapon wants to force them off that high ground with the tac visor. Yep, and they've got them inside that small room. That's where Hardy would be pretty happy to play, though. Kempster's play might have to be the difference maker here. Tries to cut Backbone out of his Chrysalis, but Landon's going to punish him there. It's a 5v4 now as eventually that Immortality field is taken down. Sparker looks unbothered right now, flourishing, moisturized in his lane, but Hardy's going to get rid of Reiner with the Fire Strike now. The Gladiators like that front line. They've got the players to do something here, but Funny Astro takes a bunch of damage and they can't punish Hardy. No, as they can't dislodge him at all, as London will hold on to the point. Gonna tie this one up and then quickly pass the Gladiators. In terms of percentage, I was also scared there for London, man. When Admiral used that sound barrier early and Kempster held onto the blade, you thought that blade could be huge, and turns out doesn't result in anything for the Gladiators. Is this a flanking Blizzard we're gonna see? Backbone notices the Glads are a little split, so we're gonna get the most value out of this. Patapon trying to run away. Oh, there's Sleep Dart. It doesn't stop the Blizzard, and Patapon doesn't matter. Still turned into a sculpture on the vestiges of it. Still 2 for 2 there. Landon's Immortality field down. Spitfire don't have confidence in their positioning right now as Backbone's forced to ice block here. They may have to cede the points. Admiral down. Kempster's able to pin him up against the wall there, and Backbone's not going to fare much better. The Meteor Strike for Reiner is up. Still, and he found 99% seismic slam damage. 99%. That's huge for the Spitfire. Trying to send this one with one fight to a map point potentially. So, Patapon on the flank gets spotted out here by Admiral. Oh, he's gonna get chased down. Oh, nice kill there. Oh, the sound barrier! Patapon has got to get away with absolute murder and some, Matthew. Reiner going to force away Hardy, who has a shadow but no chance to use now. The Gladiators put themselves in a one-fight scenario. Talk about the getaway plan from Patapon. Incredible response from Funny Astro. And Backbone over the Tracer trying to get a touch here. You got Shatter in the tac visor here for London. Spark is going to let the visor go. Who can he find though? Charges up Reiner's power block. That's all he's done so far. Kempster from on high, forced to deflect that damage away. Hardy has a shatter here. Reiner backing up a little bit, then lost Backbone. It's going to be attack fights from Patapon. Okay, Reiner is going to be felled. Hardy's inside the Immortality field. He's able to take down the Doomfist, but forced away from the point, and he's very low on HP. The healers need to get healing for the Spitfire, and Admiral deploys that sound barrier. Another Kempster blade that doesn't really hit the mark. The high ground, he goes. He can't find Landon. No, the deflect was there. The Baptiste has fallen for the London Spitfire. They needed Landon so badly. And now Admiral gotta get taken low. Reiner's gonna find him with that the seismic slam, excuse me, but Kempster's there to punish Hardy on that high ground. The Gladiators wrap it up here. They have done it, Matt. Qualifying for the kickoff clash, winning the series 3-1. Really close game between these two teams. I think if you're a Gladiators fan, you are more relieved, I think, than happy. Happy you qualified, but I think more relieved in the sense that London, they really brought it in this series today and gave you a lot of trouble where a lot of these maps could have went either way. Oh, man. Patapon there as well, stepping up in a huge way in that last map. Just very consistent for the entirety of it. And that big old 5K in that first round was what gives the Gladiators that momentum, spurs them ahead. Beautiful result here for Los Angeles, especially after such a sluggish start to the series. Felt like they were unsure about how to deal with this Reinhardt setup, but the maps played to the Gladiators, and they in turn played to them. Let's talk about your player of the match here for the Los Angeles Gladiators. Some substitutions from Los Angeles here, Matt, but Kempster was the one factor that really kept the Glads heads above water when things got tough.
It seemed like every time they needed a play to happen, it was Kevser or even Shu, right, who were the ones to make it. But Kevser, big on the Tracer, big on the Genji. They're on the end, right? Able to pick up a few kills on Genji, and then some big pulse bombs where he's kind of the foundation of this team at this point, right? He's the one who's been here for a few years now, really the building block, and you see why. Fantastic performances day in, day out.
Kevster here. This is one of his definitely much more successful blades. There were some that, I mean, were really hard for him to get value out of, right? There was always a sound barrier in the way or an immortality field. Kevster's playing Genji on hard mode. So getting, north of 10 final blows per 10 minutes, fantastic job from him. Again, he really has to put himself in harm's way a lot. This Gladiators team generally prefers to not play the Tracer, right? They're trying to deal with this sort of Reinhardt play. So Kevster doesn't have the flexibility of getting in, getting out, getting in. When he's on that Genji, if he's in, he's in.
I would say this is a bit of a wake-up call of a series, though, for the Gladiators. Like, you're going to go to the Kickoff Clash, right? You're going to go play in Dallas. But to play against those top teams and beat those top teams, you are going to have to play much better than this. I think consistency is going to be key throughout that entire weekend. So I think if the Gladiators relieved that you're going to go, not kind of up in the air, but still got to stir some things up before that event.
Now, there are implications for qualification to the Kickoff Clash as a result of this match, so hopefully we'll hear about that on the desk. For now, as we head to a break, when we come back, we'll break down this match and tease the next one. Don't go too far. This is the Overwatch League.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Green Break, everybody. We're here now, joined by Kevster from Los Angeles Gladiators. Kevster, hello. Congratulations.
Hello.
Oh, you also got the player of the match, and also you guys are qualified. You guys got clinched a spot for the Kickoff Clash tournament. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good, thank you.
All right. So let's quickly talk about this match. You know, it was a 3-1 victory for the Gladiators, but I do feel like London put up a good fight and it was a close match. What about London gave you guys a hard time today?
I think coming into the match, we were a bit nervous considering our past 2 matches. So we just wanted to and then we're not really used to playing the Ryan comp because they're pretty much the only team that plays it. So we just started out slow, but we adapted and just came through.
Okay, I mean, you did mention that you guys felt a little bit nervous because of the past 2 matches. How were you able to overcome that?
I think we just needed a mental reset, really. It's not that big of a deal. Just mental reset and focus.
So you guys just focus up
focus next.
Mental reset.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
Nice. All right. And I mean, yeah, you just right now you talked about your previous 2 matches, and I do want to sort of talk about that as well because it was a tough 2 back-to-back losses, back-to-back reverse sweeps that you guys had. Were there any big takeaway lessons for the Gladiators from those 2 losses coming into today, and also going into the Kickoff Clash tournament?
I think we just need to learn and adapt from our small mistakes that, these small mistakes that snowballed and eventually cost us the match. We just need to like I said, just reset and focus on next map.
All right. Well, I mean, that's a big takeaway lesson, and I feel like, you know, that really paid off. You guys looked great today. Your Genji, I think the very last map, right? His Genji reflect onto Landon. That was crazy. I just wanted, that's not a question, Kester. I just wanted to say that was really crazy. That was really good. And the final question for you, Kester, is you know, you guys made it to the tournament. Is there a team that you really want to beat in this tournament cycle? I'm guessing it's either Dallas Fuel or the San Francisco Shock. It could be both. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I would say I want to beat both, just for the revenge. And I think I say for our entire team that we just want to prove that we're the better team, and I think we are. We just need to prove it on match.
You guys got it. Okay, well, good luck, Kester, and again, thank you so much, and hope to talk to you soon again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, he didn't wave back at you. Poor daddy.
You didn't get away on that one.
No, it's just, you know, sometimes you talk, you say your outro, and then sometimes I'm really hyped up.
Wave too.
And I was like, for this one, I felt a little bit too calm, so it's a bit of a weird thing where you're like, okay, thank you, and I can just be all of a sudden be like, you know, it was like a calm bye, and so I was like, I just went with the flow. I was like, okay.
Well, someone who will definitely wave back is, of course, Reinforced, because he would never let a friend hanging. Ain't that right, Jonathan?
Yeah, I'll wave. All right. Yeah. I thought about it. 2 seconds, and I was like,
I feel like we win.
I don't want to be cringe. I just want to be friends, okay?
I like that. Today already feels like a success just because of what just transpired here in 2 different boxes. Now, let's discuss the match though. Reinforce, I mean, London looked good. Unfortunately, there were a bunch of fights towards the end of 3 maps where they couldn't finish it out, but that was a really good effort. They looked as strong as anyone could have hoped for, and then some. Hadi, absolute chat energy on the server today.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Spitfire, they're like this. Okay, bear with me, guys. Bear with me. They're like this Pokemon gym, right? That you really have to overcome, but ultimately, it's difficult. They're unique. It's like this specific type of Pokemon, and you're just like, man, I just can't get away with it. So you're forced to Google, you have to find a guide, where it's this stupid Pokemon keeps using this rock type of this stupid ability, and how do I counter it? And that's sort of how I feel about a lot of Spitfire. They're a formidable opponent. You have to do some research, you have to read up on them, you have to figure out what their thing is. And ultimately, yeah, the LA Gladiators, they did figure out the Lone Spitfire and they did get their way with them. But they proved, the Lone Spitfire, it proves to be this opponent that you just can't ignore. You have to actually deal with them. And not only in the brawl compositions, like even on Dorado, we saw how competitive Dorado was when Hardy was on the Winston. Now, some of that might have been, you know, Unspring, the Widowmaker on defense, and a bit of a snowball, stuff like that. But still, I feel like Lone Spitfire this year, they are a formidable opponent. I think that if we move on to, you know, our second or third stage and they aren't able to play the brawl composition, they are still a competent team. They have good individual players, and I think they're quite well coached as well. We're seeing them in these matches. They're well coached, the way they use their abilities, the positioning. We saw on Point Take King's Row, for example, even though Lando got picked early. Stuff like that. It's noteworthy, and I think Lone Spitfire, they proved to be a pretty good team still in the league.
Wouldn't have been such bans if they would have actually won that game.
If Gladiators lost in 5, can you imagine if Gladiators lost in 5?
Oh man, that would have
They
been...
would be in shambles.
I don't like thrive on other people's misery, but that one would have been rather funny. Not gonna
Atlanta,
lie.
though.
Alas.
Yeah.
Oh, Atlanta, yeah.
It's true. There's still a chance right there. Let's actually take a look at the standings, because this match, of course, had some implication heading into the kickoff clash. Of course, that means the Gladiators now clinched their spot, which is fantastic. And there were some other teams who were on the outside looking in, but are now definitely in. I think Houston Outlaws was one of those teams who needed the Gladiators to win in order to make it themselves. So a lot of eyes and players rooting for that Gladiator squad. Now, of course, there's still some teams on this cusp, so that means that there is still some hope left to be shattered in our league. And we'll find out over the next couple of days who's going to be in and who's going to be out. Now, our next match of the day is going to be the New York Excelsior and the Toronto Defiant. That was the one match where, would you be massively surprised if New York takes it? No, not really, because they do have star power. Like they have a Yaki, they have a Flora, which we all had such high expectations for. Yet we all went for the Toronto Defiant here.
Yeah, it feels like we have Yaki and Flora at home, but like they're on the New York Excelsior here, and they're just not living up to that expectations, right? They're great players. They have been performing somewhat well, but as a core, the entire New York Excelsior roster doesn't seem to be coming together. The Gangnam Jin main support, I think, has been a big pain point for them as well. So I'm hoping that they can get a little bit of synergy, a little bit of time, and now they're going up against a somewhat weaker opponent than what they have been going up against in the Toronto Defiant. I could absolutely see them exceeding expectations at any moment. Is that going to be in this match? I don't really know, because the Toronto Defiant, though, they have looked good in the past. When they had Musin playing the Winston, it looked like a good look. They've been leaning more into the Hopper on the Zyre, especially last weekend. I'm kind of curious to see where the Toronto Defiant have landed. What strategy are they going to implement in this match, and are the NYXL going to have an answer to it?
Reinforce, who are you going to keep your eyes on for this match?
Honestly, Hotbound the Zarya. I think that if you're going to really play the Zarya composition, the Toronto Defiant, you have to be very precise with your Zarya bubbles. You have to use them to mitigate and engage with your Reaper or like protect your supports, and you can't just use them for energy all the time. It doesn't play exactly like in Overwatch 1. So I'll keep my eyes on Hotbound the Zarya. I just hope that this is not like a Toronto Defiant Clown Fiesta and they actually deliver on this one. This would just be such a perfect prime opportunity for all of us to predict Toronto Defiant and New York Excelsior. We still gotta respect the damage they have on that roster, right?
Absolutely. But on the other side, we do have Hisu, which arguably is Danny's absolute favorite player.
How'd you know?
Hisu's
You talk about it.
Read my mind.
I
Read my mind.
Which
I was gonna do Hisu's list again, but then I can't do it anymore. But I did talk to Gesture, who's on the New York team now. He said he's been working really hard. So this might be a really good match to see.
The Gesture coach.
The Gesture coach. Who would have thought? But yeah, you're gonna share all the insight you gathered from Gesture as the game.
I will force it out of him.
Awesome. That's what we need for this test. Now we are ready for match number 2 of week number 4 of season 5. Lots of numbers popping up in my head.
They already
know. Too many, but a match is gonna happen right now. And for all the action, we're gonna send it over to Joss and Necro.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, it's exciting. There's a lot of numbers. Year 5, week 4, day 1. There you go. At the first tournament.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting. Rose, New York Excelsior, they aren't going to make the tournament, unfortunately. But the Toronto Defiant can in this game. If they win here, they guarantee themselves that top 8 spots, and they whisk themselves straight to the Kickoff clash.
Yeah, unfortunately, New York Excelsior is mathematically eliminated. They are entering into this week with a 1-4 record, and unfortunately, that's not going to be quite good enough to be able to make it forward to the Kickoff clash. But Toronto Defiant is sitting at 3-2, so that's pretty good, taking a look at their chances to be able to make it forward, so they definitely need to win here today.
Yeah, the 3-2, there are currently 4 other teams at 3-2 right now, but they're currently at the bottom because of map score. So they still have the chance to make it with a dub here today, but ideally just get that 3-0 and then get a
just
better map score.
Just win.
You look a little better. It's going to be good. I think Toronto Defiant, they had a lot of hype coming into this season, and today is really the day they get to restore a lot of that confidence. They've had a rocky-ish start, and it has been a lot on the back line to really show up and show off. Of course, we have Twilight, a veteran of the Overwatch League and Overwatch in general, and Chorong, a rookie. So it's been them two that's been the backbone of the team, and they performed exceptionally well. New York Excelsior, on the other hand, they also had the expectation coming in that they're not going to be in a position they are now in 1-4, although they have had a tough schedule, I suppose. They played the Shark, the Atlanta Reign, etc. Yep. And their only win is against the Vancouver Titans. But you wouldn't expect them to be down this bad, right? They got one map against one of those tougher teams in against the San Francisco Shock. They did win against the Titans, but you look at the names, you're like, damn, this roster go kind of hard, you know? But it's just not had the success people have wanted from them.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about Yaki and we can talk about Flora all day from the DPS lineup for the New York Excelsior, just constantly putting in the work. But when it comes down to Kellen and Gangnam-jin, we have a lot to be desired, I feel like, from that department, from just Kellen being able to lead the charge and then Gangnam-jin just consistently being able to help support the team overall. So I do think that, like, this is definitely going to be a good litmus test for them, because New York Excelsior, they have shown some really, really nice and bright moments over the last couple of matches, but still some to be desired there for sure.
Yeah, Kellen hasn't really been the strong point for the team as of yet. Maybe he steps up, and Cuss just mentioned, or Danny, sorry, just mentioned, spoke to Gesture, and he's been working really, really hard. If you don't remember, Gesture got picked up as an assistant coach for the team. So his tank knowledge imparted onto Kellen. Only good news for New York Excelsior. How long will that take to actually result in like gameplay? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and find out. Maybe this is the week they turn it all around. Let's have a look at the Toronto Defiant though. Who are they starting with today? Well, it's my favorite player, Hotba. Woo! And I do have a Hotba fact, by the way. Okay. Rose, I do have a Hotba fact for you. I got one ready.
I'm ready.
Before the broadcast today. Did you know Hotba's name backwards is Abato? Did you know that?
Oh!
There you go. Another one.
No, I didn't. I just
Another one to add
that.
to the repertoire.
Yeah, I like that.
They should add to Wikipedia on the little trivia section. Just to make sure everybody knows. But no, let's be real. Hisu, although Hotba, Chorong, and Twilight, we talked about the backline already, but although another rookie, and Hisu, well, I say another rookie, he did play for London Spitfire a long while ago, although didn't have the best times on London when he did end up playing. But Hisu, a true veteran on this team, and someone that everybody, again, has been looking to perform exceptionally well. And on things like Soldier, which is almost perma-meta right now, he's actually been kind of popping off. Like, Hisu, just on any kind of hit scan hero, turns into a bit of a legend.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be really interesting to see how, like, Yaki, Flora, Hisu, and Aldo really do stack up against each other, because on paper, they're all putting in the work to have those great pop-off performances. And so being able to see them go toe-to-toe is going to be very interesting, but we also have to take a look at Chorong and Twilight and how they're kind of carrying the team right now, Jaws. Twilight on the Ana, Chorong on the Lucio, they're sitting towards the top of their respective hero classes. But, you know, all bets are off, I feel like, when we go into push.
Yeah, it does feel that way. It does feel strange having push as our first game mode. I'm just so drilled into me that it's control first, you know, after all these years. But it's good to see the new maps, of course, and the new game mode. We'll get that beautiful robot going. Colosseo, I think in general, you don't want to run things like Brig. We've seen a ton of teams run Brig on various maps, and I've been kind of harping on about this for a little while, but the Lucio's here is going to be what's important. There's a lot of Winston diving, but there's also a lot of Zarya bubbling, and having your Lucio to escort your Zarya around, making sure she doesn't get caught out at all with the bubbles down is going to be extra important. Of course, Toronto Defiant having Hopper in does lead them to playing the Zarya. New York Excelsior just perma on the Winston pick. Almost no deviation from them.
Yeah, but I kind of like that from the New York Excelsior. We haven't seen a whole lot of variation in their compositions over the past few series, and I actually think that lends itself really, really well to New York Excelsior getting good at one thing. And so if Kellen can continue to work really hard on the Winston, as we are hearing that that's happening, then I would love to see how that ends up translating over to playing against the Toronto Defiant. But as of right now, Toronto do get a hold of the robot first and start pushing it forward.
Nice little sleep. Just a bee-hop from Hopper there to get onto the slightly higher ground. Nice nade into the backline from both teams. Toronto Defiant have to be a little bit more careful. It was just Twilight and Choron who went purple. The robot is moving, and Toronto Defiant have a lot more like AoE control around the robot. To New York Excelsior's comp, they want to go for this big dive with Yaki on the Tracer. As long as Kellen just disrupts this push on the payload, wait for that pulse bomb to get earned, and they should be good. Although, saying that, I mean, Hisu does end up falling first. Yaki finds the kill. No Wraith Bomb, and yeah, Hopper, see you later. And as soon as that Reaper ends up dying, Rose, it's so easy for Kellen and the rest of the gang to just jump on in.
Absolutely. I mean, Reaper and the Zarya for Toronto Defiant are going to be the biggest barrier to overcome for the New York Excelsior, especially when they're trying to go after Chorong or Twilight in the backline. You really want to be able to make sure that you have mobility cooldowns available to get out if you need to escape. But Toronto, they are back into the charge here. New York Excelsior just continuing to push forward as Toronto have to come meet them in the middle.
Nice stick, but nicer bubble from Hopper to save Twilight's life. Nano and sound barrier used. Kellen is dead. The robot is in their control. Hisu got the Nano. Dispatched with Kellen so quickly. Very easy rundown now. And that's a lot of ultimates invested. Both Nano and sound barrier. New York Excelsior, they got a whole lot of ults coming up. Only for a pulse bomb. That's actually not a bad trade at all.
I was going to say, like, New York should be really happy with that trade. Getting both support ultimates out of Toronto Defiant means that the door is wide open to be able to use this nano visor and get a bunch of value from it. I mean, those Zarya bubbles are only going to be able to mitigate so much damage.
Nice nade. Hopper uses shield though. Nano visor maybe, there it is. Flora jumps to the ground. Everybody is in his sights now. Hopper falls. No use running. Fade away does Hisu. Although though, is in the backline of the New York Excelsior and kills both Gangnam Jim and Myeonbong. No heals. New York Excelsior have to play slow. Kellen in fact going all the way back to spawn to receive a lick of healing. Robot has been moved a fair amount by Yaki. Good play by him. Means Toronto Defiant are going to have to touch to make it all the way back to New York Excelsior's side now.
I think you're okay with that, though. I mean, Kellen gets to go back, feed over some charge over to Myeonbong, and Myeonbong gets to play back pretty far, and so you're pretty safe if you're Liana there, and Gangnam Jin, of course, going to get back very, very quickly. So it's kind of fighting in the neutral right now. Toronto Defiant and New York Excelsior not really making too much distance.
Hopper and Hisu playing ring around the rosy, just swap positions. Kellen in trouble. Graviton Surge still available for Hopper. There's the sleep, the bubble though, as soon as he wakes up. Graviton Surge right on the robot. It's not going to start the robot in, nor is it going to help kill Kellen. Hisu ends up going down again. Another incredible stick by Yaki. Twilight dead. One of the leaders in the Overwatch League now on his Tracer, and you can see exactly why. And this was the New York people were hoping for.
Yes, it is. I mean, Yaki just showing up to perform today. Those have been some impressive Tracer sticks, and particularly on Twilight, knowing that Twilight is such a quintessential part of the Toronto Defiant strategy, just knowing how much value Ana can really add to a team. So continuing to go after that pick means that Twilight's a little preoccupied.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of HP, though. Yeah, now you have to back off of Hisu. He's playing so safe, has to. Doesn't really want to run. Oh, okay. Okay, although got a little bit aggro there. Flora ends up killing him with the tactical visor. The Beyblade's been used too. doesn't really get all of anything. Even though Hisu was bubbled, the rest of the Excelsior were able to run away. Robot in the controlling hands of the Defiant. New York Excelsior trying to run away and just regroup. They can't let Myeonbong go down early. There's just so much sustain lost. And Gangnam Jin isn't doing a crazy amount of healing either, Rose. He's actually... Chorong is almost doubling his healing rate right now. Gangnam Jin is all about the go button. You can tell by their comp that they want to do that, but Gangnam Jin lacking on the healing front. They're very much relying on Myeonbong. Yaki, 1 HP, gets the recall off just in time. Pulse Bomb in hand. Another nice purple by Myeonbong to stop Krong and Twilight from advancing. Yaki, no backline Pulse Bomb this time around. All those got your number, and he's hung up. New York Excelsior not in control, have to back all the way up.
You gotta wait for Yaki to come back. I mean, Yaki has been the engage for New York Excelsior, just getting a pick or getting a stick with that pulse bomb. So it's been very, very important. But Toronto Defiant, they're working up to some pretty key ultimates here. Hoppa really wants to get this Graviton Surge online, but it's pretty neutral right now. There's really not progress being made here, especially as Kellen is just posturing for position for Yaki to also get back into position to make this dive.
Yeah, it's so treacherous going under this bridge too, Rose. Very frustrating if you're the attacking team. Yaki still playing on the sidelines, looking for a pulse bomb. Hisu hasn't got that Wraith form. Yaki, maybe this is time to go in. Yes, it is. Pulse onto Hisu. Not a support, but it's a DPS down. A lot less damage for the Defiant. I say that as the Nano Visor lets it rip. Nothing happening though just yet. Everybody's skirting around the ice cream truck and they're escaping, although now has to make a 180 and run for it. The Defiant used that beat to push past Kellen's Primal Rage. The Graviton Surge is used. It catches 3, both supports, but Kellen's bubble is so good. Not good enough, though. They burn through it. Nice missiles from Although to finish off Gangnam Jin and help kill Myeonbong. They finally get the robot walking under that bridge and should be able to take the lead now.
Yeah, they're about to match the progress of the New York Excelsior, but New York's not gonna give it up without a fight here. Kellen already comes back.
The spawns are so close. There's the beat, hot below, but extremely high energy. All he needed to do was survive, but Flora was going to make sure that didn't happen. A very smart regroup there from New York. They ended up backing off after they lose 1 or 2, and then decide, well, we can send Kellen in. Because the spawns are so close, we can juggle and make sure they don't overtake us. The Defiant are going to have to go again, but with 40 seconds remaining, this next fight's going to have to be perfect.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great position for the New York Excelsior. They stopped Toronto Defiant from being able to match that map progress. That's huge, because also Toronto don't really have much. They've got the Nano, but that's kind of it. But look at Yaki.
He's looking for Twilight, or looking for somebody. What a stick again from Yaki. 4 attaches, 3 kills. Twilight in trouble as Yaki's trying to harass. Hopper playing way more defensive, and look at that. Flora just marching on forward. A good boot from Chorong, though, sends him back, but not for long enough. Hisu luckily receives the nano boost just in time to end Flora's life, but it is now overtime. The Defiant have control of the payload, but New York Excelsior, the tempo is very much in their favor. They need one more fight here to stop the Defiant, well, push them off the payload, and that'll be the map.
Yeah, this is overtime. New York Excelsior have got to win it here. You can see them getting set up on the bridge as well, which has been the pain point for Toronto Defiant to be able to progress this payload. It's got to come down to this.
Onto Hisu. The beat is good. Don't need to worry about the anti. Asleep onto Hisu, gets interrupted as he wakes up. He's trying to teleport to the window, but can't quite click the button in time. A fade comes up in 1 second. He needs to be able to survive this fight, choose that Death Blossom. Yaki ends up going down first, and he chases Flora. Somehow, the range manages to get him from the Death Blossom. Overtime is still here, and Toronto Defiant still in control of the payload, as although used the ult to take down the supports. Toronto Defiant, on the brink of extinction there, managed to get the robot past that golden line and take map number 1.
Yeah, but that was so close, Jaws. Like, I'm so excited about this because New York Excelsior made it difficult for Toronto Defiant to be able to take the win here. Yaki, I mean, just has been absolutely outstanding so far. And I've got to say as well, Gangnam Jin has been pretty good. The Lucio, maybe you don't have to do healing if you're going to help get the kills, right?
Oh man, it has been a funny day already. Maybe we see New York Excelsior run away with this one. That map was close. We'll have to see map number 2 after this break. Well, maybe it's a closer day than people were anticipating. I mean, we already saw London take a map off the Glads. New York almost took a map there off of Defiant. And I'll tell you how close that was. Rose, listen to this. Are you ready? Courtesy of our stats guys. Shout out, Noah. New York lost Colosseo with 22 final blows versus the 14 from the Toronto Defiant. Like,
What?
that is a gap, but they still lost. Like, that is... I don't know how to wrap my head around that.
I don't either, because honestly, I just feel like it was just constantly New York Excelsior in the kill feed. And so now I'm like, okay, well, that wasn't enough. And so what can New York do at this point to really be able to take advantage of the picks that they're getting? And I think that has a lot to do with being able to survive through the ultimates, because Toronto Defiant's getting a ton of ultimate value. And if they can continue to do that, then Toronto Defiant will win this match.
Definitely felt that way. Especially Yaki, those pulse bombs are kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do have a couple of substitutions, as you can see on your screen. We got Hisu taking a back seat, Finale's coming in, and my main man Hopper is getting replaced by Muse for this map. But it is Gibraltar, so it does make sense, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it does.
Muse comes in, play the Winton, and then you've got Finale, you've got like Genji, so a little
Definitely
more...
going dive here.
Yeah, dive for Gibraltar.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to be able to see the dive come through from Toronto Defiant. And I think that New York Excelsior will be able to hold their own. I mean, Kellen has been playing almost exclusively Winston as well. And of course, when you have Yaki and Flora being able to back that up with the Tracer and the Soldier, that's going to be really, really powerful. So we'll see New York Excelsior come out with what we kind of expected to see here, but we will see Gangnam Jin on the Brigitte. And what I find really interesting about that is that this is a much less heal-intensive support, where you're really focused on being able to give away those health packs, but also the utility of being able to get the whip shots and the shield bashes in is very valuable. So you get to focus a lot more on that specifically.
Yeah, that's a perfect point, right? Because, well, what do Toronto Defiant... Well, who they're running? Well, it's Muse. Okay, so we play Brig, right? Because Winston, like, protecting those high grounds is so important for Flora and even Yaki to a certain extent. No, okay, no. For no one is going to pay attention. No, look, if that happens again, I'm gonna eat a hat. Okay, there is no way that happens again. And yeah.
Hey, listen, they actually walked out of spawn with it though. Okay, it looked like it might have not been a troll, and I was very terrified that Toronto Defiant was gonna pull a Florida Mayhem. We would not have wanted that.
Everybody kind of wants it,
well,
but no one's going to get it.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair.
Nice little dive. Oh, what an anti! You see that from Twilight?
That was big.
Hit Myeonbong right on the head. Kellen also went pretty low, healed up by Gangnam Jin, but what a perfect start. If you anchor that nade, you saw, if you just saw there, the top right above that blue box hits people behind it, next to it, like powerful nade spot if you're the Ana on the low ground. Something to take into solo queue games there. Good start. Doesn't mean Myeonbong might get the high ground. It's best for him and Gangnam Jin to kind of stay up there.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that the supports for the New York Excelsior can stay on the high ground. Oh, that was nice. Did you see that as well? Gangnam Jin being able to use the shield bash to be able to get up by blue box again. Pretty big. And I like that the Brigitte can stay at range too because of those health packs.
Yaki doing infinite damage as always. Whiffs the pulse bomb. Quite unlike him. They're still being able to control the payload though, that's the most important thing. Force the recall on Finale, who's playing more safe. There's the Nano, it's on although he's in the backline. Myeonbong's already dead, not having the best game right now. He's trying to chase down the Soldier, but armor pack and the healing station is going to keep him alive. But with one support down for New York, it bodes also well for the Defiant. Beautiful Primal Rage from the Monkey God. Gangnam Jin falls, and the payload is Defiance. They unlock those doors, and they're gonna be able to play super far up now, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, look at the space that Muse is taking already. I mean, already by the spaceship? What? On top of the spaceship? I mean, Muse just has the pick of the views right now. Poor Kellen has to go meet him up there.
Nano Visor available. No Nano Blade on the Toronto Defiant side. Twilight's 50% behind currently. Nice healing station. Oh, beautiful knockoff. Can they find that kill? No, Flora ends up backing off. He's got legs so he can run, don't forget. Nyaki's still harassing the backline. Always has Pulse Bomb in his back pocket. He's doing so much damage right now.
Yeah, it's every fight. It's every fight. I mean, unfortunately, that's going to be a whip, though.
A little bit. It's unfortunate. You big them up and they let you down. So, I mean, maybe that's a life lesson for you. There's the blade. No nano. Flora's already dead. A good anti-nade from New York Excelsior, but the Toronto Defiant aren't going down without a fight. Muse takes a little nap, but the rest of his team are all right. They had that rally at their back, so they're able to get back into the fight pretty fast. New York Excelsior playing all the way in the scenery right now as the Toronto Defiant are just pushing the payload in basically for free. 5 meters away. Another nice nade from Twilight. Flora has to back off. Another lot of damage missing from their squad, but Yaki and Kellen, they're able to get offline rather quickly. Well, that's a nano break, and you're dead. Goodbye, Chorong. Bit of an overzealous nano from Twilight. Maybe they thought they could end the fight there and then, but wasn't to be.
Did you see Muse just walk away with 5 HP?
That's Muse things for you.
I don't understand how New York Excelsior couldn't confirm that. I mean, Gangnam Jin was able to hit him with a whip shot, but then Muse walked out of there with his life, coming back with a Primal Rage as well. Ooh, ouch.
There's a bit of revenge. Not bad. Oh, he's dead. Just go again, go again, go again, go again. Everybody's screaming it in comms, yeah. You lose someone that early, Rose, you don't want to fight.
No, for sure. I mean, at least Finale can get back pretty quickly on the Tracer, so that's not going to be that bad. But does allow New York Excelsior to get time to set up here.
Oh. Ooh, nice pulse bomb. Didn't attach it to Kellen either. Placed it by his sleeping body, which turned into a corpse. Yaki forced a recall. Has a pulse bomb in his back pocket. Hasn't been so lucky this map, but a nice stick gone to Muse as he sleeps. We'll give you that one, Yaki. No worries. Still counts the stats. Both teams lose their Winston players, but Kellen's back way quicker. Maybe Toronto Defiant gain some space around this mega health pack, but it looks unlikely as they're backing off now. Oh, I say that. Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, spoke a little too soon there, Jaws.
Yeah. Whoops.
Just a little bit.
But they do have Nano Visor coming up, Rose, for New York, and a Nano Blade for Toronto Defiant. It's up to the Nano Ultimate, see how they do. Another nice nade on Flora. Can't use the healing station now, but that bubble from Kellen is going to protect him. There's the Nanos. It's on, although he's already got 2 kills. No Blade needed for the Genji. Gunnajin and Myungmong are dead, but so is Twilight and Chorong. No healing for either team, and although he's just getting beaten up by Kellen, that Primal Rage doing work. Muse in his own bubble. The only thing he can do is just reset the payload, make sure it doesn't trawl back even further. 60 seconds remains now for the Defiant to push it to second.
That's good though. New York Excelsior has been able to eat so much time off the clock. Gangnam Jin is going to be able to have the rally online, and that's going to give so much sustain. Yaki's going to have another pulse bomb, maybe even before Toronto Defiant walk in.
Oh, no way! Okay, Kellen caught that one mid-air, tried to slam dunk it, but it didn't end up working out. They've lost Kellen first up yet again. Nice positioning from Finale, pushing the payload to force NYXL down to the low ground. Rally from Gangnam Jin to keep the team alive. Another stick from Yaki is going to be good as Chorong falls. A nice nade onto Twilight ends his life. It's up to the Blade. That's the only thing left. Myungmong ends up going down, but with no nano, the Blade is as good as a wet noodle. The Toronto Defiant have 9 seconds to go before the time ticks to 0. They need to be able to touch, but it's looking rather unlikely. Excelsior, they find Finale. He gets the touch. OT is here, but with no Primal Rage from Muse, this should be quick. There we go. Chorong also just kind of dancing around. There's no way he wins a 1v5. Ramron completes, and the Toronto Defiant, quite an easy first push there, Rose, but second point, inassailable. But I think that's Gibraltar almost. Well, sometimes you can kind of ignore it, but
it's weird that we saw a second point. I feel like we don't see second point very often, so it's a little funny. It's a little funny that we ended up there. But Toronto Defiant did have a pretty easy walk-in of point A swiftly into point B, but I think we've got to give a lot of credit to the New York Excelsior. After Toronto Defiant took so much space on their attack push, you saw Muse just be able to jump up to the spaceship, sat there for a really long time, and then New York Excelsior was like, you know what? No, get off our objective. Go away. This is our hangar.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things about Gibraltar, right? The second point. You lose that fight on the attack, and you don't gain that high... Well, I guess New York did end up getting the high ground first, but if you lose that preceding fight, the defensive team has such a crazy advantage. They can drop on you most of the time. The supports are rather safe. They can play in the Mega Health Pack. They can play in the Mini, in the Spaceship, or they can play all the way at the back near the door close to their spawn. It's a pretty hard point to crack. And do you know what's really funny? What was funny to me, at least, Kellen was dying first a lot of these fights, especially towards the end, but Toronto Defiant just couldn't capitalize on it.
No, I mean, Kellen also, like, you talk about the advantage. I think a lot of the advantage comes from how close the respawns are for the defensive team. So Kellen was able to come back to the fight while Yaki was keeping the backline busy, so Toronto Defiant couldn't push forward. They didn't have the supports behind them. But we've got a pause coming through. So we'll have to wait and see how this goes.
Yeah. They were like, wait, Excelsior, you didn't try and hog hook somebody. You okay? You good?
You good, bro?
No hog? Well, all right. I guess we'll just sit here for a little while. Hopefully the pause gets resumed fairly quickly. But yeah, let's talk about their offense here, right? I mean, at the end of the day, hitting one big nade is great, but escorting the... So I love escorting the supports or even sim teleporting them on the offensive side across the way and setting them up on the high ground.
Yep.
If you have that high ground as a support, it is like insane. We'll see if they do end up rotating that way. Wait, no. Pausing still. No, wait. Ping, boom. Okay, well, there you go. Well, that's fine.
Well, there you go.
That answered that question for you. Man, I need to come up with more... Well, maybe I should come up... Maybe I should just be a Toronto Defiant tank specialist and just come up with various quips about Hopper and Muse.
I like it. I like it. I'm ready for the next Jaws Toronto Defiant tank fest.
Yeah, I got plenty of Hopper facts in my back pocket, don't worry. Most of them silly, and but it's fine.
I remember.
What I find really interesting, Rose, about just... This isn't really anything to do with the game, but like just different players' handles and whatnot, where they come from. I think it would be really cool if we at some point sit down. Maybe we can put this in the works, but kind of talk to each player and see where they got their names from. I think that would be quite an interesting segment. So where did you get Necra from?
I studied science, and so one of the first studies that I ended up looking at was the wolves of Yellowstone National Park. I thought it was just really cool because I like animal dynamics, and so I looked for how to say wolf in different languages. And then basically dropped some letters, changed some things, and I got Necra. So.
Well, that's kind of cool because it is quite a unique name.
Well, thank you.
I've never heard anybody called that. Unlike mine, which is very generic.
But how did you get it?
Extremely generic. Well, it's actually my initials. Jaws stands for Jack Achilleos Wright, if you didn't know, and then I added the S on the end.
Ooh.
So yeah, that's mine. Pretty generic, I know.
I like
but
that. Because I was going to ask.
I also like sharks.
Well, I was going to say, did the fish come first, or did the name come first?
I guess the love of fish came first.
Okay.
As a kid, I wanted to be a paleontologist, as I'm sure like a lot of kids these days do. You're like, oh, dinosaurs are pretty cool, right? Oh, maybe I dig for dinosaur bones. That'd be pretty sweet. Like that was one of my first, like, oh my god, I want to do that. But then it very quickly transitioned. Thanks to my grandparents who had fish, and they still have a pond in their back garden. I was like, well, now I'm obsessed with fish, and got my first fish tank at whatever age. I have fish tanks now, which is pretty cool. And yeah, and I was just like, well, actually, maybe I'll be a marine biologist. And then it just so happened my initials were just that.
Love it.
So
I love it.
Pretty cool.
It's so perfect for
sweet.
you. So I'm glad that all worked out. Sounds like we're getting back into the game.
Woo!
So let's
No more dribble. All good.
What? That was like that was interesting
talk
caster lore. What do you mean?
Caster lore. That's true. That's true. There's probably a document somewhere that has all the caster lore in it. All right, back into the game. Anyways. Everything sorted, everything fixed, we're good. Kellen, not quite so fixed. He is asleep. Unfortunate, but again, Yaki playing the payload. This is ideally what you want to do if you're on the offense, just play payload, right?
Yeah. I feel like you just got to try to push it through the car wash. Once you can get through the car wash, I feel like it does become a little bit easier for the attacking team to be able to execute on the dives. Yaki gets really low bow in the back.
Oh, good sleep onto Muse. Those supports from New York Excelsior are taking an absolute beating. Same with Muse, to be fair. He has to back all the way up, and now Excelsior have the high ground.
Yeah, just kind of waiting for their moment to jump. It looks like Kellen has found a small opportunity, but it's really just to push Toronto Defiant off the high ground.
Yeah, Finale has built himself up a pulse one first, a little bit before Yaki. He's looking for a way to get into this engagement. Kellen's got the Primal Rage, not a good target. There it is. Gangnam Jin, though, with a flare kill on to Twilight. Excelsior looking good in this fight, although is dead. Toronto Defiant can go for a recontest if they're quick enough and if they can stall. Nano, Rally, and Primal coming up.
A lot of ultimates coming online for both teams. And so I feel like with Muse being able to get the Primal Rage online, maybe we'll be able to boop some of the members of New York off.
Big pulse. There's the Nano Primal Rage. Oh, those hands are going to hurt if they land. Or maybe not so much, as the rally from Gangnam Jin's going to keep everybody healthy. So those hands not looking so deadly anymore. The Toronto Defiant struggling to maintain control of this payload as Gangnam Jin ends Muse's life. There it is. Point captured by Excelsior. 4 minutes to go, and they win this small engagement here, killing the Staggers. It's exactly the same situation Defiant found themselves in, winning that fight and setting up on the high ground.
Yeah, look how much time they have. Jaws, they have right about 4 minutes. And so that's a lot to be able to push that payload just shy of that point B. And New York just kind of waiting for some of these bigger DPS ultimates to come online. Yaki wants that Pulse Bomb. Flora definitely wants Attack Visor.
Looking good. That overhealth still applies, even if you are purple. Worth keeping in mind. So Myunbong's nade looked good, but wasn't fantastic. Another good nade, though, I say that. And that nano boost from Kellen. He's just electrifying everybody, but can't really seem to find anything at all. Oh, and although he's dead, by the way, there's his dead body. Toronto Defiant struggling still to maintain control of this payload. Kellen slept on it. Someone needs to touch. That almost helped the Excelsior there, sleeping the monkey on it because 2 people were pushing. Myunbong is dead, and the Toronto Defiant could come back into this fight, but now both honors bite the dust. 2 breaks 2. Again, a no-healer fight for either team. It's all down to the trades. There's a Primal Rage on the point, and they can't even touch. Although it was just in the background as the rest of his team were laid to waste.
Oh my.
The New York Excelsior find the map win and tie the series up 1 each.
Wow. I mean, we've got a... that's great for Excelsior to be able to tie it up, but poor Aldo got slept in Blade by a huge sleep coming out from the New York Excelsior, and then also just got so low that he had to go try to find a health pack. And in that time, New York Excelsior are able to push the payload forward. That's pretty big. I mean, New York did that with a lot of time left, too.
Yeah, they did. It's just losing control. It never really felt like they had control of that payload. We'll see if Muse ends up getting subbed out as we jump into our next map in a moment. But we'll take a small break before we do that. the shadows in the top rope, it's Luchador Reaper. Yep, you can get the Kickoff Clash Legendary skin, which is on sale now through the 25th of June for 200 League tokens. There's also, if anybody saw the blog post from the other day, there's going to be some team variations of the skins. Rose, that's going to be pretty cool. I'm excited. From what I saw from the variations, the belt buckle, I guess the championship winning belt or whatever, has the logo of the team from the little sketch that they gave, which is pretty sweet. So I'm looking forward to that. So yeah, go make sure you pick that one up. It's only 200 League tokens. You get tokens for watching anyway. So there you go. All right, back to the game. Midtown is the map up next. And Rose, Toronto need to win here. If they win, they're in the Kickoff Clash.
Yep. Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go ahead and sub back in Hisu and Hotba in for Finale and Muse, which makes a lot of sense because Zarya Comp is definitely going to be good on Midtown. So maybe trying their hand at that, especially because they were able to win with that composition versus the New York Excelsior on Colosseo, which was our first map of the series. You know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, Jaws.
Yeah, ain't that true? I mean, you can play a bit of both on this map. You can play a little bit of dive, or you can play what they played on Colosseo, which was the Zarya. And yeah, I think you're right. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And Hopper and Hisu doing pretty well. Yaki's Tracer, though, still, it feels like it's attempting to hard carry, right? I mean, we talked a little bit earlier on in Colosseo, the map that they narrowly lost. Yaki had 10 final blows out of the 22 on the Tracer. His pulse bombs were looking squeaky clean.
They were looking good. Good in the neighborhood. Hopefully they're going to do that here in New York. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Going to their hometown.
Hometown advantage.
Yeah.
No way. They get a 10% damage buff. That would be insane, by the way. Imagine that. You play on your home map, you get a damage buff. The most uncompetitive thing ever, but would be very fun.
Oh, it'd be like a nice April Fool's. We're way past that, so it's not going to happen this season. But maybe next one. That's a free idea, Overwatch League.
That is. Free idea, free dumb idea. Please don't do it. That would be insane. But I thought it was worth mentioning, Rose, Toronto Defiant. The last time they did well in the tournament structure format of the Overwatch League was in 2020 when they went to the Summer Showdown and placed 3rd. So they want to be able to not only get to the Kickoff Clash, but to just exceed expectations and make it to the top 3, or even potentially winning it, of course.
Yeah, I think they're in a really good position to do so as long as Toronto Defiant can keep it up. Nice aggressive pressure coming out here on their attack push.
Yeah, extremely aggro. Wow, Hopper goes down so quickly. Same with Orlo. His fight's already over. I would love to know what happened to Hopper. He was holding the high ground with the supports, used both bubbles, and then just, wow, he liquefied. And there you go. Maybe there is a buff, I don't know. Excelsior end up taking the point, and they're going to make the payload go through those doors.
Toronto Defiant got too aggressive. You know, they jumped in too far, they overextended, and then New York Excelsior just punished that. So luckily for Toronto Defiant, they are able to get set up here on this high ground. It does make it very difficult for the attacking team to be able to get past the car wash. So maybe Toronto Defiant can dig their heels in right here.
Yaki's already looking for something. Oh, you see Although in the bottom left. Oh, he knows. He has Yaki's number. We saw it last time. Yaki just consistently getting these pulse bombs in the back, and Although had to check him. Nice little high ground control. Really enjoy when the defenders hold that spot where we see Hisu in right now on the Reaper.
Yep.
Hopper's under a lot of pressure once more. No bubbles anymore, but high energy. Hisu is cleared out. A bit more difficult to hold up in that position, Rose, when you don't have a Winston to quickly jump all the way back to the team. You can't do that with the Zarya. And now Yaki looking for a pulse, but might not even need to use it. They're just backing off.
Toronto have to. They can't go in without Hisu. Hisu is such an important part of Toronto's front line. But oh no!
Oh, actually outplayed. Dunked on Yaki. Although just hit him with the fancy feet, dodged the pulse and gave him a smackdown. Toronto Defiant now don't have to worry about that pulse bomb, nor the visor, nor the nano. Good nade from Twilight. So much negated from Excelsior. 3 ultimates down the drain.
They still have a lot of time, 4 minutes left in the time bank, but it really does come down to the sound barrier being able to deal with the Graviton Surge and potentially a Death Blossom on top of that.
Oh,
it's
my
late.
God, that's just BM. He got Yaki. Kellen was in the Graviton Surge as well, I suppose. Gets slept in Primal, is pretty close to waking up and pretty low. Oh, Hopper couldn't quite lob the right click far enough. Still, a Graviton Surge is good enough. They used to be in that engagement on top of that. Hisu and Although still have an ultimate each, though.
This is the problem that New York Excelsior ran into on Colosseo. They were able to get 22 final blows, very much outmatching that of the Toronto Defiant, but New York is struggling to get value with their ults. That beat was late.
Hisu just wants to bait them in. He's got the Death Blossom ready to go. Hopper permanently 100 energy. Not something you see every day in Overwatch 2 Zarya. Depends how defensive you are as a Zarya player. Can push out, has got an extra bubble. There it is, straight on top of Hisu. Nano Death Blossom. You can't even react to that if you're that close. Myunbong couldn't even sleep because of that bubble. And the Toronto Defiant, they're holding strong.
This is
Gangnam Jin is, he's dead, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is so tough. This is so tough as the attacking team to be able to get past if the defense is able to stop you on this high ground. Because where do you go? Every direction that you try to walk onto that point, you can either get dropped on top of if you're going down mid, or you go into these buildings and then you're walking into a Zarya and a Reaper. That's not fun. So New York are going to have to get really creative and find an opening here with this Nano Tac Visor.
Nano Visor, it's available. There it is. He activates it straight in the face of the Toronto Defiant. The supports are going low. Twilight goes down. Now he's 1v1ing a Reaper on the high ground. Flora's in trouble, sitting at the healing station. He gets Hisu at least. Hopper's alive. A lot of energy, but not a lot of life left. 2 minutes to go. Excelsior, a couple of meters away from landing that payload in. Can the Defiant touch? Maybe. They have speed boost from Chorong, and they do get there just in time, a meter away. Nice nade onto the back line from Twilight to keep their team alive and healthy. A 2-man beat to secure the payload, but can they secure this fight? It's yet to be seen. 0.9 meters away, the grab comes out. It doesn't really hit much as the beat was good from Gangnam Jin. The later one is always the better one. 2-man Primal Rage, and that will be it. Excelsior, they get it onto second. 2.5 minutes though for third. Rose, tough point to assail.
Yeah, it's not looking likely that a full 3-point capture is going to happen here for the New York Excelsior. They don't have any ultimates in the bank. They'd have to take some amounts of an eco push or just win the all-right brawl, which could happen because Twilight is the only person on Toronto Defiant that's close to getting that ultimate aligned. In fact, there it goes. The Nano Boost now available to donate over to somebody.
Nice bubble from Hopper. Although almost got one clipped. Kellen's asleep, he is fine, jumping back to the point. Hisu teleported to the point and had to walk away. There's the Nano on the Reaper. Nice little 2-tap, thank you very much. 3K? No, legs too quick. All the way back to What are you? What was that?
That was greedy. Oh, that was so greedy.
I mean, misclick TPing into Excelsior's spawn? Misclick or hyper BM? Not sure what it was, but we witnessed that. That was a thing. That happened.
Yeah, you know what? At least Hisu gets back on his feet, has the Death Blossom, can go in with that raw. There is no nano to be able to beef that up. But they might not need it. 1.5 minutes left on the clock.
There he is. He's spinning, trying to win, but no. Gangnam Jin's the winner in this situation. Nano Visor running straight at him. Pulse bomb's good. Everybody carrying in a small room. Ain't gonna happen. Flora struggling to find the kills. He got one and a lot of damage, and there's the cleanup from Yaki. That's what you want to see from the Tracer. Well, those on the high ground, just chilling, but they're going to be able to move the payload below him, and a nice boot from Gangnam Jin. That's the second one in a row he's had. Booped Hisu away when he was ulting and booping, although off the high ground. But like you said, Rose, very, tough time they're having sinking that payload in. 50 seconds to go.
There's no more ults left for the New York Excelsior. Kellen, the only one that's getting close to that Primal Rage, but they're going to have to be able to withstand and outlast the Tactical Visor and, of course, chew through the sustain coming in from Chorong's Sound Barrier. It's a lot to ask for with 30 seconds left.
Oh my god, Hisu did the charge slide out of that sleep. See you later. A lot of ults online now. Nano Visor available for the Toronto Defiant. They've got to grab, they've got to beat, they've got everything they need to win this fight. If they mess this up now, could be a bigger mistake than Boss Baby 2. Excelsior are running for the hills. Flora goes down. A beat from Excelsior to try and help Myungbong, but it's not going to happen. Defiant, they got the names and numbers of the Excelsior. The Nano on Hopper. He's only 50 energy, but that's a lot of damage. Good pulse bomb from Yaki, but they still need to touch. It ain't going to happen. There you go, Defiant, they hold the payload just on those steps before third.
That's still a good attack push coming in from the New York Excelsior. Toronto Defiant, though, really gave New York a run for their money. Almost didn't let New York Excelsior cap that second point. So the fact they made it this far is pretty good. But Toronto Defiant now up to bat, definitely a winnable position for them. They've been able to do a lot with their attack pushes, but especially when it comes down to having those Zarya, the bubbles, Hoppa's just going to need to be large and in charge and charged. I don't know where I was going with that.
No, I mean, that was perfect because no, it was perfect because he's got 31% of the team's damage right now. He's got gold damage.
Woo!
Rose. So, yeah, 7,400 versus about 6k for Hisu. So Hopper is doing a lot of the lifting for the Toronto Defiant in the current moment. And if we skip back to Colosseo, I talked about how Guangdong Jin was like super low on healing versus Chorong.
Yeah.
That's still the case. It's still almost Chorong doubling the healing per 10 than Guangdong Jin is. Again, another comp that wants to go really fast, so it makes sense. Guangdong Jin always holding the W key with the speed boost. But still, the sustain coming out from the Defiant is kind of crazy. Just keeping Hopper alive and at high energy is why he's doing so much damage.
For sure. I mean, if you're able to stay alive, then you get to keep your charge, and that's kind of the biggest obstacle to overcome as a Zarya player, especially in Overwatch 2, is the fights get really fast, and sometimes you just die really fast. But let's see if Hoppa can continue to live up to this gold damage that he was able to put out on that round 1. That's impressive.
It's pretty impressive. Trying to make their way around the fire truck. Kellen doesn't really want to mess with this at all. I mean, Hisu's just kind of standing there, teleporting behind them. Yeah, okay, well, everybody knows you're there. Let's be real. Pressure on the point, though. That's the key for the Defiant right now. Make sure Excelsior have to go for this touch. Nice nade by Twilight, keeping everybody alive on the point. Increased healing, especially with Chorong on top of them, too. No one's going to go down if you amp that nade. 2 ticks have been acquired. Yaki, dead. Nano for Hisu. Now Kellen definitely can't touch the point, as the point is unlocked. Nice and quick. Toronto Defiant, 5 minutes in the bank.
Yeah, they do let the payload go. I mean, I guess you can at this point. It'll kind of start walking itself for a little while, but you do have to go back and help it. So, although gonna do that. Where is Hisu? Who is Hisu waiting for? Hello?
He's doing a bit of peeking, is what he's doing. He's sitting down, just chilling.
Yeah, but waiting for who though? Because that's behind. That's in the corner.
Yaki, I guess.
Probably Yaki.
They're like, we know Yaki's going to flank, okay? We know he's going to please just sit on the corner and just wait for him. He hasn't got pulse though, so maybe won't go for a flank just yet. Visor available, Nano available. Excelsior might be able to just hold this one down, but the Toronto Defiant taking a different approach, just going through the right-hand side all the way up to high ground. You give the Visor no space, and Flora can't really do much. If he runs that small room, he's going to get annihilated. It doesn't matter if he's got that Nano. I say that, they're going to go for it anyway. Nice jumping from Kellen, blocking all that heal and blocking the beat too. Hopper didn't get any of that beat from Chorong, so he instantly died to that Nano Visor. That's what you want to see from Kellen. We've spoken about him a little bit earlier on, Rose, saying how he was a little bit of a weak link for the team, but that's the plays that you want to see. Blocking off that beat, just instantly winning the fight for your team.
Kellen's been showing up today. Whether it was blocking the beat or being able to put down a Winston bubble to save the team from the Graviton Surge over in Colosseo, Kellen has looked mighty good this series. And so maybe it's the coaching from Gesture, it's all the hard work that Kellen is putting in as a player, but clearly very hungry to improve and to help bring the success that the New York Excelsior wants to see this season.
Beautiful nade, responded with a primal rage. The visor's being used, there's the pulse, goes wide. Fancy feet from Twilight this time, and a nano tactical visor from the Toronto Defiant, going to end that fight very quickly. Yaki was waiting for so long, Rose, to try and get that pulse bomb onto Twilight. The rest of his team were already backpedaling to get away from Although. Just led to their demise. 3 minutes to go. They haven't got too far to push this payload. As soon as he gets this this little bit of high ground here, the Toronto Defiant can sit all the way at the back, sitting pretty.
Yeah, look at Kellen just really not being able to touch the Toronto Defiant right now. Single grab.
Okay. Alrighty, is he gonna die? Of course he is. Nice nade. There we go. Now it's a 4v5. Excelsior in a little bit of trouble. Kellen going pretty low. Hopper extremely high energy as always. Still leading the team in damage, about to tick over to that 10k mark. This is the time back that you wanted to see. Defiant 4 minutes going into this final section. Excelsior, this is their time to come alive.
That's going to be tough. I mean, you do have the Nano Tactical Visor that will buy some time for you, especially when that sound barrier is not online yet for Chorong. So not really a great way to be able to mitigate that damage coming in, unless you're going to try to use the Zarya bubbles, but again, that doesn't mitigate everything. So you got to either attack first at the Toronto Defiant or just take the L on this one, take the eco push.
Trying to, like you said, just force ultimates out. Forcing the pulse bomb out of Yaki would be good. He's been rather successful with the pulse bombs. Not necessarily this map, but previously. There's the nano on the Reaper. The beat's going to help as well. Yes, I like that. That's really good. I like that from Excelsior there. Just running away from... I mean, you kind of have to, right? Run away from the Nano Death Blossom and the Visor, but that's a painful one. No one, I don't think anybody died in that fight, and Excelsior end up going down. Toronto Defiant just push them, just intimidate them off the payload and claim the map. They're 2-1 in the series now, Rose. Looking for that win that will send them to the kickoff clash.
I mean, hey, Toronto earned that one. Just get the ultimates online and then go in. That also works. So whatever floats your boat, it's working out for them so far.
It is. It is. Intimidation, that was the key. There you go. Map number 4 coming up next. This is the game that Defiant need to win to secure themselves a place in the kickoff clash. It's Ilios. We'll see you up in a bit. Toronto Defiant 1 map win away from securing themselves a ticket to the Kickoff Clash. Rose, it's been an interesting day, I think. Just in general, London Spitfire taking a game off the Gladiators, and now New York Excelsior looking better too. I think a lot of the teams that people lost a little bit of hope in coming into this week performed pretty damn well. Like New York Excelsior, we were talking in the break that Kellen, not bad whatsoever. A couple of first deaths on Gibraltar, but in general, on the last map, not looking too shabby. So Ilios could be their map too.
Absolutely. I think that the biggest takeaway from today is that the teams right now that are towards the bottom of the pack are definitely not down for the count. Some of these teams have taken a little bit longer to get warmed up, but you love to see it. London Spitfire did bring that game very, very close. That was so exciting. And I feel the same amount of excitement watching the New York Excelsior really give it to the Toronto Defiant right now. It's not close. Or it's not a stomp. It's very, very close.
Yeah. Exactly that. Like Colosseo couldn't paint a better picture of that. It was a couple of meters. Of meters. But the disparities and something I picked up for a couple of maps now in the support line. And I mentioned at the top of the game that, battle of the backlines very much here. Chorong and Twilight versus Myeongbong Gangnam-jin. Gangnam-jin, he's slotted into that role of the Lucio pretty well, but his healing output compared to Chorong right now, not so great. Like Chorong is destroying him in the healing front. Their comp does want to go faster, but still, I'd be expecting a little bit more healing from Gangnam-jin just to sustain Kellen through all this damage and, from Hopper a lot of the time.
I think that's the biggest key, is that the sustain that Toronto Defiant has from their backline is just providing so much value overall to the team that Hotba also is pretty invincible, which feels fun as a Zarya player, I'm sure, where you get a chance to keep the charge that you're able to earn through the bubbles for yourself, onto your teammates. So that's definitely a good shout for the team overall. But New York Excelsior, I do want to see Gangnam-jin pick it up just a little bit. Maybe it's just the play style of the Lucio, right? Going faster with the Winston just to be able to get those dives in place. That's certainly a strategy that we can't ignore.
Yeah, definitely not. Go super aggro, only speed, hold W, like dive at their backline, feels pretty good. But feels like a lot of the time, Chorong and Twilight, very capable of handling anything that's thrown at them. All right. Let's go to Ilios. Starting off Lighthouse first, it looks like. And Toronto Defiant are keeping both Hisu and Hotbar in. So more Zarya. That's what we're going to see.
That makes sense. You and I were even talking. You can see Zarya on basically every single stage of Ilios. Especially on Ruins, I feel like that is just great to be able to just kind of full-on W key onto the point. But same with Lighthouse, too. If you're able to get control of the point, it's very difficult to be able to deal with the Zarya that has been able to stick there and just kind of be in your face. So I would love to see how the New York Excelsior decide to adapt or even adjust to seeing a strategy like that when they expect that from the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, adaptation on the fly is key. Excelsior, they're going to run Tracer. I don't think they run something wacky. No. Nothing wacky. No TP out, though. Okay. Especially, I mean, Toronto Defiant ideally want to TP out because they have Zarya, but they're a little bit slower as Cullen has leap.
I think you're okay with that. I mean, let New York Excelsior get there first and then clean up.
Hello? Team? Help? Team, help! Okay. Oh, team. All right, they're dead. Excelsior are dead, and Defiant have the point. What is Gangnam-jin typing?
I don't know.
Well,
unlucky.
Alrighty. Well, that happened. That was a thing.
I mean,
and
hey,
Yaki is in their spawn.
That's what you are expecting, right? Toronto Defiant just allow New York Excelsior to walk in, and they're like, yeah, well, we're just going to take the point away from you. And then what can Kellen do?
going to take your Kellen away from you in a minute. Jeez. Yaki is in the background. It's all good. Yeah, you can see through that little grated fence there. He's not that sly. Does have the Wraith form. Can he get the 2-tap? He gets a 3-tap. Yumbong unfortunately goes down again. What a terrible day to be a flex support with Hisu in the backline constantly. Nice DP up to high ground, and the Excelsior, they're going to have to go again. Quick resets, jump off the map, do whatever you need to do, because it is almost 50% already.
Kellen is just going to start trying to peek, get some damage in, try to work up to that Primal Rage, because at this point, New York Excelsior just needs to get ults online. Yaki, Flora, very, very close, but Myeonbong doesn't have the nano up just yet. Twilight's going to beat him there.
Yaki pressuring point. The pulse bomb is what he desires. A stick, maybe onto Twilight. Kellen's already in. Bubbles have been used. This is his chance. He's got to go for it. He lobs it, gets damage, but not a kill. Flora goes down in the meantime, and Excelsior on the back foot once more. Yaki losing 5 HP, decides, yep, time to go again, especially with Gano Jin going down. Last fight now, Rose. Excelsior, they got ults, they got Nanovisor and Primal.
Yeah, but Toronto Defiant,
with yeah.
They can contend with that. They absolutely can. Look at Chong with the sound barrier.
Oh God. What a horrific day to be Flora and Myeonbong just spawn camped by Hisu. Overtime is here. They didn't get a touch as Callum with the Primal Rage is going to be able to hop in and out of the point. A missed Graviton Surge. I'm sure that was trying to get Yaki. A nice nano boost will end Twilight's life, but a beat for the Defiant will see them through this next fight. Excelsior still struggling to get onto the point, but Flora with a visor makes sure the Defiant play a little bit more safe. Maybe they just decide to go again. They do just that. Okay, 99% with Excelsior in control.
Flora has not been able to play this game at all. I mean, Yaki is getting a second pulse bomb. Flora just used the tactical visor. Flora has been picked off so many times by Hisu. That's unlucky, but New York Excelsior, they got to play this flawlessly. Hopefully Gangnam Jin sound barrier will be enough to be able to get through this.
Oh, Yaki was almost handed that kill. Twilight missed the pulse bomb. Nice little bubbles, another nice nade, and a sleep. Oh, almost booted him off the edge. Oh, that would have been a highlight play and a half if that happened, but they still get the kill. Hisu TPs to the back line. Overtime once again here. He sits in the enemy healing station. It doesn't heal you, but you don't need it. The Defiant with a dominant victory on Lighthouse. This is what they wanted to roll out the gate with. They are truly warmed up now. They're ready to go to Kickoff Clash.
This is something that I was nervous about from the Toronto Defiant. Looking at their last few series, they have not looked the cleanest when it's come to their place. Maybe that's also a partial reason why New York Excelsior has been able to take these maps so close. But finally feels like they've greased the wheels a little bit, Jaws. It's looking much cleaner from them. So 1 round away from being able to just secure their spot to the Kickoff Clash.
Yeah, I'm sure nerves are heightened in the Toronto camp, that is for sure. Same kind of comps though, this is what you want to see. Defiant in this series, 100% win rate when they have Hotbird and Hisu in. Only in on Gibraltar did they end up losing that map when Muse came in. Unfortunate, but it'd be like that.
Get posturing for position nice a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, a nice little rotation through Cage as the point does unlock. They're taking a beating coming into this section though. Nice little nade from the high ground from Myeonbong. Twilight and Hisu in danger, but they do manage to scurry away. Don't want to give the payload or the point up just like that, so they end up swapping sides with the Excelsior. Now Kellen's in a little bit of trouble. Hot, but more so as he's used both bubbles, and a nice anti-nade will finish him off. Chorong has to also play safe as he glows bright purple, and the Excelsior, they manage to find the point cap. Now Defiant have to either win this fight or quickly die and go again.
Okay.
Yeesh.
Ouch.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a headshot melee. That is a lot.
Woo! I mean, yeah, Hisu's been able to hit a lot of those combos into some of the backliners of the New York Excelsior. Oh!
Nice boot.
Okay, that's pretty good. Gangnam Jin should be proud of that.
Another one? No, not quite. Should be very proud. All Gangnam Jin is doing is looking for boots right now. Don't blame him. Don't blame him.
Why
We'll look
not?
to highlight play at some point.
It worked out. It was able to reset Toronto Defiant at least once. Choron's going to come back as well, so that's more time that they are eating off the clock for Toronto Defiant to come back in and contest this. But they are walking in with a Nano Tactical Visor combination. So if Aldo can get into a big position here, that could be big.
Nano boost from Twilight. There's the visor from Although. Oh, he gets the nano just in time before going down. Ganachin tried for the boot, but didn't end up working out. Oh, and he's now spotted Myunbong. See that sleep dart? Went a little bit wide. Doesn't have to worry about that flanking Ana now. Twilight with a good nade onto Flora. No healing station for you. Is the Toronto Defiant looking a little bit more in control of this map? 75% from Excelsior, though. Wouldn't scoff at that at all. There's the flip coming in. It's coming in now. Yep, the flip. There it is. Yaki. There you go. Okay, the flip. 86%.
New York were able to stall that out pretty well, too. They didn't have to use too much to be able to try to hold on for that 86%. Primal Rage and Pulse Bomb had to be used in that fight, but they are coming back with a Nano Tactical Visor of their own, as well as Gangnam Jin's Sound Barrier. But there's a lot they're going to have to try to sustain through, and that Sound Barrier might not be enough, as Toronto Defiant are looking to pack a punch with that Death Blossom and that Graviton Surge.
These two playing Splinter Cell right now. Wants to hide away. Hotbury looks like he's trying to bait them in, or at least try to. Gets the hop. Oh, humongous bubble from Hopper. That was so clean. And a big grab too. Hopper is just going crazy. Yeah, that's not going to work. That sound barrier is not enough to save Myunbong. Hopper just absolutely destroying. Hisu taking some servant lessons up onto the high ground. Has got the Death Blossom still in his back pocket if he so chooses to use it. Might need to as Twilight ends up falling down. He ends up Wraith walking away, noticing the lack of heals, but they can still contest for a long time. This point is very hard to attack, as there's lots of spaces where you can hide behind if you're in control. Yaki dies from the side as Although comes in with the right click and finishes him off. And the Toronto Defiant looking good for this next fight. Excelsior, they're going back to spawn. They're going to go again.
With what? Yaki's going to hit a big Pulse Bomb, but Toronto Defiant should be able to stall this to 99, and Hisu still has the Death Blossom. Hasn't had a chance to use it yet.
Nice anti. Nano. It's on Hisu. He's got the Beyblade. He can't quite get Kellen. Twilight is dead. Also, how did that happen? Flora managed to find a miracle kill. Yaki backing away. He knows the Death Blossom is imminent. Flora falls, and overtime is here. A beautiful sleep onto Hisu as Myunbong finds himself on the wrong side of the map. Hopper finds two in this fight, and the Defiant still maintain control. There's a couple of members from Excelsior still alive and well on the point, but not for long as Hisu teleports to the back line to try and end this right now. They're one fight away from securing their place in the kick-off clash. Twilight back on the Moira. OT ticking down is gonna disappear rather quickly if Excelsior jump off of the point. Flora comes back with a visor, maybe finds something, but it's all on the ults of the Excelsior to keep them in this game. Twilight without a fade, it doesn't end up working out. He ends up going down, and now with a tactical visor and the Nano on top, finishes off Krong. He was trying to shoot someone through a wall. Yeah, we all saw it. And now Excelsior in back. Overtime, ticking away, and somehow the Excelsior keep themselves in this series.
Incredible. We're gonna decide it all for this map on Ruins. Oh, it's such a good series so far, Jaws. New York Excelsior are fighting right now to stay in this match. They don't want to give up, and they don't want their fans to lose hope. Maybe they go 2-4 for this start of the season.
maybe, just maybe. They still have to win this round, and then the next couple of maps, keep in mind. So it's still an upwards hill battle, but it does start here. Same kind of comps, nothing changing as we go on Ruins.
Ooh, but very different approaches. You can see that Toronto Defiant is trying to go through Dark right now, maybe going down through Main. Want to try to fight around that Mega, but New York Excelsior have beat them there. No,
Floor going super low, wow. Tried to match that rotation, then decided against it. Nice, a lot of damage. Point unlocks. No one wants to go down first. It feels like both teams are playing rather defensive. Excelsior a little bit more so, as that mega health pack and the statue was in firm control of the Toronto Defiant as they capture the point. Hisu Wraith walking away from that engagement. Took a little bit too much from Flora, who's outputting crazy amount of damage right now. But it's all on the Toronto Defiant just defending. They did end up capping, although eventually dies. Followed up by Twilight. Okay, now Excelsior in control, but you want to get out. You got 100 energy. Still doing boatloads of damage there.
New York Excelsior are playing around Hop Azaria with a very high-risk, high-reward strategy. They are attempting to attack the bubbles, just hoping to kind of shoot through them and then just take Hotba out. But in the process, if they don't do that, obviously they're donating over a bunch of charge. So Hotba is still sitting at very, very high energy, walking back in to defend this point.
There's the Nano on the Winston. B comes out though to match. Nano available for the Defiant, and Kellen decides he doesn't want any more of that. Tactical Visor used from Flora. It's no Nano, so it does very little damage. And in fact, look, Hisu's just walking at the backline. Doesn't care about the Visor. He ends up right-clicking himself to death as Hotba was Nano and just walked straight into him. Nice team fight win there for the Defiant as they regain control of the point.
53% though for New York Excelsior. They do have the Primal Rage as well as the Sound Barrier. But look at how aggressive Toronto Defiant are getting. Hisu is just waiting so patiently for New York Excelsior to walk in as Hotba's going to hit the Graviton Surge after they clear Kellen off of the rafters.
Another double bubble there onto Hisu to keep him safe. Graviton Surge available. He's hunting for somebody, and he's got three of them. Three-man grab, three-man anti, 2 kills. Can they finish up the third? Myeonbong in trouble as Hisu gets around to it. The Primal Rage from Kellen was good to disrupt the backline of the Defiant, but that grab is good for now. 55% for the Defiant. One-out wonder that fight.
So Toronto Defiant get to hold on to the Death Blossom and the Tactical Visor. Both of them, they'll have to be used vanilla. Twilight does not have the Nano Boost ready to go. But New York Excelsior expended a lot into that fight for no value. So they've got to hope that Yaki's Pulse Bomb is able to do something big here and that Myeongbong's Nano can keep somebody alive.
Hisu still being rather cheeky in the back line, Rose. You got to be careful. Teleport up to the high ground. Yeah, so he's actually just stopping Flora and the rest of the team from doing anything. You see how scared Flora was to jump down, and Kellen's just left out to dry. It's 95%. The Excelsior need to touch if they want to get back into this series. The Nano Tactical Visor does absolutely nothing as the Defiant rout the Excelsior. 99% turning into 100. The Toronto Defiant are going to stamp their ticket to the kickoff clash. 3-1 against the Excelsior, 4-2 overall.
Woo! Let's go Toronto! Toronto able to punch their ticket, and I think we've got to give all that credit to Hotba there. How many kills did Hotba actually end up getting in that series? Is he still gold damage, Jaws? I feel like he's got to be.
Not quite.
Or
he's close. He's close. Yeah, Hisu actually ended up with the most damage at the very end of that game. But Toronto Defiance, Zarya comps, they look so good. The amount of pocket they put into Hotba is phenomenal. Yeah. And you could tell that by the healing. Choron getting an unbelievable amount of heals compared to Gamyeon Jin, and for a lot of that series. I mean, their Zarya comps looking rather clean. The only map they did end up losing was unfortunately when they sub when they subbed Muse in. And, well, let's have a look at the player of the match. Apparently now one of my favorite players. It's going to be Hopper, who was on the Zarya the entirety of this one. I mean, who really surprised, was leading the team in most maps in damage, and these grabs were insane.
Yeah, I mean, not even that, though. You can see how there was a really nice bubble placement. Ooh, we got some nice tech coming out from these Zaryas as well. I mean, Hoppa, on one of those maps, you remember, it was right here on Well, actually. Just kind of, you know, peppered himself up, did a little bunny hop, and then got such a nice bubble to be able to save his teammate. Yeah, whoo, 44% average energy. That's a lot for Zarya right now.
It does feel a lot too, yeah, because you're not at 100 energy all the time like Zarya of old, who could use a bubble on another tank to gain that energy. You are the solo tank, so you're using it more often than not to save your DPS, like you just mentioned, or save your support when they get dove or when they get antied. Hopper's doing it all right now. This very much does feel like shades of Hopper of old when he was playing on, funnily enough, the Excelsior way back in 2020 when he had some crazy diva bombs. But this time around, he's popping off on the Zarya. Well, there you go. We have got another series coming up next, though. It is the San Francisco Shock against the Vancouver Titans. We'll lay down the stakes for you for that one. But if SF Shock do end up getting the first seed, if they do end up winning, they guarantee themselves the first seed of in the Kickoff Clash.
They do, and with that comes a nice responsibility of being able to pick their opponent from the 5th through 8th seeds as well. So a lot on the line here for the San Francisco Shock and also for the Vancouver Titans. They don't want to go down without a fight either.
Yeah, they definitely do not. We'll have to wait and see, though. That's going to be the next series. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a moment.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Toronto have stepped up.
Quick little flick to the side. Someone check his mouse. That is ridiculous. You have got to be joking. Oh, that is absurd.
Peel back over towards the car, which is now being brought forward. 40 seconds remaining. Although, rolls on the Dragon Blade. Again, 2 kills with the dash.
Oh, what? Are you serious?
Toronto bringing some serious firepower now.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. We're here now joined by Chorong from Toronto Defiant. Chorong, congratulations on the win and congratulations on making it into the Kickoff Clash tournament. You guys are going to Dallas. Yeah! 달라스로 가게 되셨습니다. 초롱 선수 축하드립니다.
요, 좋습니다.
That was very low energy, but hey, it's fine. Alright, I'm happy that you're happy. 좀 에너지가 좀 낮긴 했는데 뭐 그래도 뭐 좋아하시는 모습을 보니까 저도 좋네요. Alright, so Kickoff Clash, you guys are heading to Dallas. What are your realistic? What is Toronto Defiant's realistic goals in this tournament? 첫 번째 질문은 이번에 Kickoff Clash 토너먼트 들어가시게 되셨는데 좀 현실적인 토론토 팀의 목표가 있다면 이번 토너먼트에서 무엇이 있을까요?
토론토 팀의 목표. 일단은 우승은 기본으로 깔리겠지만은 이제 저희 팀원들끼리 이제 시너지가 이제 아우러져서 이제 시너지가 이제 좀 뽐내져야 이제 저희가 경기력이 좀 멋있게 나오지 않을까. 전 그걸 목표로 하고 있습니다. 시너지가 좀 맞게.
All right. So, I mean, of course, I think the obvious answer is to try our best to win it all. And not only that, we want to really make our synergy work, our teamwork to really shine. That way, we could put out the best performance and probably best clips for all of the Toronto fans that everyone could be proud of. So we really want to work on our teamwork and synergy in the tournament and also to win it all as well. All right, and also talking about the Kickoff Clash tournament. So in this qualifier matches these past 4 weeks, you guys only had 2 losses, and one of them was to Dallas, and that was the only match you guys got 3-0'd. So I'm guessing that there is a chance that you guys will meet Dallas again in the Kickoff Clash tournament when that happens. how bad do you want to get that revenge on them? Because they're the only team that, 3-0'd you guys. 자, 두 번째 질문도 이번에 토너먼트에 대한 질문인데요. 이번에 토너먼트 들어가기 전에 지금 정규 시즌에서 지금 경기들 중에서 달라스 팀만 이제 토론토 팀을 3-0으로 이긴 팀인데 이번에 토너먼트를 또 어떻게 보면 달라스에 가서 달라스 팀과 또 만나게 될 텐데 이 달라스 팀을 얼마나 이기고 싶은가요?
일단은 이제 리그 시작 전에 이제 파워랭킹 떴을 때 댈러스가 제일 높았잖아요. 이제 저는 약간 그걸 좀 부수고 싶었다. 그 부수고 싶은 마음밖에 없었는데 댈러스전에서 이제 그때 3-0으로 이제 별로 뭔가 뽐낼 게 없었다 싶어서 이제 이번 토너먼트 가서는 이제 좀 부숴줘야 되지 않겠나 싶어서 이제 마음을 좀 다지고 있습니다.
Right. So, I mean, even before the league started, I was watching a lot of power rankings, and they were oftentimes Dallas Fuel were number one ranked in a lot of power rankings. So, watching all of that, I really wanted to break them. That was all in my mind coming into the Overwatch League, but unfortunately against the Dallas Fuel team, we got 3-0'd. And I think going into the tournament, the Kickoff Clash tournament, I think it is the right time for me to actually break them apart, to show them that this is what I really want to do. All right, Chorong, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And again, I guess I'll see you in Dallas. 자, 초롱 선수 이걸로 인터뷰를 마치겠고요. 달라스에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다. 바이바이.
바이바이.
Wow, aggressive.
Break
them.
Yep.
Not defeat them, not beat them.
That was a
win
literal
over
translation.
them,
I was
just
thinking about it.
break him like a stick.
Yeah, it's like break. 부시다. Korean word of the
Dallas
day.
Fuel
everybody.
over the knee.
부시다. Break.
Shida.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Well, now I learned something as well. The day gets better and better. What can I say? But yeah, I love that energy, right? We usually try so hard to steer drama, and he just delivered on a big scale. So we are appreciative of that. Now we are also, of course, appreciative once again to have Jonathan Reinforth Larson joining us to break down all the action. Thoughts, feelings, ideas about what we just got to witness?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big Chorong fan now. Pulling off his best Ivan Drago impression in our interviews. We'll love to see that. That's always good for the drama. So thank you for that. Well, I mean, it's nice to see that Toronto Defiant, they make the Zara composition work. It was pretty messy series, so to speak. I think I wanted to see Toronto Defiant come out, be a bit more dominant, but instead York Excelsior, they put up a good fight here on Colosseo, and they got more final blows. New York Excelsior would have arguably won this map, but again, it comes down to the compositions for me with the Zarya. Here on Gibraltar, didn't really agree with Toronto Defiant's pick here to prefer the Genji over the Soldier. When you're doing that, you're essentially betting on you diving more aggressively and being able to get some dash picks, etc., or your Tracer popping off. But they made it easy for New York Excelsior. Playing the Soldier with Diana Brig, you're happy to just control the high ground and have Yaki play the Tracer, right? And they got value of that, New York Excelsior. So, considering that it's New York Excelsior's last game, I guess we'll just end it on that note as well. I think they have a pretty good roster here, and but they're pretty limited by Kellan being their only tank and being restricted to play these Winston compositions mostly. And Gangnam Jin, we've mentioned it several times, he's not quite there with Elusio just yet, so hopefully a meta shift for them. But back to Toronto Defiant, now of course contending for Kickoff Clash still. They make the Zara compositions work, but I think New York Excelsior was a relatively easy opponent compared to some of the other teams in the league, because you can use this Zarya to your advantage against Winston Tracer compositions. It really makes things easy for the Defiant. So I would have liked them to see them be a bit more dominant in today's series, but nevertheless, it's a win.
Yeah, I completely agree with Johnny. I think New York Excelsior, this is the end of the Kickoff Clash, one that they'll want to forget. But I think there could be better metas for them in the future, so hopefully they can see more success there. For the Toronto Defiant, I agree with Johnny. It was good to get the win, 3-1, but that was a close series. New York Excelsior easily could have taken that first map. It could have gone, could have taken that first map. It could have gone so many different directions. And it was just the little things that I think they were letting go by that New York Excelsior also let go by. And if he wants to break the Dallas Fuel, that's not going to fly. So I want to see better, cleaner play from the Toronto Defiant if they are going to get success in the Kickoff Clash play.
Yeah, I mean, but as he said in the interview with Danny just now, they are aware that they have to work on some team synergy and clean their game up a little bit in order to break the opponents, especially the Dallas Fuel. I just can't get over it, I think. But yeah, no, I mean, they're in now. So let's see how far they can take it, which is, of course, wonderful news. Now, we do have yet another match for everyone watching, and that one will be fought out between the San Francisco Shock and Vancouver Titans. Yeah, so here's the thing. Like, we've looked at the schedule of the Vancouver Titans. They got some rough ones coming up. This one is the last in this qualifier, but then they're kicking off the next qualifier with, what is it, Gladiators, Atlanta, like the whole spiel.
The top end.
The top end. So, not the easiest thing to go up against, and they currently are not doing great in the overall standing. If we're taking a quick look at that, they unfortunately didn't manage to get a single W as of right now. Their first 2 matches this season have been against, Boston as well as London. So those were the ones they needed desperately in order to not be at the very, very bottom. They definitely missed out on the Kickoff Clash, but what's on the horizon for that team?
August 14th is on the horizon eventually.
Mark your calendars.
When they play up against the Paris Eternal. But all memes aside, it's like the Vancouver Titans. I'm not looking for this massive upset in any of these upcoming matches. I'm just looking for growth. I want to see them finding an identity that they want to play behind. I think we can also see that False Winston isn't really having success. It's not his strong suit, but when he played that Xayah, they look comfortable, and I think they have the players to adjust to the Xayah style that the Dallas Fuel have popularized. I want to see them lean more into that, find some strength, find some synergy, and most of all, just find some confidence. You see these guys on Twitter, you see them talking about it publicly. They aren't confident in their own play, and they're not happy with how they're performing as a team. Instead of trying to... We've seen so many teams in the past, and we saw it last year with that Vancouver Titans roster. Instead of using that to improve, they sort of step back a little bit and were just sort of taking it. So I want to see them really focus on making improvements matches in, match out, even if they aren't going to get the match wins.
Reinforce what have been the bright spots so far for that Vancouver roster?
Zoe, come on. Why are you doing this to me?
Come on, Johnny, you got it.
No, but for real though, I'm not alone in saying this. The entire community agrees. We saw Falls come out with the Zarya a little bit last week, and that's promising because he is an off-tank player after all. And Zarya, he is a bit more. He knows his way around that hero, right? And we're seeing a lot of other teams around the league having success with this Zarya composition. So. No one knows what the patch notes are going to be going into next stage either, but if Zarya is going to continue to be a big part of the meta moving forward, might as well get the practice in now. They probably sure as hell don't scrim San Francisco Shock, so this is your best chance you have at going at a really good opponent, getting some good practice time in, right? So I think for the Vancouver Titans, I think the road forward is pretty clear. You want to make sure that Falls is comfortable in his tank slot, and then you can build around that. I mean, you have Shockwave, Aspire, Mirror even, Psycho. Like, these are competent flex DPS players, and like you can build a damage roster around that. But you need crucial pieces like Falls to really be comfortable and compete with some of the other tanks around the league if you want to succeed. So bringing him out on the Zarya, I think that could be a good start, and then just getting in the groove with like Reaper, Nano Boost, Masa speeding in and speeding out, having good sound barriers. Like, it sounds easy. It's not that easy, but I think you could easily start to see some good signs straight off the bat here if Vancouver Titans get into the groove of things.
And Danny, I mean, San Francisco Shock, obviously the clear favorite going into this. If they're winning, not only are they in, but they also get the #1 spot.
Right, and then that means they get to pick their opponents.
Which is a big deal.
That is a huge deal, in fact, to be able to choose your round 1 opponent. I mean, which route do you go? Do you get the hard ones out of the way? Or do you want to pick the easy one to go further?
Don't do that. Pick the easy ones.
What do you think Proper would do?
Listen to Reinforce.
Johnny's done this.
Experience.
Yeah, Johnny's done this. I think I'm remembering a time of MV versus Rogue sometime in the distant future, talking about Apex. Wolf is rolling over in his bed right now in Korea, and Johnny's just having that moment. Yeah, I don't think you ever choose the hardest opponent first. As much as it seems like a great idea, sometimes you can corner yourself and you don't know who's going to hit their peak. You want to take as many easy victories as you can. Hope the other teams struggle early on, because you never know what can happen in these, simple best of 5 series.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
Maybe. I think you.
I would, actually.
Yes.
Yes, please ask away.
So I'm asking Costa here then. So if you're the San Francisco Shock, you played a lot of Winston so far this season. Collusion primarily playing the Winston, and they've been building around that. If you have to pick an opponent team, do you pick what you think is a weaker Winston team, or do you sort of like gamble against one of these Zarya teams that perhaps could surprise a little bit?
Yeah, I think that's a really hard question, because so far I don't think we've really seen a lot of this Winston dive go up against this top tier Zarya composition, because Dallas Fuel's the only real team that's playing it. We've seen a couple of weaker teams recently. When I say weaker, I mean like that middle of the pack. These middle of the pack teams starting to adopt the Zarya and starting to really get traction against these Winston compositions, because you can play so reactive. I agree with Johnny that if I think I was the San Francisco Shock and I get that #1 seed, I'm going towards a team that I think is going to end up in the mirror. I actually, if we were going to go the chaotic route, I would almost see the San Francisco Shock choosing the Los Angeles Gladiators, because that ends up in a mirror matchup. If you are confident in your own play and you believe that you can take down the Gladiators, I could absolutely see that chaotic moment.
Also, I think you're all forgetting about their youthful rookie ignorance coming into this, where I am sure they have something to prove. They want to beat the best teams. That is their main goal.
I think they know what the people want. I want them to choose Dallas.
No.
That's what everyone wants.
No, don't
Shock,
pick Dallas.
If you're hearing this,
I'm out.
You know we want it.
Give the people what they want.
You know we want it.
Hey, I mean, it's a win-win for you and for us. You can either go, wow, that's really impressive, or you can say, I told you so.
Yeah, sure. There's no wrong answer.
We don't have to deal with the consequences of the action either. So it's really all up to the Shock. I'm very interested to see which route they're going to go with this. But first things first, they of course have to defeat the Vancouver Titans, which is very doable. But, weirder things have happened in the Overwatch League.
Right.
Maybe not. I don't know. Let's think of this as we're heading into a quick break, and then afterwards we should be back with all the action with Necra as well as Jaws.
Guys, there you go. We've got the first week of APAC out of the way. It has been a long time coming. We're finally able to do it, and it feels great to be back.
Who are you diving on in? It just SMGs him down, looking for more damage out, and he's finding for sure.
So top, there's going to be the grab coming through. They lock in Void. It's an easy headshot here for MN3. Continues to look for a little bit more. 2 minutes now remaining. Time drained down by half as MN3 is unleashed. What a beautiful shot there on the lead take on. And Shanghai Dragons, they need to reset now. This is just time being wasted. Where are you going, my friend?
Jeez, what's going on here?
MN3 domes him from above.
Double Reaper is arrayed against them. Come to a point and dare to face our Goth army.
Oh, the Shock, hoping to reap what they sow. The Coalescence to pressure the Gladiators back. The Sound Bearer used to counter the Death Blossom duplicate of Sam. He heads back. 99% for the Shock. If they win it here, it won't be it. Proper. The dent has been made. The Gladiators fall. It's not shields up. It's brooms up. Shock will take the game 5.
And that is a mastery of tactics and continuum of play from the San Francisco Shock.
Victoria shifting its attention when playing with his team is where Boston looked their best. Now with this fight win, and they stagger Decay, that is big. A 5 versus 4. They've lost Valentine. Happy is back on the Widow and his headshot 2 people. Alert! 911. Happy has killed 3. Crimso is down. Boston barely have any heals. Pocket get no help. The Sound Bearer is too late. Boston have flubbed the bag. I can't believe Happy clutched that.
Hello? 911, I'm gonna need an emergency brain because it's headshot after headshot after headshot from Happy coming out at the end of King's Row. I'm getting the weirdest feeling of deja vu right now, and Boston Uprising are feeling pretty miffed about what just happened. He crazy, man.
They actually managed to take the high ground, then link up with LPE on the top, but now they have to push the payload. We're into OT. Shanghai reclaim high ground. Burner's on the ground. Yeah, they are going to touch, thankfully. But the rest of the team's cut off. Look at Iron's positioning. He's still back in spawn.
Yeah, Alpha, you're going to get jumped on here. The Tac Visor is available, and Lip is going to pop that. They put a lot of heals out on him, the Nano Boost as well. Lip's going to find 1, 2, 3 kills, looking for a lit more, and he's going to get all 5 members. Gets the team kill, gets the ace to go ahead and close out Eichenwald.
Here's that wall. Sparker playing from his side of it until he gets close enough to get at the Ryan shield. Sound barrier for both sides, but Pelican not benefiting from it there. Another big shatter from Hardy. Beautiful stuff. Merritt's knocked to the ground, and Piggy's not long after him. Cleaning house, this man on the Ryan Hart. Ooh, okay. 5 kills? That's filthy. That's Hardy for you.
Hardy representing main tanks everywhere.
What's up, guys? It's Ubi here, and I'm here to give you everything you need to know about our brand new map mode, Push. You're guaranteed to see plenty of push on the Overwatch League this season now that we're playing on the Overwatch 2 PvP beta. So, how does push work? Well, I'm here to give you a quick crash course. We have not just a new game mode, but brand new playgrounds to play on. Overwatch League teams will face off on brand new maps like Colosseo and New Queen Street. To start, the two teams begin at opposite spawns like control maps and will meet in the center where they find a giant robot named TS1. Also, like a control map, TS1 is only able to be activated after 30 seconds at the beginning of a round. This allows teams to be strategic with their placement and take team fights elsewhere instead of rushing into the middle of the map as fast as possible. When one team is in close proximity to TS1 with no other members of the opposite team close by, a team can start moving TS1 toward the enemy spawn. When the robot starts moving, it starts walking a distance before a checkpoint where it then starts to push a barricade and thus progresses more slowly. If the leading team loses control of TS1, the other team can start advancing in the opposite direction and towards their team's barricade. TS1 is but a humble servant and only does what he's told. TS1 does move faster when he's not pushing a barricade, so he's quite nimble in between enemy push points, and this definitely allows for greater momentum shifts. Players have 8 minutes to push their team's barricade to the end of the road towards the enemy spawn and win. If neither team's barricade reaches its end goal in time, then the team who pushed their barricade the farthest distance and has control of TS1 wins. The game enters overtime if control of the robot is contested or the team who currently has control of TS1 does not have the farthest distance pushed. Overtime ends when the team with TS1 loses control of it or when the team with control of TS1 pushes their barricade to a distance exceeding their opposition's. What's fun about these brand new maps is that Colosseo and New Queen Street have their main paths, but they also have lots of twists and turns, shortcuts, and high grounds, so players can flank and find new ways to cut off the enemy's forward progression easily. Push really is all the fun aspects of control and payload style maps like Hybrid and Escort rolled into one, and it's bound to see some great action this year in the Overwatch League. Now that's all you need to know about Push. Stay tuned to the Overwatch League YouTube channel for all the updates around the Overwatch 2 PvP beta and, of course, all the action of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back. Yes, someone different is joining me right now. Unfortunately, Rose had a small issue with her PC, so we had to rope in somebody, and that someone is
sorry.
Johnny.
I'm so sorry, Joss. I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. Don't worry. I mean, that's another like Infinity Stone added to my casting gauntlet, my casting duo gauntlet. I have a lot.
We casted last year. What do you mean?
I know. I also casted with Custer. I also I've casted with basically every in the Overwatch League at this point, apart from Mitch and Matt, I believe, which is insane. Insane stuff. Anyway, let's get this show on the road. Johnny, we got the Titans, and we got the Shock. Wow, what a game. That's, oh boy. The last time, I think, and I think a lot of people remember this time a long while ago when it was runaway Titans, right? The roster that came up from contenders and it was a complete squad.
God, what a throwback.
I know, crazy throwback, right? In some of the craziest close games in Overwatch history. A completely different look, of course, from the Titans over the last couple of years. They haven't really found the same success and they need to find a dub. Johnny, they need to find a dub right now. They're 0-5.
I mean, yeah, I mean, are you setting me up to say that they're going to find it here, Jaws? Because the chance is relatively small, but maybe. I mean, if they have a pop-off game with Falls on the Zarya, you know, Shockwave proves his, you know, like he was in his prime, like 2020 Vancouver Titans, Aspire from last year. Yeah, maybe. You never know, Jaws. It's sports. It's unpredictable.
It's sports. That's a good line. That's a really good line, Johnny. It's sports.
It's
Who
sports.
knows? Yeah.
We should just brand the Overwatch League next year. It's sports.
Just sports? Yeah. Okay. Thank God you're not in charge of any decisions. Let's have a look at the San Francisco Shock, their opposition today. And the Shock, yeah, it might be a whole bunch of new faces, but same old Shock if you're looking at the record currently. If they win here, they're guaranteed first seed, and they get to choose who they play against. First up.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like that. You get to pick probably among some of the bottom mid-table teams. That's always going to be nice to job for a good old bracket. The rumor seems to be that they're looking to push the pace this series. It sounds like they want to beat their prior speedrun record against the Vancouver Titans from 2020, I believe. So we might be in for one heck of a series here, Jaws, where the Shock are just going to be firing on all cylinders against the poor Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, well, you know what? I was listening to a wise man yesterday. That man was Custer. And he was saying, you know, he really hopes the Vancouver Titans find success. And he was talking about Marsa specifically. And he was saying that he knows he's better than this. Like, he knows Marta has got it in him to take W's, to drive this team forward and find wins. Maybe it's not here today against an undefeated San Francisco Shock, but there's hope down the line for the Vancouver Titans. But, you know, let's get to the here and now. Let's get to the present. We got Colosseo as our first map, push coming in. I mean, what can you say about this lineup with the San Francisco Shock? I mean, Proper has just been off the chain. Kilo 2, Finn also just incredible. And Kaluge, a later addition to the roster. His Winston play has been looking kind of clean, Johnny.
Yeah, it has. And I mean, I don't think we necessarily expected that. Obviously, the turnaround from him joining the San Francisco Shock following Super's departure from the team, pretty close to the season start, right? And the fact that Kaluge is an off-tank player at heart from Contenders. We didn't expect him to be able to pick up this Winston that quickly. But he's, you know, been contesting with some of the better Winstons around the league. Last week it was against Reiner of the LA Gladiators, and they're actually going to swap over to the Zarya composition now. So perhaps this is something I'd like to see from Shock in this match. You know, we've seen a lot of Winston compositions from them, but we've also seen some teams in the league struggle with some of these Winston compositions, right? So maybe this is a bit of a preview of what they got in store in their pockets going into the Kickoff Clash as well.
Yeah, so rather different playing the Echo also, so quite nice amount of spam. Scrip is in trouble. We're just playing it slow, waiting for those bubbles, and False versus Kaluge. It's going to be rather tough. Like I mentioned, his Winston's been looking rather clean, but Kaluge's Zarya, and he seems very much like an all-around tank player, can play a little bit of everything to quite a high level, and you can see why the San Francisco Shock did pick him up. Small bit of tug of war. Nice anti. Kilo and Kaluge in trouble, and they're forced all the way back. Titans now on the offense.
Yeah, it's a nice little anti there. That's what you kind of want to look for. When you're playing these kind of mirror compositions, defensively as well with the Echo, you can't really dive aggressively, right? So, trying to hit these Bionades. Nano is building for Sky Reaper pretty fast.
Yeah, almost got it, like 2% away. There you go. Ideally, you just apply it to Aspire and he just goes for a big flank, or if False is high energy, he's going to do that instead. 80 plus, there you go. A few right clicks flowing in, but that's actually a free bit of energy for Kaluge. They're going to respond in kind with a beat, and that pushes them forwards. False under a little bit of pressure, has got a bubble to back him up, but now they're against a Shock with a Nano Visor coming up. Kaluge ends False's life quick, sharp as Aspire used the Ray form to get out of. Dodge quite fast, but not quite quick enough. That's a big grab. That's a lot of damage. Kilo finishing that fight up quick, sharp as the San Francisco Shock. They wipe the Titans, control the robot now.
Absolutely, and I mean the Vancouver Titans, they get out that sound barrier relatively quickly from Violet, and then Shock able to turn the fight with that Graviton Surge from Kaluge. Masa using the sound barrier himself, that's a big ability, right? You'd like to get that back perhaps now. The San Francisco Shock with a Visor themselves, and maybe Proper can get some value out of this duplicate on Echo as well. But pretty decent investments from the Vancouver Titans. They'll try to get back into this fight, do some poking themselves. Shock not exactly wanting to engage aggressively, knowing that Titans has this high ground.
Kilo trying to go on the flank with a Vise, but yeah, kind of negligible damage. I mean, you haven't got the Nano applied. Nice little grab and a kill onto Violet. It's not going to be a good start for the San Francisco Shock. Double Zarya on the field. Well, now make it one as Kaluge did go down. Proper in trouble. Only 300 HP on the Zarya copy. You do have a couple of bubbles to use, but you're quickly focused. Nice response by the Titans. Now they have a Death Blossom and a Nano to work with.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, this is probably where I want to see the Titans push the pace. Violet's going to get another sound barrier after using it so quickly to start off this map. But you're playing the Reaper Zarya composition. Now would be the time where maybe you want to nano Aspire in and apply some Zarya bubbles onto him.
They've got to take control of the robot, or at least this corner first. Aspire's put to sleep. Bubble's going to fade away. Can they get the one shot? Yes, they can. Beautiful combo. But speaking of combos, there's the Nano Visor ripping through the San Francisco Shock. And the Titans will control the bot and take the lead on top of that, Johnny. And they're going to have high ground really fast here. They got Lucio. They're just going to speed everybody up. But they got 2 ultimates to back them up for this next fight.
Absolutely. And again, push the pace here. Shock, they have 4 ultimates. And seems like Vancouver Titans, they are withdrawing. Aspire, of course, a bit in the back, but he's back safely now. Proper switching over to the Hangzhou.
Yeesh.
Excuse me? The Hangzhou Jaws?
Okay, I like that. Give me more snipers. Speaking of snipers, as a long-range tactical visor, doesn't have damage drop-off. Easy couple of kills for the Shock. Aspire, WM1, yeah, it works if you're not light years away. Shocker regaining control. Are we going to see some crazy Hangzhou? Like, this is a pick we don't normally see, Johnny. I mean, maybe grab dragons. Remember that old meta?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it needs to build one first. It's about 84% away from combining it with Coluche. I think Shock here, they'll just poke a little bit. They have the Graviton Surge, they have the Nano. Perhaps want to lure Vancouver Titans in a bit and then use the ultimates in response.
Yeah, they're just very willing to chill out for the time being. There's a beat in the response. The grab. Aspire, though, caught on up. A couple of Storm Arrows to the head. That'll just tear through that overshield. Pulse is also going pretty low. Just kind of jumps into Kalush's front pocket. Like, what was that? Kilo finished him up, and Kalush nanoed. The Titans are going to have to make a swift retreat. And now the Shock in the lead. 50 meters and counting.
Yeah, and they're about to reach this checkpoint as well. That's probably where you want to see them stop. Oh, what a pick on this guy! Look at Proper with a flank! I mean, that's a huge pick, and I mean, the Shock, they're going to get pushed here past the checkpoint. That's crucial.
Can he get the sleep? Can he get the sleep kill? Oh, not quite. Another cha-cha slide there from a Reaper as he wakes up from his slumber. Amazing amount of progress, though, Johnny. The checkpoint been unlocked.
Absolutely.
Come on,
got the sound barrier to work with. This is crucial, man. They just keep pushing. You need to get a stop here if you're the Titans.
TP in the back line. Nano Reaper on board. No Nano to be had, but a nade on top of Finn ends his life. And there you go, Titans. Proper's still killing people, but Proper's in the spawn. Someone kill Proper, please. Do not let him get away with this. Someone kill him. Aspire had to Wraith walk away as Proper was just too scary, apparently. Still just pinning down the Vancouver Titans from the spawn. Kilo dies, Kalush dead, and now Proper's gonna fall, but not quite yet. He's not done. Massa dead. Finally, someone kills the Hangzhou. Not before he earned himself a Dragon Strike, mind you.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that's the ultimate distraction. Ultimate distraction, absolutely. It's got that Dragon Strike now as well. Titans, I mean, I'd be boomed for like 20 seconds here, Jaws. If I was the Titans, I'd be boomed for like 20 seconds. They have the Visor to work with, but you need to get some of these ultimates out from the Shock so you could perhaps get a final chance to push, but Kilo goes first.
Double Visor, everybody trying to play the Angs. Graviton Surge, almost available for the Shock. Grab Dragons, this coming up, Johnny. I can see it in my crystal ball. I've been rubbing it. Scarippa and Shockwave now have to back away as they get antied. And Finn, with that one ability, is able to push the Shock forward. There it is, the Grav's online. I'm looking for it. I want to see Grab Dragons. False is caught, he's dead. The Dragons come through. Unreal Dragons, amazing value. Proper kills Aspire with a swift headshot. The San Francisco Shock regain control of the bot.
And 50 seconds to go here. I think Shockwave is still like on this massive flank.
Yes.
Where is he? What are you doing? Get back to the team.
I think
Come on now.
Madagascar, maybe? He's in. I don't know where he's at right now. I mean, maybe he can kill Proper on the flank. Proper knows where he is, though. You can kind of see in the bottom left. Oh. Someone stop this man.
Beaky.
If he gets this kill onto Scarippa. No way! Scarippa dodges out of the way just in time. Master now in trouble. Sonic Arrow attached to his leg, so he has to run for the hills. He's spotted from a mile away. Nice nano and beat in response. The Titans just want to take control of the backline, knowing Proper is just doing proper things. Beautiful 1v1 by Shockwave to finish it off. There is 10 seconds remaining. The Shock have set themselves up on this map for success. The Titans may have won this fight, Johnny, but if they lose the next one, the map's over.
Absolutely, and you have the Graviton Surge as well here. It's going to be tough because you have to stick around the bot, right? So you can't necessarily push up too far. You can't try to contest this high ground advantage. Now, the Shock, they have the sound barrier to work with. Kilo's about to get a Visor as well. How are Shock going to respond there?
He'll falls, what he is, he'll falls, he's 21 HP, he eats the grab, Violet kills him from afar. The grab, I think, found almost nothing, maybe it got Violet, he used the beat, and this should just be it. The San Francisco Shock are just going to walk away with this one. The Vancouver Titans, a little bit disorientated at the very end, Johnny. False was on 20 HP, on the sidelines, just wasn't healed. Almost tug-of-war against a 5th grader in that kind of match. Like the San Francisco Shock, they do end up claiming the first map. Although, you know, sparks of brilliance there from the Titans. The couple of fights they did end up winning, they were very definitive.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there were some nice things there from the Vancouver Titans. I think at some points in the map, it got a bit away from them. Whether it was proper, I mean, just doing proper things on the Hangzhou, which we haven't seen anyone do this season so far, right? Or, you know, a couple of ultimate mistakes. But overall, you know, it's a good composition for the Vancouver Titans, and they might definitely be in this series.
Yeah, good start from the Shock, though. Guaranteed first seed if they win this match. We're going to jump to a break. We'll be back with Circuit Royal next.
but lightning doesn't strike twice. Has never met the San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Faced with everything right now.
Jesus Christ, dude. Sam is deadlifting right now, actually. Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yado.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
Welcome back. The Shock versus the Titans, up on your very screen right now. My name is George, still joined by Reinforce, by the way. Everybody, round of applause for Reinforce for stepping in last moment. Thank you, Johnny. I really appreciate you.
Woo!
There you go.
Woo!
Okay. Applaud yourself, that's great. Yeah, we can't hear anybody else clap, so that's good. I'll take that. Circuit Royale up next. The Colosseo, it went Shock's way. We saw a little bit of Hangzhou, which was cool. Proper pulled that one. Not a successful grab Dragons, because the Zarya is already dead, but it looked cool. The Spirit was there.
Yeah. Well, what do you want me to say? It looked cool. It looked cool, John.
Just make a point. It looked cool.
Yeah, no, it does.
Pretty
yeah. I wish it was a 5K, but you know, I don't think we're gonna make Grab Dragon 5Ks anytime soon, Jaws.
No, no. Well, maybe in the future. Maybe if Hangzhou becomes really OP for some reason, and then Zarya played. I don't know.
That would be the best.
You think?
I wish they would buff Hangzhou. Yeah.
Okay.
I love Hangzou.
Okay. Yeah, Hangzou's pretty fun. Do you not think it's frustrating to play against when you just randomly get hit around the corner?
Yeah, but it's funny memes though.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
You know what's the best Hangzhou meme? Is the...
Oh, please tell me. If anyone in the league would know about the Hangzhou meme.
Okay, well, now I put it like this. It's not like a meme, but like, you know when they updated the Storm Arrow? So it like bounces off things? Like all I did, as soon as the update dropped back in OW1, I was just playing Hangzhou permanently, just trying to get a clip of me killing someone around a corner, just firing arrows at a wall. And it eventually happened. I'm like, this is just silly. Like, it did take me a few hours, but like, it just looks...
You're a fan of the Ricochet.
The Ricochet? Yeah, it's pretty funny, honestly. It is, I like it. It has to be like a double headshot, because it's not like a one-shot headshot with Storm Arrows, so... still pretty fun, though.
Do you miss the old
Oh, no. No. Do you like just randomly getting one shot as a tank from Scalar Arrow, Johnny?
Oh, that was the best. When like Hanzos would like walk into my Winston bubble and just like shoot it right below me, so I hit like 6 arrows into me. Yeah, anyway, we're watching a game, Jaws.
We are, yeah.
Gameplay.
We are. Gameplay. Yeah, you saw Shockwave walking up to the right-hand side there. No illegal moves there. Yeah, let's talk about the comps though from Titans. No Sigma.
No Sigma, yeah, and of course, I'm not sure who mentioned it, but Psycho getting involved here as well instead of Aspire, right? And he's that kind of flex player for the Titans, can play the Genji, the Doomfist, the Mei, etc. So they're committing to this Mei composition still, and I mean, they're just going to take this first point, like the control of the point, just like bit by bit, right? You can utilize this Mei wall to your advantage to scare off some of San Francisco Shock's competition. We'll see how they round this corner, because Kilo are going to be in an interesting position here, just shooting from afar.
Yeah, they got two long-range DPS. They got the Widow and the Ashe. See, it did seem inevitable that they give up first point. They don't want to get walled off as Sigma in that small room. And you just speed boost up to high ground, easy peasy. But now this is their tough challenge. Will they get headshot by Proper? And even Finn, well, speaking of which, there you go. Shockwave's dead.
There you go.
Proper killed him.
There it is.
That was pretty sweet. I like that one. And this is going to be the issue. Just getting to a point where Proper and Kilo cannot shoot you in the head.
Yeah. Sorry, my dog is very upset about the
Widow,
by the way. It just wants to see some Reinhardt gameplay.
Oh, okay, that's sad.
But alas, we got Zarya versus Sigma here. Oh, Shockwave.
Okay, this one
on the Widow himself.
Yeah, a little bit.
You got some cojones if you like swap over to Widowmaker here against Proper. I'm just saying. So I respect it, Shockwave. Unreal respect.
Shockwave is a very, very strong Widow player. But it's whether he can... See, the thing is, the advantage is very much in favor of Proper. Well, there's the Genji. What a perfect dash, dodging the Flux. Oh dear, Kalush was not expecting that, and neither was Proper and Kilo. What a nice nano onto Psycho. And an easy clean up after that too. That was almost the perfect answer from the San Francisco Shock, just lifting Psycho up in the air to be killed, but a quick dash over it. The San Francisco Shock are now playing all the way back near their spawn. In fact, Violet's in a lot of trouble. Proper almost killed Violet there with a little bit of team damage, but didn't end up happening. Nice grab off of the sleep onto Finn. Nice little reset. Wait, Psycho going kind of hard in the back line. Is a little bit low with no dash, however. Does fall, but the rest of the San Francisco Shock are in trouble.
Yeah, they got a couple of ultimates to get prepared for this next fight. It's pretty nice push by the Vancouver Titans, right? You want to get up this hill preferably. You got a Dragon Blade here. See if you can perhaps trade that with a Transcendence. That would set you up nicely for the Nano Boost coming up or the Graviton Surge after that, right? You got this False and Psycho dynamic duo. Kilo gets an early pick here and the Sunbears to go in with the blade, but is this gonna be enough?
The Transcendences, no way you escape from that one. A beautiful bob to start off that engagement, Johnny. Just flattened Skyripper.
Absolutely. But I mean, you baited out some ultimates here, and I don't think that was the fight that Vancouver Titans were looking to win necessarily. Yes, you committed a blade. Yes, you committed the sound barrier offensively, but at the same time, I mean, you got out the infra side from Proper. Finn utilized the Transcendence as well. So I don't think Amplification Matrix is going to be a huge problem, perhaps, unless, you know, you're playing the Zarya on Falls here. But you got a Nano Boost coming up, and maybe you can utilize this to your advantage and dive pretty aggressively here.
Look at this angle from Proper. I'm not going to say it, but it's a good angle.
Sneaky.
I like the way Master's positioned as well, Johnny. So he can attempt to boot people back and potentially boot Kaluge too towards the rest of his team. Oh, double grapple shots. No one gets hit. Oh my god.
My goodness.
Psycho was not expecting that. Nano boost onto the Genji. Shut down instantly by Proper.
I mean, this is what we want to see, right? A bit passive, just as I say that, he grapples up. So I want to see these widows pop up. Shockwave is going to activate the infra site, right? So Proper has to be a bit more passive now. But look at Shockwave sneaking up here.
Body shot,
it's a shot.
Body shot Barry. Can he land another one? Another one. Violet not going down without a fight. The Flux hits two. Marsa gets bubbled. Folks not so lucky. Didn't have one for himself. Rather selfless play. But maybe he needs to be more selfish in that instance.
God, is that a four?
Proper just kill it. Look at him dancing in his carries. No, he's ready. He's warmed up. Let's go. Okay.
Oh my lord. Gunning for that Rookie of the Year award. It's like week 3, week 4, but he's already, you know, he's getting into the groove of things. Week by week.
Okay, now we see Shockwave on the Hangzhou, Johnny. He's frustrated.
Hey, Proper did it, okay? That's the seal of approval. Hangzhou is now viable.
If he can do it, I can do it. But can you do it better? Not sure. 1 minute remains now for the Titans to push the payload. They are giving Proper utmost respect, not push in when the Infosites was active. Can Proper hit another shot though? That is the question after this push. God, they're waiting so long! Okay, there you go. Psycho is in. He had to use the dash to cover the distance. Bob available from Kilo. Bob will have high ground if he's lucky enough. Maybe they're just actually waiting for Volx's Graviton Surge here. There's 1% to go. Kaluge ends Master, who was trying to run it loose here in the backline. Proper is still alive. Dynamite down. And now Skyripper in a whole heap of trouble. Kilo takes his life, and with 20 seconds to go, this could just be it. More of just a whimper than a roar on the way out. Shockwave in the 1v1. Dynamite does too much damage, and Proper killing Psycho off the spawn. I mean, they're just looking at the spawn doors. Look at this, padding the stats. Oh, Boostio, Marsa, get back to the point. Absolutely not. Proper hits him with a headshot. The Bob jumps into the grab for a little bit of moral support, and the Titans are stopped just before second.
I mean, that's brutal. What a hold that is from the Shock. Proper was just like lights out on the Widowmaker. And I mean, sure, the Vancouver Titans, they're playing this Zarya composition, right? So they don't necessarily have a big shield to protect any of the members, but still, like, just racking up the final blows. I need to take a look at the stats. And I mean, is this deadlift potential right here for Proper? that would be quite epic.
Well, could be. Right now, he's sitting on 9 final blows, 10 elim, so only a small assist in there. Still doing a heap of work. Generally on Widow, of course, you don't have that much damage compared to someone like an Ashe, but still, 3.5k damage as Widowmaker, not too bad. This must be the 3k. Yeah, false double body shot, unreal headshot on Shockwave, and the most skillful shot of all. Oh, yep, there you go. Venomine killing Psycho, and Scarippa ended with a body shot. An amazing 4k from Proper to finish out that round. That was delicious, Johnny. I don't know how else to describe it.
Oh, fabulous, yeah. I feel like we haven't seen a ton of Widowmakers just straight up like pop off so far.
Oh, I recognize this one.
Been a lot of Tracer, Genji, stuff like that, you know?
Damn, Finn going... Damn, Finn kind of crazy. Multi-talented. There's no way we are seeing this happen. There is no way. Proper, what are you doing? He's on the Bastion, and he's serious about this one. Not just out of the spawn, he is on the Bastion. Oh, he's going to get walled.
We are blessed, Jaws.
What a good day.
Oh, no. They're just going to run them over. There's no immortality field, no shield. Look at the robot go.
Look, wheels mode activated.
He's taking over, Jaws.
Wheels mode.
Friend warned us all along.
He's going in. Well, that was it. He only got kills in recon mode. I mean, why not? He's pretty happy with himself, so I think the rest of the team are more than happy with him picking whatever.
See if they can get some forward positioning here. I mean, Proper is up there. Some pot shots, you know?
Yeah. Well, they got Hangzhou again. Oh, wait, that hit the May. The right click on the Bastion, kind of hard to hit sometimes, but you can also do... It's
kind of nasty.
It is kind of nasty. Okay, Wheels mode, go, go, go. Oh, they got to be careful. You got to be really careful of Proper. That's a lot of damage. You just have to wait and hide, and then as soon as he pops into recon form, he should be good. Someone needs to deal with him though. Off-angle Bastion incoming. False is dead, unfortunately, for the Titans, but they're going to try and stem the bleeding a little bit with that window. Not quite so lucky as Master, and through the window, Proper just walks at Scarippa, and Shockwave also falls. I mean, the San Francisco...
oh, no!
Okay.
Oh,
turn the stream off. Turn the stream off. Proper just laid it down.
They're already dead.
On the Bastion. That's something you don't see every day.
Come on. Why are the Titans of all teams? I mean, Psycho has this Blizzard, okay? So Titans, look at the speed boost in here, right? But you got a Transcendence, you got a Gravitic Flux. I can't wait to see this Bastion ultimate. This is going to be glorious, Jaws.
First Bastion ultimate of Overwatch 2, what, in the Overwatch League? They get some kills. He's a couple. The percent there. Oh, window. Oh my god, Master, get out of the way! He's so low. Shockwave finishes Proper off. Okay, finally. They find their hand in this game. Unfortunately, Shockwave is dead. The Transcendence is going to be good to stop a lot of that damage from the Blizzard, but I think the damage has really already been done. Oh, there it is! The Mortar Strike, it's inbound. Where is it coming from? Finn is on the payload, mind you.
AC-130 above!
Down. No, not quite. AC-130 goes a little bit missed. No tactical nuke, unfortunately, Johnny. False does die somehow to Violet, though. That's not great. They're going to have to back off, use that wall to disengage, and Finn still trying to 1v6 on the sidelines. Master jumped a little bit too high up in the air and ends up getting taken out by Kilo, who's now on the flank. Shockwave in the 1v1, but pretty low. The Dragon Strike interrupted. False trying to save the game, but Proper has ended it already. A 3k on the Bastion and a W for the San Francisco Shock. Circuit Royale is theirs, and the second map in the series looking like a clean 3-0. The Titans, unfortunately, not with an edge in this game. 0-6 maybe, or a 6-0 for the San Francisco Shock at the end of it. They're looking good.
It's not over yet, Jaws, okay?
It's not.
You know, there's 5 maps in a series of Overwatch League.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
On the next few maps here, okay?
Yeah, I can see why they put you on the desk, Johnny. That was an incredibly smart line from you there. There are 5 maps. Maybe they go to all of them. Map number 3 in a bit. Maybe we get some more Bastion. I don't know, but I hope so. We'll see in a bit. man, I cannot wait. Kickoff Clash around the corner. Make sure you get your tickets. It's the Overwatch League Dallas Fuel Kickoff Clash Tournament presented by Favor. Visit fuel.link/kickoff Clash and get your tickets today. I'm super excited, Johnny. It's going to be an absolute
me too.
blast. Like, on LAN again. Like, this is how Overwatch is supposed to be played, right?
Absolutely.
On LAN, crowds screaming. Of course, we got one. We got homestand earlier on this year in Houston. You saw how crazy the fans go there, and it's going to be the same sort of deal. People going ballistic in the crowd. It's going to be great. Back to the matter of hand, Johnny. We are currently in map number 3. Potentially the last one. San Francisco Shock with Proper's Bastion, by the way, beating the Titans on Circuit Royale. In 3 minutes, here's a funny stat. 3 minutes on the Bastion, he was 6-1. It's a pretty good stat line.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Pretty decent.
So some pretty mean damage going on as well, you know, with the Bastion. Yeah. That's pretty good. I think if you would have just like yelled a little bit louder and with like more amazement, that might have been like the clip, you know, going into all the the Overwatch League hype reels and the intros, stuff like that, you know.
You're a clip
The
hunter.
proper Bastion! My goodness!
I would love to see you play-by-play, Johnny. I think it'd be really fun.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna pass on that one, mate.
Are you
I'm
sure?
sorry.
It would be fun.
I can provide some analysis though in this cast.
I like that.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
I would
So
prefer.
I got some data for you.
Okay.
Fresh off the whatever analysis is cooked up on. So you know how I talked about the shortest match ever, right?
Yes.
Yes. So we talked about how Shock, they currently are the reigning champions or whatever of the fastest match winner in history against the Titans.
Right.
And that time is 1923, right?
Okay.
So going into this series, maybe there was some rumors, there was some talk, you know, maybe Shock wants to up that time. Maybe they want to make another speedy attempt at breaking their own records, you know, at the good old 112. Well, this match so far is 1809. So theoretically, if they end this match in 1 minute and 14 seconds, they could break their own record.
I hate to burst the bubble there, Johnny. I don't think that's possible.
Yeah.
They're on
All right.
offense first. So.
Well, there you go, viewers. Now you know.
Now you know. But it could be quite a quick wrap up. But I mean, the Titans still had some fight left in them. We saw
For sure. Yeah.
Especially on Coliseum, we saw a little bit here and there of the Vancouver Titans just showing up. And yeah, Sam, who got subbed in, apologies, didn't mention that in the small little break that we had, but Sam is now in the roster, ends up dying first, so that kind of blows. But, you know, quick reset. Proper on the angles. Oh, whoops-a-daisy.
Sorry.
Whoops-a-daisy. I think Master was up there trying to deal with him, and Proper just right-clicked into the floor and ended up going back to spawn.
That's actually huge from Masa though. Like that's an off angle that you don't really want if you're, you know, playing against a soldier, right? So now you're sort of herding Shock back to play as 5, right? And Proper will have to get onto that flank again, which is quite difficult on this close map. You can see Psycho's Reaper lurking around the corner.
Yeah, Kalu's trying to get as much energy as he possibly can. 2 bubbles and only 40 of it. That's a bit unfortunate, but nonetheless, it still pushes the Titans back. Good nade. Stop Psycho from Radio doing anything. Rather slow game for the time being for the Shock. Kalu's trying to create as much space as he possibly can, but False is making him really work for it. Both nanos coming up online. Do they nano the Reapers in and just send them at the Zarya's? It looks like they just want to full send it. That's exactly what they're doing, but Nanovisor on the other side. Shockwave jumps to the back line. Proper B hopping straight there. Violet goes down. Proper kills Sky Ripper, but the damage from Shockwave is good enough to make sure the Titans have at least a couple of kills on them. Don't lose the 1v1. He got it. Bing dies, and the Titans, they're holding strong. Although Proper somehow still killing people. There you go. He's eventually cleaned up. But still, the Shock failed to make that push work.
Yeah, I mean, they could go fast here, theoretically, I suppose, knowing that Masa doesn't have the sound barrier to provide. But, well, never mind. Look at him go. Oh, my goodness. That was fast. He's already back. But still, a good execution from the Vancouver Titans, you know, with the Nanovisor. You secure a teamfight win. Battle of the Graviton surges now as we head into this next one. Violet, Masa both have sound barriers, and there we go.
Nice
Graviton
grab, nice beat. That's yeah, the nade, unfortunately, he doesn't go through that overhealth. Oh, what a sleep Psycho tried to make that work even with a bubble on top of him, but it was a little bit too late. The Titans still in firm control of this fight, and now the Shock have to recontest. Sam goes down, Kaluge to follow. Graviton Surge and Death Blossom. Johnny, we can't count the Titans out just yet. I think you need to check the score right now. It is 2-0, but it could be 2-1. 1 minute remains, and the San Francisco Shock need to take this first point.
Yeah, I mean, that's good execution from the Vancouver Titans. You have the sound barrier, you come in second once the Shock sound barrier has vanished the overhealth, right? So, good stuff from the Vancouver Titans. Now, this is the hard one. San Francisco Shock, they have this Graviton Surge, they're going to push in here. But the Nanovisor to counter it, perhaps?
I mean, why not? Yeah, but Shockwave is anti, so he has to play a little bit more safe. He's so low, but still jumps on top of the payload itself to kill Violet. They trade 1-for-1, a DPS for a support, but now the Nano onto Sam is going to send Shockwave a run-in. Luckily, he's built for it, but the San Francisco Shock put themselves on the point. They now have one tick, but Titans can come back in. Yeah, 10-15% towards that grab. The Titans have another chance to recontest.
This could be huge if False builds this Graviton Surge. I mean, Proper's going to have this visor.
Proper on the flank. He's got the visor already pushing the supports down from the high ground. One is escaping. Oh, no way. It's absolutely massive. Stop Proper from just decimating the team. False comes up clutch, and in the end, Violet and Finn are the only ones left. Overtime ticking down, and the Titans are going to hold Shock on first.
I mean, that's massive, Jaws. That was so well executed from the Vancouver Titans. This is what we wanted to see from this roster. We knew they could commit to this Zarya composition, and the execution, the ultimate rotations, like, it was on point. You kick it off with a Nanovisor, you secure the frags, you don't get out-rotated. Again, Masa, he outplayed Violet arguably there with the Sunburst themselves. And I mean, if you just... The cams as well, like the players are celebrating, they got a real chance of winning this map and maybe kickstart some momentum for this franchise, Jaws.
Yeah, imagine your first win coming from the San Francisco Shock. Like, that's insane.
3 more laps to go.
Yeah, 3 more laps. Hey. Positivity, Johnny. That's what you need. That's what you need.
I mean, that was great stuff.
89%? That's all they need. Just set up a buffet of ultimates, run in with all 5, and hopefully steamroll over the Shock. Shock going with a completely different comp here, Johnny, on the defense. A little bit of proper Genji. Don't mind that at all.
Yeah, interesting to see how they play this then, because, you know, me especially, I've been harping on it's tough to play this Winston and get value when you're diving into a Zarya and a Reaper and a Soldier, stuff like that, right? Maybe you recognize that you need to maybe push the pace here a little bit. You need to throw the Vancouver Titans off a little bit. The Titans, they're going to have a good opportunity here to close out this map, though, because playing this Zarya composition, it is very ultimate heavy. You have the Graviton Surge, you have the Nanovisor, Nano Reaper, just pick your poison, right, to maybe secure one team fight, and then you got the point secured. So it's going to be an uphill battle here for the Shock. We know that they are an elite team, but again, closing out this point, well, Sam.
That's a good start.
Come on now, Sam.
Sky Ripper with a good nade. Sam was sent so low, and now Shockwave on the flank. Oh yeah, doesn't really want to dice with that sleep dart from Finn. He's been absolutely insane to start the season off. They trade DPS for DPS. Psycho goes down. Sam's going to be a lot quicker back to the point, though, on the Soldier. Should be back any moment. There he is. Pops his little head out. Oh, but Proper deals with a Shockwave on the flank. So now, yeah, okay. Titans do not want to mess with a 4v5 against the San Francisco Shock.
No, just taking their time, building their ultimates again. If you're the Titans, no need to like rush things here. And again, like if you fully commit into a team fight early here and you lose, you really give the Shock a chance to build up those Dragon Blades and Visors, right? And that's where it can get out of control a little bit. So taking their time, trying to get some space here onto the point, and then you can build that Nano perhaps going into this one.
Oh, that was cheeky. Kaluge peeked his head round, see if he could go for that dive. He does. Doesn't get much off of it, though. A lot of bubbles forced from False, but he is high energy, and he's now nanoed. Now Kaluge has something to be a little bit scared of. Shockwave runs him down, and now the supports for the Shock are trapped in that small room. In fact, the entirety of the team is actually trapped off of the point. They're going to have to now funnel in against a high-energy Zarya and Shockwave in the backline. False finishes off Violet, and it's up to Proper to do something. He's nanoed, he's got the blade, but he is antied. Sky Ripper with a quick left hook to the jaw takes him out, and the Titans will claim a map against the shock.
What a map win, huh? That's huge. Huge for the Titans right there. Get some self-confidence. You can prove to some of these other teams and prove to your fans that like you're a franchise capable of winning. So, you know, of course don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but still, like, great performance by the Vancouver Titans.
Amazing performance. And, well, will they keep that ball rolling? Will this be their first win in the season? We'll have to find out. We're going to go to map number 4 after this break. You're not going to want to miss it. rotation to deploy for this WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. It happened.
Even Scale instantly deleted. Oh my goodness. A little bait and switcher.
The San Francisco shot came out swinging, but they weren't expecting that little left hook there from the Vancouver Titans. They claim a map. Iconvaldo was theirs. They full held the shock too, Johnny, so that was pretty insane. Is this the run? Are they going to make it? 5 maps inbound. Titans winning their first game of the season. Well, where are the signs pointed, Johnny? Read them for me.
The signs?
Yep.
Yes. As of right now, the sun is out, so I can't communicate with my astrology stars as per usual. They're a bit hidden by the sun rays onto our sky thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called. I don't know the science words in English. Joss.
Can you say them in Swedish?
Is it the atmosphere? Is it when the sun rays hit like the particles in the atmosphere that like the sky turns blue or something?
Yes. I think.
See? Look, I know things.
Can you say that in Swedish?
Well.
Can you say it right now?
No.
No.
I decline. I decline, Jaws.
No.
I decline.
Fine. Fine. You've upset me, Johnny. But that's okay, because we've got Lijiang Tower up next. Look, the Titans can come back into this one. I think we're all pretty shocked that they ended up full holding Iconvaldo, and at the very end you saw Sam like quite animated in the little player cams, like seemed a little bit tilted there. Like I don't think they expected
boomage potential?
Yeah, I don't think they expected the
booming,
the loss there either. I mean, we'll have to wait and see if that does affect them. He is still in the roster, so he's not stepping back for Kilo just yet. We've got the Titans rolling out on Zarya.
Yeah, sort of what we expect from them, especially on control center, you know. You got these close corridors as well, really makes use of the Reaper as well with the close range shotguns. So the San Francisco Shock, when they played the Gladiators last week, this is what they did as well. They played this Moira composition, they go super aggressive, just like dive in. Got this flank from the Titans. What is this? They've just flipped sides.
Yeah. Oh, that was fast. Oh, Vilo almost not quick enough.
Oh, I see.
Eesh, yeah.
Trying to get the off angles, Jaws.
Yep, yes they were. They were chasing down Shockwave to make sure he couldn't get those angles. And now a quick chase back on the other side of the map.
The Torb?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I like this. Channeling a little bit of Alfie, I think. Okay, Shockwave on the Torb. The turret's the sick person, Johnny. Think about that.
Absolutely. 6 versus 5.
Exactly. Crazy.
Who'd have thought?
The Overwatch devs didn't know about it. Oh, it's dead. Well, okay, well. Anyway, wait for that cooldown to come back up and maybe it'll put a little bit extra pressure down. That's the only problem. The Lucio Cheerios are too strong sometimes. The Shock do end up claiming the point and claiming Skyripper's life. Kalush does fall. A lot less space now being granted to the San Francisco Shock, but Titans unwilling to step up to that plate. Kalush is going to spawn and the Titans just backing straight up.
Yeah, it's tough, right? If you want to make a case for the Torbjorn, and again, I'm not, but I think what they're trying to do is to Shock to dive aggressively with this Lucio Moira and create like a second off angle with the Torb turret, right? To hit on these Echo, etc. They're going to nano in false here. Let's get some value.
For an energy pick grab. Finally just jumped straight in front of him. Sam going pretty low. There it is. Psycho with the kill onto Kalush. 3 kills for the Titans. That's a 5v2. Well, 6v2. The turret's up. Don't forget the turret. And now the Titans can hold pretty far up if they so choose.
The Torb hold begins.
Yeah,
I mean, you got the turret in the back of the point, right? So now, if Shock is forced to engage onto the point, the turret is just going to go crazy.
Look at it go! Oh my god, that damage. I can't see it. It's in the corner. Sam has copy. Zarya copy here would be insane. Go back to regular double bubble if he so chooses. Yeah, there you go. Double bubble. We got Winston and Zarya. They're back. and they're ready to brawl. Sam with double bubbles on himself almost there to save from that Death Blossom. But Proper's Death Blossom just a little bit better. It kills off the Torb and the turret and the rest of the team. The Titans get wiped. The Shock find the point again.
They tried. They tried to make the Torb work, Jaws. Now they'll have to retake once more. Good side of things, though, you know, you got a lot of ultimates out from the San Francisco Shock, so now you can retake. You get the sound barrier of your own. Perhaps go a bit aggressively here, right, with a Reaper Shadow Step. Got a Graviton Surge coming up, so not all hope is lost for the Titans just yet, Jaws. They got some stuff to work with.
Yes, they do. Beat and the grab, but this is going to be last fight. And then it's 90%. Kalush makes the dive. There's the beat. Everybody gets it. Kalush is antied, but a rotation to server room from the Titans. A big grab. That'll be good. False finds 2. Master finds 1. And the Titans have found the Shock retreating. Oh, well, stalling, I suppose, as they find the flip.
Good stuff.
Still, they need to be able to protect the point. One fight still remains for Shock to claim the map. And only a nano for the Titans now.
Yeah, but it could be a powerful nano. Like, again, like you nano a Reaper, you nano a Zarya.
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No.
Okay.
But like, that's a powerful tool. So, you know that Violet, you know, he is a flex support turned main support. Can you bait out this sound barrier quickly and then capitalize? There it is.
Maybe. The beat comes out. They're heading straight towards False, who gets nanoed. Maybe overextend a little bit too far. Sky Ripper does go down to the beam of the Echo, but they lose. Well, they end up trading supports. That nano fades away, and now the Coalescence is what they're going to have to rely on for the healing. Finn's getting chased down. Don't get hammered, my son. You'll get put in a montage. Not quite. Proper takes care of both Shockwave and his turret, and they find the flip. The San Francisco Shock force the Titans away, and unfortunately, we're not seeing the Torb dub here unless False tries something crazy. Something crazy is going to have to happen. He gets a nice little punch, but Sam still has the duplicate. Psycho coming back with a Death Blossom, unleashes it, kills off Proper, and in fact, maybe this match isn't done just yet. Sam ends up copying the Moira. There's a whole lot of extra healing and a free Coalescence. Right. Control center belongs to the Shock as we go on to round 2.
No silliness allowed. None of that. Stop it. Time out. No silliness.
This has been a very silly series so far. A little bit of Bastion, a little bit of Torb.
It has. You know, you love to see the Torb. I actually did think that, like, Vancouver Titans, they put up a pretty decent fight there. Again, they baited out that sound barrier and disengaged as quick as they could. Now, you know, Sky Reaper got picked in the process, but that's theoretically what you'd like to see from the Titans. Tried to go with the re-engage as well, but just couldn't get the picks required. So, you know, if you want it to be a pretty boring Andy, you could be like, well, why didn't they play the Soldier instead of the Torb? Well, welcome. It's an entertainment league, okay? It's about laughs. It's about making memories, and the Titans are doing that just now. Going to roll out with this Diva Mercy composition. Of course, favoring the Echo from Psycho here, going to pocket him. So a lot of reliance put into Psycho here. He needs to be the star player for the Titans in this round if you want to be able to compete with the Shock.
Oh, wow. Another off angle was attempted.
That's the second time now Shockwave just like gets yeeted off the map.
Rather unfortunate. False on the Diva. It's going to be a good protective tool, or another protective tool for Psycho. But with Shockwave going down, you can't really do all too much, especially against this Doom Fist. You need to be constantly peppering out the Doom Fist to make sure he doesn't go for this crazy engage.
Oh, worth recall.
Proper in trouble.
Pretty safe for now. Shockwave on the off angle once more. But the engage comes in.
Yeah, Sky Ripper is now in trouble. Health pack camping for Proper, but Sky Ripper does end up taking it. It doesn't matter though, because Sam was there to clean up the dishes. Oh, dearie me. Shockwave manages to find 2, but still numbers in favor.
He got the point.
Shock. Titans do flip. Yeah, that's all Shockwave's doing. Still on the off angles, but now he's dead. So the San Francisco Shock should be in a position to recap. Only a little bit of percentage lost.
Little percentage lost. The Titans, I'm not sure if I love this Diva pick. I mean, it makes sense if you want to peel back and make space for your Echo, provide that defense matrix, but it's so tough to get value when you're up against a Tracer, a Doomfist, an Echo, right? So we'll see. They got some ultimates to work with. Maybe they can make something happen.
Dupe available. There's the Coalescence. You dupe Moira again, or maybe the Doomfist. Unfortunately, you can't dupe the Echo. Tactical Visor with the Nano, met with the Sound Barrier. Shockwave playing this extremely far back. It's actually getting shot in the back. Proper trying to go for a big flank to pressure Shockwave out, but that Guardian Angel from Mercy, well, the Valkyrie, sorry, is going to help the rest of the team stay alive. Psycho trying to find kills with the duped Doomfist, earns himself an ult. He used it just in time to get the damage down. Finn ends Sky Ripper's life. Kalush falls. A very scrappy one so far, and the Titans once again find the flip in amongst the chaos.
Bit of a messy fight, but you know, you had your ultimates up. You can get some value from them, and that's what you want to see from the Titans. Only have this self-destruct to work now with. And the Shock, I mean, they realize they want to capitalize quickly off this, Jaws.
Yeah, they really do. Pulse Bomb, one, Dupe available. There you go, Dupe straight onto the Soldier. Maybe a bit of an ego duel, it is. And Shockwave bows straight out. Not so much of an ego duel anymore as Proper joined the fray. Pulse Bomb in hand, wants to dodge the Diva, spots one Mercy, but Sam's there before he could take it out. Shock, they end up recapping. The Titans, they get team wiped, but still, they've got another fight to come back.
Got another fight. Maybe you can build this Nano. I mean, I'm being pretty optimistic here, but that would set you up for a Nano Visor. Proper though, he's going to conjure up some magic right here, Jaws. Okay. You just know it. Proper on the Tracer. It's about to get nasty. I'm calling it. Here he is.
He's creeping. He can hear Sky Ripper right next to him. He spots Diana. The pulse goes in, goes wide, jumps straight into Proper's bullets. A beautiful sleep. Sky Ripper's not going down without fighting. In fact, Proper took so long to do anything that the Titans were able to capitalize. That pulse bomb whiffing cost them the fight. The Titans just ran over, and Master popping the ultimate and rezzing Sky Ripper. The shot.
They just spammed the Q button.
Yeah, I mean,
pop all the ults.
Why not?
Last fight. yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, you know, of course you have to. It's the last fight, and the great peel, by the way, shutting Proper down. You have this duplicate to work with now, and maybe if you can peel off Proper from this flank, maybe you can disengage from this Coalescence. Vancouver not out of it yet. You get an early pick on the Shockwave too. This is great for the Titans.
Ooh. That's really not what you want to be. Sam dies basically in sport. There's the dupe. I don't know about that dupe. That seems a little overzealous.
Dude, if he gets this pulse.
He's got the pulse. Straight to
spawn with you.
Throw it in. Does no damage. Oh, there it is. Woo! Gets a little bit. Actually kind of nice that they tanked that, because they can get a bit of extra ult charge, because that doesn't count towards the Echo's ult. Pretty nice.
But they have to touch here. They have to touch here, and this is an even fight, Jaws.
Yeah, Proper is here. Ooh, Sky Ripper just got turned into jam. The San Francisco Shock now one up. The Titans have only got Master to rely on for heals, and False has been demeched. I know you said your astrology wasn't good, Johnny, and I believe it, because Psycho was not the star of this game. The San Francisco Shock are going to wipe the Titans. They take the map and the series. First seed in the kickoff clash belongs to the Shock.
Solid match. Overall, good signs for the Vancouver Titans, but the San Francisco Shock, they get away with it. What we predicted going into this series, and at times looking incredibly dominant, right? With on Circuit Real, you saw the Bastion composition come out, the synchronized dives here on Lijiang Tower as well, being able to break this Mercy Echo composition. And that's not nice practice in and of itself, right? Because we haven't seen a lot of these teams yet come out with these Diva, Mercy, Echo compositions. You know, we've seen some of it in APAC for sure, but some pretty good signs for the San Francisco Shock as well, being able to deal with some of these compositions and not entirely relying on the Kalush Winston all the time, right? So the San Francisco Shock, 6-0, looking crisp going into the kickoff clash.
Yeah, a lot of new players, but it's the same old Shock. Like you said, 6-0 going into the kickoff clash, undefeated. The player of the match, Johnny, we gotta give it to him. We gotta give it to Proper. Played the Hangzhou, was just disgusting. Like, this guy was in the spawn of Colosseo. The Widow looked great, and of course, everybody's favorite pick of the day. It has to have been the Bastion on Circuit Royale. Finally, we see Bastion not just picked in spawn for a hook on Gibraltar. No, we saw him roll out with it and pick up a few nice kills.
And the tactical crouch.
And the tactical crouch, yes.
And the tactical crouch.
Robotic tactical crouch, true.
I love about Proper that like no like humility or sense of like, oh, I'm the rookie coming into the league, you know, gotta show some respect to the veterans. You know, Masa was in the grand finals last year. It's like, no, I come in, I play with my food, I play the Hangzhou, I play the Bastion, 12-1. You know, amazing performance by Proper. You love to see it.
You love to see it. And more heroes every single week are being used in the Overwatch League and Overwatch 2, right? And that's
that Torb, dude.
Yeah. Now some Torb. We didn't see the Molten Core, unfortunately, but there you go. Yeah, Proper gets your player of the match for that one. Who'd have guessed it? He got 1 death on Bastion, and he got 12 limbs. So you love to
use the ultimate.
Yeah, if he got kills with the ult, that would have been even better. But he used it from spawn, and then it got nothing, unfortunately. But maybe we'll see Bastion meta. Maybe, probably not. But
dude, if Zarya continues to be meta, and we start seeing like Zarya Bastion stuff, like. I would live for that. Just like 1 weekend of just like Zarya Bastion comps. That would like, it doesn't make sense, but that would make my weekend.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but it would be funny, and that's what it's all about, right? Being funny. Yeah, that's why we do it.
Good series, Joss.
It was.
Thank you for letting me cast with you.
No, Johnny.
I mean, I know you. Yeah.
Thank you for stepping in, man. It was a bit of an issue that we came across, obviously, with the long break. But Johnny, you've been wonderful. You've been a star, Johnny. You really have.
Oh, thank you.
But we're gonna have to bid.
I was hoping to be more of like the moon to your earth, but alas, I'll take that.
Moon to your earth. With that, we're gonna go to break. We'll see the desk after this, I suppose. See you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. We're here now, joined by Proper from San Francisco Shock. I see Zoe just going crazy. She is a super fan. Proper, thank you so much for joining me on the interview. Proper 선수 인터뷰 응해주셔서 너무 감사드리고 저희 옆에 이제 메인 호스트인 소이님이 너무 팬이라서 너무 좋아하시네요.
감사합니다.
Proper says thank you, Zoe. All right. I mean, yeah. Let's just talk about this match. Before I ask you like the main questions, I do want to ask. I have a simple, really fun, just a quick fun question. On Circuit Royale, we saw you pull out the Bastion and you were going crazy on it. Did you just pull that out just to have fun, or that wasn't like any? You guys didn't have any strategies behind it, right? 첫 번째 질문 저희 이제 메인 질문으로 넘어가기 전에 그 서킷 로얄 맵에서 프로포 선수가 바스티온을 꺼내 드셨는데 그게 원래 좀 전략적으로 얘기가 됐던 건가요? 아니죠? 그냥 재미로 드신 거죠?
저희가 이제 그 밴쿠버랑 매치하기 전에 스크림을 했는데. 스크림 경기에서 상대 러쉬 조합 나왔을 때 바스티온 꺼냈는데 이게 생각보다 괜찮아가지고 만약에 밴쿠버에서 러쉬를 쓰면 그냥 바스티온을 들고 가자라고 이제 전략을 준비했습니다.
All right. So I mean, so Proper is saying that it was actually not for fun. It was actually there was a strategy behind it. The reason why he picked the Bastion comp was before the Vancouver Titans match, they had a scrim, and they found out that the Bastion was actually very effective against the brawl composition, or in Korean they call it rush composition. So in the case that Vancouver pulled out the brawl comp on this map, they had that ready, and they had this practice in scrim. So that's why he just came out with the Bastion, and that's what we saw. Interesting. All right, let's go on to the main question. Now, with today's win, you guys are now 6-0, undefeated, going into the kickoff clash. Does that have any special meaning for you personally? 자, 이제 메인 질문으로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 일단 오늘의 승리로 이제 센쇼기 1위 시드로 그것뿐만이 아니라 전승 무패로 이번 킥오프 클래시에 들어가게 되셨는데 좀 이게 좀 어떤 좀 개인적으로 좀 이렇게 특별한 의미가 좀 있나요?
저희가 이제 무패 전승으로 이제 계속 하고 있는데 이제 프로 가서도 계속 이렇게 꾸준히 전승으로 이어나가고 싶어가지고 되게 다들 열심히 하는 것 같아요.
Right. I mean, yes, going into the kickoff clash, we are going undefeated, and going into the tournament and in the playoffs, I really want to just continue this undefeated winning streak. So that is why not only me, but all of our teammates are really putting their best effort into every match. And talking more about the kickoff clash, on our desk, we were sort of talking about whether the San Francisco Shock is going to pick a strong team or a weaker team. And I was just curious, Proper, I know you guys don't have the answer yet, but if you could make the decision, would you rather pick the weaker team first, get that out of the way, or would you rather pick the stronger team and, I guess, sort of assert your dominance? 마지막 질문이죠. 이제 프로포 선수가 보셨을 때 당연히 프로포 선수 개인적으로 이 결정을 짓는 거는 아니지만은 그래도 1위 시도 들어오게 되면서 이제 좀 저희 쪽에서 이런 얘기가 많았어요. 만약에 이제 센쇼기 1위를 하면은 약팀을 먼저 고를까? 강팀을 먼저 고를까? 프로포 선수가 만약에 이 결정을 하게 되신다면은 어떤 결정을 내리실 것 같으신가요?
저는 솔직히 이제 댈러스 같은 강팀 뽑아가지고 이제 먼저 그 강팀 이기고 이제 천천히 이제 나아가는 식으로 하고 싶은데 시드 때문에 안 되니까 이제 그 아래에 있는 네 팀 중에서 그나마 강한 팀 뽑고 싶긴 해요. 저는.
I mean, personally, I would like to pick one of those stronger teams, like such as Dallas Fuel, and then get that out of the way, and then slowly work our way towards winning the whole tournament. But because our seeding situation right now, we can't pick Dallas, so I think I would just have to pick one of the stronger teams out of the lower 4 seeds. So out of those 4 seeds, I mean 4 teams that you mentioned, if it's not Dallas, who would you like to pick? 방금 이제 달라스가 아니면은 아래 시드 중에서 한 팀 좀 제일 강한 팀을 고른다고 말씀을 하셨는데 어떤 팀일까요, 그게?
이거는 좀 비밀이라 안 될 것 같아요.
비밀이니까 알았어. Alright. Proper saying 알겠습니다. 죄송합니다. Proper saying that that's sort of a secret. He's gonna leave it until probably Sunday or when they do make the choice. So he apologizes, but I guess there is a team that he is thinking of. All right. With that being said, Proper, I'm gonna end the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and I'll see you in Dallas. 네, 인터뷰 해주셔서 너무나 감사드리고 달라스에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
that last bye bye really that one got me. I can't. Well, what can I say? Great player, fantastic Bastion also.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not buying into that was a shot. Felt like a flex, but that's okay. We respect it regardless. Yeah, also keeping the cards close to the chest here. Thank you so much for trying to bait it out. But we will, of course, have a selection show
I'm gonna
as
get you Proper one day.
One day he's gonna slip, and Danny's gonna hear to catch it. Now, but we do have a selection show, so we will hear firsthand from all the teams which teams they will be picking heading into the kickoff clash. And those selection shows have been spicy in the past.
Oh, yeah.
So I personally am very excited about that. You know what else I'm very excited about? Bringing Jonathan Reinforce Larson back in. Huzzah!
Wow, my ego
Was
is
it
just
your
like
plan all along?
ballooning as we speak. I need to get a bigger box. I'm not gonna fit in this tomorrow.
Yeah. I was just about to say you won't fit into that box much longer. I now also feel like it's low-key your plan to just become a caster. That's why you're out again.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well,
I'll make sure that Rose can't get back into the cast.
Smart, very smart. Now we do, of course, also want to quickly recap the match we just saw. Vancouver Titans. They won a map. This is the first time the Vancouver Titans franchise is actually winning a map against the San Francisco Shock since Stage 4, Week 5, 2019.
Wow.
Obviously, two very different teams,
Yes.
but we're still going to pretend that this matters so much right now. Reinforced. Vancouver Titans must be thrilled.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one could make the case that like, oh, the Shock, they're throwing, they're not playing great, but it's like, come on. You got to look at the Vancouver Titans here, I feel like, in this map. You got to look at the good signs from them when it comes to the teamfight execution. I think they had some nice ultimates. First was with the nanovisors, getting value with that. Masa as well with the sound barrier coming in clutch after the Shock were already forced to use theirs, and that allows them to push the advantage, right? So I think those are good signs from the Vancouver Titans. As it relates to the San Francisco Shock, I feel like it's a bit unfair at times to look at these series and look at these maps and just be like demanding perfection in a way, because I don't think it's not. Scott, help me out here. Like, if you're the San Francisco Shock, you're like an elite team going into this matchup. It's not really the same stakes. It's not really the same circumstances. And so if you want to overanalyze, their opportunity to play Zarya or stuff like that, it's like, I don't think this is a series where you can really dig deep into the Shock's performance and claim that they just like, they obviously dropped the spaghetti, but like, how are they going to fare in the kickoff clash because they dropped that one single map?
Yeah, I think it's just complacency in a little, and it's not like bad complacency. Obviously, they would have preferred to not drop that map, and I'm sure, Krusty behind the scenes is sort of not too happy about it. But you saw the players after they lost that map. They're not taking it to heart. They know that they can, perform better than that. And I want to, speak to that as well. It's like, you can't just look at these individual performances and be like, well, I think we've determined San Francisco Shock have no understanding of how to play Zarya. That's just not true. Like, they're just sort of getting things out. Sam, came in. He's said that he can't win any map 3s. Maybe they're just cursed in map 3s. We don't really know. But San Francisco Shock are a great team, and I don't think you should overanalyze this performance for the Shock. But for the Vancouver Titans, I went into this match and I said, I want to see them making positive steps, and I think that they did that today. Regardless of winning that map, they looked good throughout the entirety of that series.
Absolutely.
Leaning onto False, playing that Zarya composition, they're playing that Reaper. They seem to have an idea of how they want to play the game, and that's a positive step forward for them, I think. And I just want to see them continue this motivation. I think Marcel played a better game, someone who's been getting a lot of flack this season for not performing up to the level we expect from him, and I think everyone's slowly starting to step up. They just need to believe in themselves, because that seems like the one thing that they're missing right now.
Yeah, and I mean, this was not their game to win to begin with. So for them to actually take in that map, That's good. And again, if you're a Shock fan, don't you worry. I mean, if you looked at the player reaction right there in the cameras, they had a great giggle after dropping that map. So I don't think we have to read too much into it. Yeah. We do, however, have to read into standings because as of today, we have a few more teams which are guaranteed in the Kickoff Clash. So let's take a look at where we are standing. Lots of teams have clinched and secured their spots in our first tournament of many more to come. Who's your biggest surprise and your biggest disappointment in this entire standing?
Gladiators being at the bottom is, I think, it's everyone's a little disappointed.
Yeah,
not very surprising at the same time.
I think Washington as well, from where they started in this. I'm not going to start ranting. Don't worry. I'm calm right now. It's fine. I think Washington, they're a team that if they go 0-3 in their match tomorrow, and Boston has a really good series as well, all of a sudden we start to see them slip out of the top 8. It can potentially fall out of the top 8, which for a team like the Washington Justice, that would be an incredible failure. So I want to see them bounce back.
Did they steal your ice cream or something? Like something happened.
I feel like I don't know. It's maybe because I believed in them, and then they went on to lose the Boston Uprising after. I felt personally attacked. As much as it's not about me at all, and literally they probably don't care about me at all, I felt personally attacked. So I feel like I just have to hold on to that resentment.
No, I like that. I like that. Yeah. Holding on to resentment, that's what we're all about here on the Watchpoint desk. But also, of course, we're holding on to positive things too, right? Not just the bad. We're taking it with the good, and lots of those good moments make it into our best of the day. So let's take a look at what got us excited today. Mine, it might not look like a best of the day, but I was thoroughly entertained, and that is, of course, Hardy playing in traffic, which you shouldn't do. Lesson learned, I guess. But it just triggered me. Like what? Dodge though. Like he's dodging everything. He's dodging cars. He's dodging bullets. Like, oh, what a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy.
Honestly, he did a great job of dodging traffic.
Yeah.
Playing in traffic isn't very baller. That is funny. I take that, Hex.
Nice.
Very good. No, I don't know why, but also we finally got to see our friend. Where is it?
Yeah. Was it the first time that we saw Ricky?
No, Stay out of traffic.
Like it.
Okay.
Stay out of traffic.
Does this one squeak?
No, but it really should. It's like the one plushie which should be squeaking.
Yeah. now I'm just going around just trying to.
Just trying to squeak.
If anything squeaks.
Well, Costa. Okay, balls in traffic. That's my thing to go to. What was yours?
Well, I saw you didn't choose proper, so I was like, well, that means I got you covered. So we have some of him in the post show in our best of the day. I'm going to do the proper pop-off on the Widow. It's just a clean play. He's a man of so many hats. Like, he played 8 different heroes, all under 10 minutes in this series. Yeah, Johnny loves his hats. This isn't like the most ridiculous Widow play we've ever seen, but I really liked his dance at the end. Look at that dance. That's a happy proper. He's really happy with his performance.
He's feeling himself, man.
Also, special mention, he pulled out the wheels mode on the Bastion. One of the first few to do it seriously, and it actually worked really well. So, props to proper.
And also to Zoe. Aren't you happy?
I'm as happy as can be. I don't know. Things are looking good for my hot take, although that really makes it colder. So now actually things are looking horrible for my hot take.
That hot take is so confusing.
I don't think anyone gets what we're trying to aim for.
I don't get it either.
That's okay. But you got the assignment of best of the day, right?
I did. This time I remembered. I didn't forget.
Good.
And I remember going into before this match, I wanted to say Hisu's least, but then Zoe kind of
took that
line for me. So my best of the day is Hisu on that Reaper. I think he had a 4K, and then we found out here that Hisu is also doing a lot of squats. He's putting in those legs into work. He gets those 2 kills, and then I think it's after he kills Gangnam-jin, he does like 2 to 3 squats. Quick little squats.
Just making sure, stretching out the knees a little bit.
Don't lose your players today.
Squats are really good for your legs.
Yeah.
And I think following this,
oh my God, this is so graphic.
Wow. Oh wow. Yeah, he's really
I'm glad we had that lower third to like kind of censor what's going on. Also, can you read this out for me?
Ripsu follows through. Ripsu.
That might have been
Hex. It's been a long day for Hex.
Yeah,
Okay.
Great job.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually laughed when he suggested it, so that might be my fault. I did encourage this one. Jonathan, what tickled you today?
I just had some hot bar highlight or something. I'm sorry. It's not. I feel jealous now because your best of the days were so best, but my best of the day, I don't feel like it lives up. It was kind of best. You know, we can take a look at hot bar. He like boosts himself upwards to apply a bubble onto sleeping Hisu to save him. So that's pretty cool. Mad respect to hot bar. That's cool.
Saves the nade, stops the nade from hitting, stops the boop. Find a Zarya player that'll do that for you.
Yeah.
Parkour.
The hot bar.
Parkour.
That Instagrams. That is a good lower third.
No, hop.
Oh, there it is.
That's good. New dance trend.
That is very smart.
That's good. Hop.
See it on TikTok soon.
Coming to your TikTok feed very soon. Also coming very soon, of course, our games tomorrow. So let's take a look at the schedule to see what awaits us in day number 2, week number 4, season 5. Numbers.
A lot of numbers.
Oh, we love them. Anytime, there it is. Right, so we got to kick things off with the Atlanta Reign taking on the London Spitfire. After that, Paris Eternal will go to bats. Is that a saying? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
But they will fight it out against the Houston Outlaws. And our last match of the day will be battled out between the Florida Mayhem and the Washington Justice. That one I has trusted.
Yeah.
It's going to be... I don't know who I'm going to pred.
I have a hunch it's not going to be the Washington Justice for whatever reason. No, but that last one, I think that could be.
Yeah, that one's
a rough one.
That one's going to be an interesting one.
How about Atlanta Reign London?
Your interest?
Yeah, so
it could be spicy.
Yeah.
I mean,
if they play like today London, I think it could be a really good game.
Proper just gave away the strategy that the Bastion versus the Brawl. They said that it could be the hard counter. Atlanta Reign. Look it up.
Yeah, but also I think like at least historically, like Atlanta Reign is like the one team I don't think should have a proper. He shouldn't have an issue with playing against Brawl.
Yeah, I want a Brawl mirror.
Yeah,
matchup.
No,
let's go Gator. Gator ride.
I'm worried about that.
Free Gator.
No. Johnny's a hater.
Atlas is going to do it. Gonna do it.
I don't know why you hate a good time, Johnny, but everyone in this truck at least is all about this. Maybe that's why you had to stay outside. I don't know.
Yeah.
Rough guess. But also, get well. Can't wait to have you back. We also can't wait to have everyone watching back again tomorrow. You don't sound fine. I don't know how to end the show now because I had a really good transition and now it's kind of gone.
Sorry.
Anyway, we thank you all for watching.
Yeah.
It's okay, Reinforce. You can try again tomorrow as we will be back, same place, same time. We hope to see you again. Thank you so much for watching. I think I said that already. And good night.
Goodbye.
Thank you so much for watching.
Goodbye.